я тут видео снимаю. Контакт слева.
For borscht. But in general, Ukrainian cuisine is known for being absolutely tasty and absolutely delicious, and it always makes you feel full. Okay, so no matter what you have, it always tastes great. Yeah, I think that if you don't believe me, you should just come to Ukraine, get some our vareniki with cherries, or borscht, or how you call it, like холодець. I'm not sure if you can translate it.
Oh, it's meat jelly. It's meat jelly.
Meat jelly. It's absolutely amazing. Meat jelly with garlic and stuff. Yeah, it's like, I've been to different countries. I tried their cuisine. Something I did like, something not really. But everybody who visited Ukraine at least once agrees that, yeah, we have absolutely amazing cuisine here.
On a funny note, while we started speaking about food, Doman showed up.
I just want to say aspic or fromage de tête for holiday.
I knew you were going to say that. Hello, hi, Doman. I see that you would like to ask something.
No, that was it.
Starsky. Please go ahead. You don't have a question about a comment?
I couldn't listen. I'm very sorry. I'll have to go back and listen to the tape, Operator Starsky. I'm greatly apologetic.
Yeah, it's fine. Actually, what I've been saying about Ukrainian cuisine absolutely relates to our Ukrainian MREs because we took the best practices of other armies and we have created this new MRE for Ukrainian army, and my brigade was among the first units that proudly tested those MREs back in 2016. And yeah, they are amazing. We have a bunch of menus, and it tastes great. Unlike that old MRE that we've had, this one tastes absolutely great, and it has this heating device like in American MRE, and a lot of and it has like, it contains 3 portions, like for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is great. So yeah, if you cannot try Ukrainian cuisine, you gotta at least try Ukrainian MRE. It's absolutely fantastic.
Duly noted. Actually, the original question was a way to ease in one about morale, because we know food and morale are tightly related. How's the morale against you? And if you can be just a little bit honest with the problems, and also tell us how on earth you managed to sound so energetic after fighting, I assume pretty much nonstop for the past 146 days.
Yeah, well, first of all, again, we know that there's no way to retreat, and that's why it helps us keep good spirit and humor, of course. And of course, everybody in the army loves dark humor. Not everybody understands that, but yeah, that's what we do. And yeah, and of course, we are trying to support each other as much as we can, because it's important, and we are trying to understand the problems of our comrades in order to help them somehow. Yeah, so and of course, army is marching on its stomach, which is true. So yeah, our volunteers often bring us some yummies and tasties to the front lines, so we could enjoy, sweets or cakes or things like that.
Absolutely. And in terms of the morale, I have heard a lot of songs that the guys have created and lyrics while they're being in the battlefield. Do they stick with the unit? Do they go outside of the unit? Like, how creative the guys can actually go there?
Yeah, in our brigade we have a bunch of poets. We have a musician. He writes songs himself, and he plays guitar. And I think even our recon company commander has a guitar as well. And yeah, Ukraine and music, they often work together. Actually, I have a band myself, so.
We know someone who sings very well. If you need female vocals, we can get in touch with her, can't we, Verlaine?
It sounds fantastic. It sounds fantastic because what I do is basically it's a metalcore, and it's a heavy music, and yeah, I cannot sing. I cannot sing well with clean vocals, but I growl pretty well. So yeah, I think that female vocals would be great.
Starsky, wanna laugh a little bit? Ben, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was about. If you're into growling, we also have a moose who's quite good. So if you ever need something like that, we can provide. Sorry, Fräulein, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, that was fine. It's just Starsky needs to understand that occasionally I do sing in spaces. Like I do sing Ukrainian songs, sometimes English ones, and they have I don't know why they have deemed me credible enough to get that to get that part. Well, I do enjoy metalcore, so I think it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I totally support that.
Yeah, and I don't know why the requests aren't working properly. We do have people, but I can't cycle them in. I hope the host account can take a look at what's going on in the requests. Meanwhile, please don't forget to share and retweet the space we're in with Operator Starsky. And don't forget that we are supporting Maria Aid, the non-government organization. Charitable status is also present, providing all the support necessary to the troops, military aid, but not non-lethal only. Medical aid, conducting some rescue operations if needed. If you haven't heard about us, please check out information in the Nest or in the host account. We've already tried to the operator fees. So if you have the chance to help out and donate, please go ahead, and you will see that everything goes to the support that's being provided to the troops. I also have a question for the audience. I choose and why.
Hello. I think that you have glitched a bit.
I glitched. What have you heard? What was the last thing you heard?
You're a little bit choppy.
I'm choppy. Okay, sorry about that.
Do you want to hear a dare joke? Better choppy than on chopping block. So there you go. Starsky, hi, how are you doing?
Hello, my friend. Doing well. Very nice to see you here.
Very sorry to not have been there earlier, but fortunately now you have Verlaine and Doman with you, and I hope it was already a good session. So keep it going.
Thank you very much. Doing our best.
Thank you, Axel. Let's jump to JJ. Hi, JJ. Do you have a question for Operator Starsky?
I do. On the theme of morale and what you might do to decompress when you can, Starsky. You talked about food and poetry and songs. I saw a video the other day of somebody who turned their trench into a gym. And I'm wondering what else you do to relax when you have those rare moments that you can.
Oh my God, we're working out like crazy. So one specific thing about our guys is that after every deployment, they return back looking like a bunch of Arnold Schwarzeneggers, literally. So we're working out. We consume incredible amount of proteins on the front lines, and it's one of the ways, to decompress. And actually, even here in Kyiv, I go to gym, and so basically, in my case, gym and good food are those things that help me enjoy however I can.
Thank you.
And by the way, of Maria Aid, so last month I made a video with Denis Davidov, pilot of Boeing 737. He makes his updates of situation on the front line here in Ukraine. And yeah, we were talking about Mriya, and one of the things we have discussed is that Mriya can be used potentially to carry spacecraft of such companies like SpaceX and stuff. And just a week after that, Mr. Branson arrived to Hostomel, and they were discussing rebuilding Mriya and using it for this Virgin company. So yeah, probably there was some truth in that discussion, I think.
The second hull, there was a second body for the second Mriya somewhere, right? Do you know if that survived safely thus far?
I have no information on that, and I tried to contact Antonov actually and ask them about it. We don't have enough information on that second hull, but theoretically, yeah, we've had a second airframe, and probably it can be used to build another airplane. Again, this might be a slightly different airplane. I mean, probably it will have a ramp on the back, like Ruslan aircraft, in order to to carry more cargo with bigger, let's say, comfort. And the reason, for example, why Mriya had no ramp was because it had to have its tail reinforced in order to carry that Buran, that analog of American shuttle. So yeah, it's a subject of a discussion, and I think we will have a lot of them in the future. But I believe that one thing is for sure, that Mriya will be rebuilt, because you cannot kill Ukrainian dream.
Yeah, live the Mriya. Leonard, welcome. Do you have a question for Starsky by any chance? Leonard? I hear shuffling, but I don't hear much else. Okay, I think Leonard's having technical issues.
Oh,
Leonard,
there we go.
One more try.
Can you hear
There
me?
we go.
Can you hear me now, Doman?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I just had a question for Starsky regarding the sort of the recreational aspect, or the downtime aspect that he engages in the when he's able to get away from the front. And it relates specifically, Starsky, you'd mentioned that you have a band, and I'm in Canada, and we have some familiarity here with the Bandura. And I'm just wondering if your band or any of your associates ever have a chance to pick up the Bandura, or if that is even a likely or a common instrument these days in Ukraine. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Well, the secret is that it's a one-man band at this point. I need 4 more members of the band in order to play live. But yeah, I would definitely like to have something like bandura or something like other kind of traditional Ukrainian instrument, because I think that it's gonna be a trend in the near future, in my opinion. So yeah, I think we definitely need that.
Thanks. And just one quick follow-up. Now, I have seen the Bandura and heard it played live, but it looks. I'm not overly familiar with the instrument, but it looks like it is a fairly complicated skill to pick up musically. Is that a fair thing to say, Starsky?
Not. I wouldn't say so. I mean that this instrument was used back in those days when people had like more primitive instruments. So it's not very hard to master bandura, but of course it requires a lot of practice, like with any other instrument.
Right. Thank you for that, Starsky.
And I think Toshi's here. Toshi, do you have a question or comment?
Yes. I would like to the question about rebuilding of the Muria. But I'm a follow up to the almost 5 or 6 years ago. Because of the Chinese aviation company tried to buy second airframe of the Muria, but it seems for rumor, U.S. government is tried to stopping to the sending the second airframe to China. So I think in about the secondary airframe is it able to the big wing in it is a very big point of the it is able to the big wing in of the Muria. So I think in the next is the CFRP carbon fiber wing is able to fit to the second Muria. Same as the Japanese made the F-16. We call the F2. It's using for the CFRP the main wing compared to the original F-16. So I think I hope to the rebuilding of the Muria and fly again, and truly I hope it. Thank you.
Thank you, Toshi. I think that sounds like a great idea, right, Operator Starsky? Make a new Muria, but much more modern and much better than the old one.
Thank you so much for your question. Yes, I totally agree with that, and I'm sure that we will see a much more modern airplane because, again, Muria was made in 80s using those technologies. A bunch of their flight instruments were made in Russia, by the way, so I'm sure that we will not have those on the future airplane. And I believe that we will have this airplane built using modern composite materials, and it will definitely have this glass cockpit with modern avionics. I would definitely like to see that. In my dreams, I see our country yeah, I think that such cooperation would be very, very successful for us both, for Ukraine and for those companies.
Thank you. And, Muria was, for many decades, a key cog in the global logistics machine because it was the only plane big enough to, lift the really heavy, the really big, the really outsized loads. And on the point of logistics and on the point of moving lots of very, very big things, or rather lots of very small things, in just 5 minutes, we'll be joined here by Oleg Trofilat, the CEO of Moldovan Railways, and Dan Volhin, who's the director of one of the main grain operators in Constanța port. And we'll be talking about ways by which Ukraine is managing to export wheat while its port of Odessa is closed off and blocked off by minefields and under threat of Russian missiles, going the long way around through Moldova and Romania. Just a little bit of a heads up in 5 minutes' time. Thank you, Operator Starsky. JJ, do you have a question for Operator Starsky?
I do, and I didn't hear the whole interview, Starsky, so I apologize if this has been asked, but being in communications, what are your top recommendations to the general public, especially those in places who are not as media literate? What to watch out for in terms of propaganda? It's such an important topic.
First of all, fact checking. That's important. You should absolutely do fact checking regarding everything you hear. And of course, another important thing to remember is that propaganda is the only Russia's most fearsome weapon. So, like, you can believe anything except Russian media, and we should be clear on that. Whenever Russian official is speaking on the TV, so that very moment when his lips start moving, that's the sign that he's performing combat operation at this very point. So I think that we should completely ignore Russian media, because we all understand that Russian media was the biggest reason why this war even started on the first place.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I have a very quick question. Ben has highlighted this as well. Starsky, very briefly, can we get an interview with a cook of the Georgian Legion?
I think that you have to contact communications person in Azov, because unfortunately I'm not connected with their unit, and I don't have.
No problem. Can we get can we get an interview with your cook then?
With our cook, yeah, I think we can do that.
Let's have that. Let's make sure that we can compare some notes, because as you quite rightly said, an army marches on its stomach, and Ukraine has overcome substantial challenges, and we'd really like to hear how the troops are being fed, because it matters.
Yeah, it really does. And I think Adrian has a question as well.
Hey there, Starsky. First of all, lots of respect for your work. I follow you, and as a fellow visual storyteller, I can't express enough my gratitude and love for someone who holds a gun and fights, but also keeps the camera up and shoots and documents it. Defeating the invasion is absolutely the first priority, and as many people on the space know, I am very close to a filmmaker who is shooting on the front line now, but she always says,
Air siren alert
I'm not
update.
a filmmaker now,
Michael
I'm a
AI.
soldier first. So
Odessa,
definitely a lot of respect
alert.
for you and what
This
you do.
message has been generated with
Maybe I
municipal
have a
data.
little bit of a difficult question. I'm hearing that soldiers of some units are denied, are not allowed to make donation appeals. So when they need some gear or when they need something, they can't do it themselves. They have to ask their friends, and their friends collect for themselves. It's normal, it's okay. But I'm just want to ask you, is this a policy of the Ukrainian army, or is it military in general, or is it just like probably just her particular unit commander denying her this this idea of having to make public appeals for donations for gear like drones or whatever other non-lethal gear they need?
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Thank you so much for your commentaries and for your question. So I think it's a particular individual case, because we have very, very different units in Ukraine. We have different level of training and different level of supply. in each particular unit. So I think it's an individual case, because it's very different in different units. In majority of cases, you can receive help and supplies from volunteers, and you can even, of course, write, letters
Air siren
with
alert
lists
update.
of
Mykolaiv.
things that you
Full
need,
alert.
that
Kiev
you
City.
require, like
Full
drones,
alert.
like
This
first
message
aid
has been
kits and
generated
stuff
with
like that.
municipal data.
So I think it's just an individual case here.
Thank you very much, Starsky. And again, I really appreciate your work. Keep fighting, and hope to hear you again soon.
Thank you so much. And I think that Toshi also has a question.
Yes, the Japanese government is able to supply for Ukraine about the non-military equipment, but India, in Japanese government, sending the helmet and protective gears and a sort of or gas mask. And more the medical drug and a sort of the as usual
Air siren alert
goods
update.
is able to
Mykolaiv.
send to
Full
the
alert.
Ukraine.
Kiev City.
And
Full alert.
almost
This message has been generated with municipal data.
one or two cargo planes are already to arrive to Poland. So maybe these materials are already served in front of the Ukraine. So I hope you can win and so save your life. Slava Ukraine.
Herojem Slava.
Herojem Slava. Thank you, Toshi. Thank you, Starsky, for your comments. And we have new guests. Yes, Tom?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Verlaine. Thank you, Operator Starsky.
Thank you so much, my friends. Unfortunately, I have to run.
Siren
It
alert
was my
update.
big pleasure to
Chernobyl.
be with you
Full alert.
today, guys.
Share KZ.
And
Full alert.
we'll see you later. then.
Kirovorod. Full alert.
See you later.
Kiev.
Keep it up.
Full alert.
See you
Thank you so
later.
much.
You know where
Full
to
alert.
find us.
This
And
message
stay in
has been
touch. Take
generated
care.
with municipal data.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. So we are already joined by Dan Dolgin, who's the, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, you can fix that in a second, Dan, who's the director of the cereal operations at Convex, one of the main grain operators in the port of Constanța, and has 20 plus years of experience in the grain industry. Port of Constanța now, of course, being one of the key transloading hubs for Ukrainian grain that's trying to be shipped out of Ukraine. We're still waiting for Oleg. If you are in the audience, then just please request to speak with that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen, and we will
Air
bring you
siren
right
alert
up.
update.
But in the meantime, welcome, Dan.
Full alert. Share KZ. Full alert.
Hello, I greet you all. I hope you can hear me.
Full alert. Zhaidamer. Full alert. This message has been generated with
Yes,
municipal
we
data.
can. Okay, great. Yes, my name is Dan Dolgin. I'm the grain operator of the Convex Terminal. Convex Terminal being the terminal from which the corn, basically Ukrainian corn, went through final destination. We was the terminal which loaded the first vessel of Ukrainian corn, and we are the major point of exit for the Ukrainian corn right now. To Convex Terminal till date went more than 5,100 tons, 500,000 tons of corn, Ukrainian corn, to the final destination.
That's excellent. That's excellent to hear, Dan. One would presume that the vast majority of that grain arrived by train to Constanța, right?
Actually not. If I can make a short history of what happened, the first train arrived at the end of the March. At the beginning was the Ukrainian farmers used trains. After the Reni and Ismail port, which these are the Danubian port of Ukraine started to bring goods in it, the quantity delivered on barges by barges to the port of Constanța increased.
This message has been generated
at one
with
moment
municipal
during
data.
April and May, also there was trucks with Ukrainian grains, but to keep flowing, to keep the flow on grains on trucks is very difficult. So the Ukrainian farmers ceased to use trucks, and to date the main quantity is arriving by barges, and it's less quantity arriving by trains because there is a physical barrier on the crossing border from the Ukraine and Moldavia to Romania, because there is different gauge of the trucks, of the railway trucks. So there is, on those points, there is some physical barrier. So wagons can arrive in Port of Constanța or by switching axles of the wagons, or by transboarding products from Ukrainian wagons to European wagons, which is very time consuming. So at this moment, more than 60% of the quantity is arriving by barges in the Port of Constanța.
Thank you, Dan. So the grain will arrive generally by either truck, but often by rail, to the Danubian ports, right? Either Reniu Ismail in Ukraine or possibly Galați in Romania as well. And then it can move.
Yes, as I know, the large railway, large track of railway was opened in Port of Galați. So I hope from Giurgiulești to Galați, I hope we will see the first grains, first Ukrainian grains which will be loaded in Galați. It's not happening in this moment yet.
And then these barges go downstream on the Danube, or rather the canals that form part of the lower Danube, right? And then arrive to Constanța, where they get transloaded.
Yes, they are going down upstream from Reniu Ismail to Cernavoda. Cernavoda is an entering point in the Danube Black Sea channel, and from there they are passing the channel to Port of Constanța, and the Port of Constanța they are unloaded by different terminals. There are 10 grain terminals in Port of Constanța, from which Convex is the major one.
So all of the grain you first need to unload off of barges onto land, and then load it up on ships from land again, as opposed to ship-to-ship transloading.
Most of the grain is going by which is called indirect transshipment. So that's mean the barges are unloaded in the silos, and from the silos they are put onto the vessels. But also there is this is what is called direct transshipment. If the barges are arriving in the same time with the vessel, part of the quantity is going directly from the barges to the vessel. But most of the quantity is going directly in indirect transshipment, so it's going in the silo, and after from the silo it's going to the vessel.
Thank you, Dan. We have quite a few people here who are very interested in the logistics of getting Ukrainian grain
Siren alert
out.
update.
And
Zaporizhia.
Craig being
Full
among
alert.
them. You can see
This
that he
message has been generated with municipal data.
Western Division badge as his avatar now. Also Adrian and Vic from Romania and Moldova respectively. But I see that Oleg is in the audience. Oleg, if you can hear us, if you'd be so kind as to click the request button or accept the invite so we can bring you up and we can have a broader conversation, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
I think Oleg needs to press the cross on the bottom right, and then it should pop up. You should see it somewhere. Oh, actually, Oleg sees but he sent the request, but it needs confirmation. Maybe he needs to reconnect or something.
Yes, please, because I do not see a request, and I should be able to see a request.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
There you go. And he should be with us in a matter of seconds. Thank you, Vic.
Am I well heard?
Yes, you are. Thank you very much for joining us as well. Just for anyone listening, Oleg Tofilat is the CEO of Moldovan Railways and has extensive experience in transportation, public administration, and corporate management. A couple of years ago, Moldovan Railways under him started a very significant reform plan and sort of turned around the Moldovan Railways that, as Vic has many times said, previously went through substantial financial problems. And he actually joined us on the space a couple of weeks ago, ready to discuss the new plans. The new plans are already in action of how to get Ukrainian cargo through Moldova
has been generated with municipal data
and to the ports. So very welcome, Oleg.
Thank you so much for the introduction. In fact, I'm for a little bit more than 1 year just at the railway. So, but nevertheless, let's get to the subject. So, very good insight from Dan, what was said. Unfortunately, railway and the port of Constanța at this moment do not match so well. But nevertheless, I am glad to hear that the port is processing more and more cereals. The problem with the trains to Constanța is exactly the different gauge, but also apart from the gauge is a very long rotation and very slow processing. So our last wagons
this message has been generated with municipal data,
which is about 500 kilometers to Constanța. It took about 25 days or 28 days to return, which is absolutely inconceivable. Therefore, I think the truck operations to Constanța are much more desirable. Indeed, many traders are asking us to bring in the trains through the border just to get into Romania, and then instead of transshipment to narrow gauge wagons, they prefer to transship to cars.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
And then by truck to move to Constanța or other destinations. Nevertheless, we are advancing in improving our transit capacity towards the ports of Reni, especially Ismail, and we hope that improvements will be done at the Galați port. Because in Galați, that's really some perspective there. So last year we've been in last week we've been in Bucharest at the donors meeting on how to support Moldova, including how to support Moldova in improving its transit capacity. So we discussed about the plans for the railway capacity also. And in fact, the IFIs are quite open to help us improve the shortcomings of the network, to address the speed limitations, so that will make the trains move quicker. So we will move more tons if the trains move quicker. And we are about to improve our traction capacity by leasing in few locomotives from Ukraine and getting a fleet exchange agreement with Ukrzaliznytsia. So all these things, I think, will be able to finalize in August. So we plan to dramatically improve our capacity. What is now something of my concern is how to operate in Galați in a way that will be able to load to ships these grains which we will bring in by improving our transit capacity. The main problem at Galați is that today we are able to send there about 10 wagons a day. They cannot process more. What we feel the capacity will be there, it will be about 5 trains, which will be 250, 300 wagons per day. It will be possible to send to Galați.
Full alert.
If there would be the infrastructure to load them to ships. So my concern is that the Galați is owned by private entities, preparing an ambitious plan to invest infrastructure might be quite difficult. And also there might be the question of receiving in time all the construction permits from the Romanian authorities. But this is a story which we are just witnesses. We are not direct actors there. So that's what I could tell you for the moment. More in the discussion,
update.
please.
Rivn, full alert. Ternopile.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Oleg.
Volin,
Just a
full
really
alert.
quick question
This
from me.
message has been generated with
the
municipal
trains
data.
that are going to Reni and Ismail, are they also passing through Moldova?
Yes and no. For the time being, there are no trains going to Ismail, and all the tremendous activity in Ismail is actually by car. Although we are now in process to start the rehabilitation of the Basarabiaska-Berezino sector, which will allow trains to go to Ismail through Moldova. That might happen. So the start of the works will begin in 1 or 2 days, and the end of them perhaps in 1 month, perhaps a little bit more. It will be done by Ukrzaliznytsia. The second port, the Reni, it is reachable only through Moldovan territory, but there are not too many wagons going to Reni because it's also mostly served by trucks from Ukraine, because that is somehow quicker by the Ukrainians to be done. That's why Galatz and Giurgiuleshti is the main destination by train right now.
Thank you very much. Craig, I'm going to pass it to you because really you should be co-hosting. Please go right ahead.
No, I wish I could, but I get a phone call. Somebody calls me for work, and I just drop right off on my cell. So the question I had for you, and thank you again for taking your time out. This has been, I hesitate to use the word obsession, but it's been a focus of mine for quite some time. Is the rail and the grain transport out of Ukraine to help support the economy, but also to feed the world, as you well know. My question deals a little bit more towards the northwest of Romania, right? So obviously you have the Moldovan border, but then there's a very extensive where the Carpathian Mountains almost nearly meet the border of Romania. My question has been that there's been a lot of talk about, fixing the transloading ports there, trying to get those up to spec, and then funneling those trains down towards Constanta. Could you give us a little bit more of a kind of a detailed update as to what the progress is? It doesn't have to be specific, but just kind of a general overview into what you see in some of these transloading places, whether or not they've picked up the pace, Romania is able to invest more money into infrastructure with Western loans, that sort of thing.
Well, thank you. The northwestern part, it's not related to Moldova. It's a border between Romania and Ukraine. Of course, there are transshipment operations there, and the pace is not bad at all. The main problem is that the quantity of grains is so big that the transshipment is barely a full answer towards that. So to my understanding, the volume of transshipment is about 200,000 tons a month, which is quite a tremendous operation. But in annual terms, it is slightly more than 2 million tons, and the Ukrainians right now have 20 million to send. So my opinion is that we've got to find a few options, like sending 1 train a day to Galatz is about 1.5 million tons a year. Well, a little bit more than 1 million, to be more exactly. But we could send 5 trains to Galatz. Physically, it is absolutely possible if we do some infrastructural improvements, although it would be very difficult to arrange a contractual framework to do that. So we have We have the people to do that work. We have the equipment to do that work. I mean, Ukrzaliznytsia have them, the Ukrainian railway operator. There is a lot of land in Galatz where this infrastructure could be built pretty quickly. But
in Galatz, can you just tell us where that is in relation to, because a lot of people have trouble finding this, especially myself. But where is Galatz in relation to the Ukrainian-Romanian border? The southeast, the northwest? Just help us.
Galatz is in the southern part of Ukraine on the Danube.
There you go. Okay.
There are
just for the audience, that's all.
Yeah, there are 3 ports there, Reni, Giurgiulești, and Galatz, which are close to each other in 3 different countries.
Greg, I have more details about the operation of the northern part of Romania. Yes, now the struggle is to open the railroad on the Galatz, but still the main point of entry for wagons, there are 3 crossing points between Romania and Ukraine. These are Vadu Sireș-Cristești, Dornești and Hălmeu. This is over the mountains. Cristești and Vadu Siret are on the eastern part of the mountains, so there are no mountain to be crossed to Constanța. But the issues are the same. As I heard about the Ukrainian part, as I heard again, it's not a verified figure. The Ukrainian workers can switch 600 axles per day in all borders. That means border to Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland. 600 axles means 300 wagons. 300 wagons mean 15,000 tons of grain per day. 15,000 compared to 2 million, 20 million means that they need more than 1,000 days. They need more than 3 years to transload the quantity over the wagons by switching axles. Keep in mind that these wagons, they are not used only for grains. They are used also for coal, for iron ore. Convex is operating also for a lot of iron ore for Ukrainian providers. So the solution is to increase the speed of transboarding grains in the crossing points. The transboarding, if the switching axles means a special line to switch axle, the transboarding means only machinery. You can make transboarding from wagons to trucks or to other wagons in the middle of nowhere. You can do that with machinery. Unfortunately, at this moment, this is a lack of this machinery. Most of them been made by Ukrainian companies. And they don't have stocks to provide this machinery. So we can what I see of constant flow by wagons, but the point where the quantity can be increased is in the Danubian ports of Ukraine by barges, because keep in mind that one train means 1,500 tons of grain. The one barge can be up to 5,000 tons. And also the time to loading and unloading a barge is much lower than to process a train. So what we need from our point of view, we need that the Ukrainian ports in Danube they have to be helped by link them to railway, by give them machinery to load barges. You can load barge, you can make an installation to load barge, I guess in 2 or 3 weeks by some conveyor belts. So you can load barges basically on the shore. No, you don't need a special place to that. You can with some improvisation you can load them at the shore. So the Ukrainians have to be helped to do that on the ports, and also in Constanța port, because Constanța port was dimensioned for the Romanian agriculture, not for Ukrainian agriculture, which is 3-4 times larger than Romanian one. So we need also machinery in the port of Constanța to unload those barges.
There is
some
this message has been generated with
many
municipal
plans.
data.
We provide these plans. This what we need. We provide to the Romanian authorities, to European Commission 1.5 months ago. But this solidarity lane, which is talking about, is only on the papers. Again, Convex is the main point of exit for Ukrainian goods, and we saw nothing from this solidarity lane. Actually, Convex started to build a new point for unloading barges, because this point can be used even after the war is over. We started to invest in this unloading point of barges, which is an investment of 4 million euro. It's made by Convex, but Convex is not eager to invest more money in machinery, which will become redundant after the war is over. So we can increase the quantity which are flowing from Ukraine, but we need help.
Great.
I would just try to think that, we want to get out as much grain as we can, and I know we're focusing on Romania, but I try to, as I just look at these maps and look at everything, it's somewhat emotionally taxing, because there are lines that run through Moldova that lead right to a transloading facility at Galatia, I believe that's the pronunciation, for those that are trying to find it, Galati, that's in southeastern Romania, that there is a transloading port there, if you will, and there's also a bridge over the Danube River that will help, it's to the north of the Danube, I beg your pardon, but it leads directly into Romania. The concern that I have is with these. The concerns that I have is that, yes, barges, but also the throughput of what you can do for trucks, because you have to drive down towards that Danube transloading point, the Danube River barges, because that bridge has been blown. The Zataka Bridge has been blown several times, and the Ukrainians have already illustrated they're not going to rebuild it. And so all you can do is drive a truck, right? And my concern is, how long can you sustain that level of export with all these trucks and all that gasoline and all this diesel to maintain?
Can you hear me? Yeah. The trucks is not the solution at this moment, because starting with the end of June, the harvest started in Romania. Romania, keep in mind that is the fourth producer of EU. We have a huge quantity, is one of the main producer of wheat. We have huge quantities of grains which are arriving directly from the field, from the harvester. Actually, for the last week, the port of Constanța was blocked by a huge line of trucks with Romanian crop. And we are trying to help as much as we can Ukraine, but we are logistic companies. So, you are more efficient when you are served the shortest logistic chain. And at this moment, the shortest logistic chain we have are the trucks which are coming directly from the field, from the harvester, because you can put on hold the train on a barge, but you cannot put on hold a harvester. So at this moment, and will be the story for next month, the port of Constanța by trucks will be heavily used by Romanian crop. So what we can do continue for the Ukrainian farmers is to keep a flow of grains by trains and by barges, because at this moment these routes are not yet used by Romanian crop. But starting with August and September, we'll have also a lot of quantity of Romanian goods which are arriving to the port of Constanța by trains and by barges. So if we are doing what we are keeping our existing handling capacities, that's mean in the short time we cannot serve at all the Ukrainian farmers. So we need help to increase our handling capacities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the traders I talked to are in. So it's pretty clear that Constanța was designed to serve the Romanian economy, and they will not be able to increase the capacity too quickly. And then is the redundancy question, what we do with the big investment after the war is over. That's why I pointed out to the Galați port, because after the war it could clearly serve the Moldovan economy as a port which is very close to Moldova. And furthermore, it will be an additional outlet for the Ukrainian barges, because, well, frankly speaking, Ismail was also not designed for grains initially. It was designed for ore, and now they are shipping tremendous quantities of grain, by my information, even though they are not connected at all to the railway. So what happened? What is the problem in Reni? It is quite difficult to invest in something in modernizing the portuary facilities, simply because it's on the Ukrainian territory, and that's the war perils. While in Galați there is a lot of land. There is practically brown field there. There are about 50 berths, so there is place to bring in the barges. And there is all the capacity to bring in the grains there. What is needed now is it is required a synergy between the financiers, the traders, and the owners of land in the port, just to build in the terminals. That's what I've seen.
I'm agree with Oleg. There is a lot of plans, but we see no actions. All financial effort is left on some companies, and it's not. These companies are pretty tired about the efforts they are doing.
Well, indeed. Indeed, the problem is that it's difficult to envisage the whole picture. That's why we tried a lot to put it on the table to the financiers, because that's a quite sophisticated supply chain of those grains towards Galați, because there are many train operators, there are borders procedures, and wagons, initial elevators, barges, bottlenecks on the Danube,
This message has been generated with
that's really
municipal
quite
data.
complex. But right now it becomes much clearer. The capacity of the Sulina branch of Danube will increase month by month. That's pretty clear. Then our capacity to bring in the trains through Moldova towards Ismail, Reni, Giurgiulești, and Galați port will also increase. If we'll invest about 50 to 60 million, we'll be able to add at least 10 million tons of capacity in annual count. So which is not bad at all, indeed. While now the main problem would be the capacity of the ports to process everything we are bringing in. Because if Moldova will add about 10 million tons, mostly through Galați and Reni, if then we'll add another 3-4 million tons through Ismail, which will be connected in a couple of months. If we improve the transshipment between Romania and Ukraine, as mentioned by them, towards something like 5-6 million tons a year, then it will become something like a 25 million in general logistic, which is clearly impressive. It might also be a double figure at the Polish border. That's how we may solve the Ukrainian problems, even at the dimensions comparable before the war, through railways and through barges.
Air siren alert update. Rivn.
Dominic, do
All
you mind if I
clear.
ask Oleg a question really quick
Ivano-Frankivsky.
before I got to drop
Full
down the
alert.
listener here? I got to get back to
Volin.
work.
All clear. Cherkasy. All clear. Kiravorov.
Craig.
All clear.
Oleg,
Kiev. All clear.
Well, go ahead there,
Zhytomyr.
Craig. I think
All
Domin's
clear.
having some audio troubles.
Donetsk.
Okay,
Full alert.
yeah, just
This
real quick.
message has been
Oleg,
generated with municipal
thank you
data.
again for sharing your time with us. I appreciate it. I know you have a lot of responsibilities. If I could just get your brief opinion on what we're talking about in terms of let's zoom out really quick and start talking about micro problems that lead to macro issues. But let's talk about the macro for just a second, the larger picture. It was mentioned Ukraine has 20 million tons that it has to export, right? So if we look at the calendar, it's the middle of July, and you're doing 200,000 tons.
Siren alert update.
Say
Rivn.
a
All
week,
clear.
a day, a month,
Ivano-Frankivsky.
right?
Full alert.
If
Volin.
we're only
All clear.
using
Cherkasy.
Constanta, if we're only
All
using
clear.
this small theater, I know
Kiravorov.
we're not. I know
All
we're
clear.
using Lithuania,
Kiev.
Poland,
All clear.
the Baltic countries.
Zhytomyr.
That,
All
that's
clear.
sort of geography.
Donetsk.
But
Full
if we
alert.
can focus just on
This
this.
message has been
If you're
generated
doing
with municipal
200,000
data.
tons and you have 20 million, then
Air siren alert update. Rivn. All clear. Ivano-Frankivsky.
We lost
Full
Craig.
alert.
Seems we lost
Volin.
him.
All clear. Cherkasy.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All clear. Kiravorov. All clear. Kiev.
Well, we're patient.
All clear.
Let's
Zhytomyr.
move on
All
to
clear.
Adrian in the meantime,
Donetsk.
and when
Full
Craig
alert.
cycles back
This
up or
message
gets
has
his
been
microphone
generated with
sorted,
municipal
we'll get to
data.
his question.
Bună ziua, Daniel. Bună ziua, Oleg. I'm so glad to have you both here and talk about logistics. I have many questions, so I'll just ask one that applies to both of you, and then I will circle around later and ask the rest. So the first one is, Daniel, what is your experience with having such a huge bottleneck of ships and Russian mines, and also having to navigate to waters that, even though they're in Romanian territory, they're still pretty close to a war zone. And on the Moldavian side, Oleg, any experiences or any concern about Russian sabotage on Moldavian railways, given the huge increase in transports? Thank you both.
So, yeah, I just talk with traders, and we are in the new world. There is no living trader which made grain traders, grain trading during the war. There is no living trader, so we all have to adapt to a new era. Regarding the mines, the Black Sea, or at least on the
this message has
south
been
from Insula Sherpilor, Snake Island, is pretty safe, excepting 2 or 3 mines which was on the drive. There is no, and as I saw, the Romanian naval forces are patrolling that area. There are no mines in the Black Sea. This is the reason that there is no vessel hit by mines. In the March, there was 2 vessels hit by shells, by Russians, but not by mines. So Black Sea is pretty safe. Again, I repeat, south of Snake Island.
All clear. Venetia. All clear.
Yeah.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
If you allow me, if it's then is it all about the mines? So I could tell about sabotage.
Yeah, please.
So the Moldovan railway has a lot of Russian native Russian speakers workers, and a lot of them are Russian sympathizers, perhaps. What we are doing on the political side of the things is keeping the railway improving and improving the salaries and all that stuff. So the morale in the between the
alert
railway
update.
workers is quite high
Chernivtsi.
right now.
All clear.
We did not
Chernopile. All clear.
envisage so
Venetia.
far any
All
acts
clear.
of
This message has
external
been generated
sabotage.
with municipal data.
So we we have the national security authorities which should take care about that. Of course, we added all the possible vigilance through our internal security measures, and that's all we've got to have. But frankly speaking, there were no sabotage acts encompassed in Moldova. At least I didn't hear about them. There was something mock-up sabotages in Transnistrian region, but I'm not the most professional guy to talk about that. No big risk anticipated for the moment.
Hi Oleg, it's Battle Moose here. I'm in the host account. We're going to kind of jump the queue and go back to Craig because he just came back in.
This message
and
has been
because
generated
he
with
has some hard
municipal data.
timings, he has to leave.
Yeah, thank you. Can everybody hear me? I'm having some issues.
You're great, Craig.
Okay, so I'll just be quick. So Oleg, my question dealt specifically with expanding capacity at Constanta or expanding the logistical bottlenecks that we're talking, because it's one thing to have, you know, a rapid throughput of trains, but if you don't have the capacity at the port to handle that expansive, you know, logistical
Siren alert
throughput,
update.
what
Michael
would you
Live.
focus on more? What do you
Partial
think is
alert.
more important?
Odessa.
Expanding
All clear.
capacity at the port.
This message has
or
been generated
expanding
with municipal
logistical,
data.
bottlenecks and opening those up for more rapid and more voluminous throughput?
Yeah, I think we've got to quantify everything, and in fact, not necessarily these ideas are concurrent. So the most of the barges might be loaded not in the port but on the in the sea on the reed. That's first. Second, there are smaller ships which might be loaded on the Danube ports, which might bring the grains towards Istanbul, towards Greek ports, and towards even Egypt if it's necessary. These are ships which are up to 7, 8,
Siren
9,000
alert
tons,
update. Michael Live.
which is
Partial
pretty
alert.
pretty
Odessa.
well.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
That's not a problem to have small increase, to have some increases in Constanța port in parallel. And what is important, if we quantify everything, we might see that, well, we may get 15 million tons through Danube ports. I mean, in per annum, we may get an increment about 10 million in Constanța. We may get something else. So that's how we do it. That's pretty simple. There is no one single solution, universal one, because we've got to find out solutions for about 120, 130 million tons of logistics, which ain't easy at all. And furthermore, to think about also the redundancy problem, because that's a big stumble block in the financing.
Air siren alert update.
That's a great point. Thank you so
Michael
much,
Live.
Oleg.
All
I'm going to have
clear.
to step down now.
This message has been generated
Thanks
with
so much. Thank
municipal
you again
data.
to all of our guests today. We appreciate you taking the time. I certainly appreciate it, and I will definitely be listening. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Let's go on to finance and then DriveFly. Finance, please.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you for being here. And Oleg, appreciate your taking the time and presence to inform everyone. Really broad overview question that I think might help everyone. How is both the crop coming in Moldova? I know y'all produce a lot there yourselves. And
Air
are you
siren
worried
alert
about the
update.
quality of grain
Michael
now that
Live.
a lot of it's been
All
stuck
clear.
for so long?
This
in
message
Ukraine,
has been
about
generated
the
with
quality,
municipal data.
Degradation of that Ukrainian grain.
Well, thank you for question. I cannot tell you too much about the grain quality. We are just transport operators. We transport everything that we are offered to. To my knowledge, a lot of this, a lot of the grains transported, this is corn indeed, and the corn is mostly used as animal feed.
I can answer to this problem.
Please do.
Yes, as Oleg told you, yes, most of the product is corn. We are talking corn which was harvested last year. So if they are staying for 1 month, 1.5 months on the wagons and on the barges, it's not a big problem. If it was dried well before. Keeping some wagons under the sun is safe. The problem is with sunflower, because sunflower, the Ukrainians are trying to export also sunflower seed. This can be a problem. Sunflower seed, you cannot store it on the wagons more than 2 or 3 weeks, so they have to be moved quicker. But for corn, it's pretty safe. But related to the quantity Craig spoke about, the 20 million stock we are talking only about corn from last crop. There are also huge quantity of sunflower seeds, of wheat, and the harvest will start in Ukraine in the late of July. So there will be there is the next crop which have to arrive on some storage which are already blocked with the grains.
And then just to piggyback off of this a little bit, one of our listeners is asking whether the barge transportation is adding additional complications with moisture content with corn specifically.
No, they are only if they are broken. No, the barge are completely closed against the rain.
Thank you. Let's go on to dry fly. Dry fly? Dry fly? Okay, we'll pass dry fly for a second. Adrian?
Yeah, one more question, this time for Daniel. So now it's summer, we're having a heat wave. Usually in this time, the level of the canals on the Danube is going lower. Also the Danube Black Sea Canal. So can you speak to that? How is that affecting traffic, especially given that it's a hugely increased amount of traffic? And also if you could speak to what role the smaller ports in Romania play, like Sulina, like Mangalia. Is there any way they can take off some of the weight of this increased traffic? Thank you.
All clear. Zaporizhzhia.
The water on Danube, it's a major concern for us, because keep in mind that Port of Constanța is also the main point of exit for Serbian goods. And now, because there is a historical problem between Romania and Bulgaria about the dragging the Danube in the Zimnica area, now the water level there is 1.8. So soon you can pass the Danube by on the horse in that area. But this is affecting the traffic of barges from Serbia, Hungary to Port of Constanța. Fortunately, the Danube starting from Cherna Voda, it's pretty depth. The depth is good. So I see no concern regarding the water level from Reni to Port of Constanța, even from Danube Black Sea Channel. So this is not concern. Only if you are coming from Serbia. Regarding the other points, you cannot go with barges in the Mangalia port, because it's not linked to the Danube. You can go there, I guess, with the trucks, and maybe not with the trucks, not with the wagons. But there are no grain terminals in Port of Mangalia. Regarding the Sulina, as Oleg told you, in Sulina you can make only direct transshipment directly from barges to the vessel. Also, there are no grain terminals there.
Thank you. And a quick question on, since we're talking about the Danube ports, my understanding is that if you try to go all the way up to Galatz, you can actually go there with ships larger than typical river barges. How large a ship can you bring all the way up to Galatz? And how many of those larger ships are
this message has been generated with municipal data
once it gets to the Black Sea?
That's a good question. So I was told, so I'm not a sea guy, but I was told up to 9,000 tons it's possible. However, not too many ships like that are available. And second problem is that the cost of transport is very high if the distance increases. I cannot tell you exactly how many ships are there, but perhaps if it becomes a world problem, I think we might gather all the ships necessary for that.
Thank you.
Let's just a moment to have an idea. The usual ship used in grain transportation, there are ships with capacity in Black Sea between 30,000 to 70,000 tons.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
So even the biggest ones that can go up to Galatz are much smaller than the typical seafaring ship for this.
Yeah, from one side, but from the other side, 9,000 tons is about 3 trains. And in annual terms, if we look at that, that's quite an impressive figures. About 3 million tons shipped per year, if you ship one of those a day.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to look at it, right? So we were saying 20 million tons of corn alone. Do you have a rough estimate for corn plus wheat plus sunflower plus whatever else they're trying to export, what the total tonnage is roughly?
When as we talk with the Ukrainian companies, when the war started, they have
this message has been generated with municipal
export
data.
available grains around of 40 million tons.
Okay, I see. So really, we're looking at a 50 million annually kind of number between all of them.
Yes, I don't know what is the status of the harvest right now because they cannot sow they didn't sow the corn. They sow the wheat because they are using spring wheat, and part of, I guess, 20% of their fields are under the occupation or under the heavily fire.
Air siren alert update. Ivano-Frankivsk.
Yes, of course.
All clear.
And the fact that it's
this
winter
message
wheat
has
does
been
mean
generated
that
with
actually
municipal
harvest is
data.
actually starting in a lot of parts of Ukraine now already. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's go on to Dryfly, and then to Jay, and then to Vic. Dryfly, please.
Hi, I just want to ask, first of all, I'm going to say I'm from the American Midwest. I live in an area that faces these problems almost every season. It probably won't be this year because I think we're having drought reduction in yield. But we frequently have bumper crops here that absolutely bust the bins and people are scrambling to get it out. Right now, because of the commodity prices, our elevators are just absolutely packed. Trucks are flowing like crazy from storage on farms, from farms that have been storing grain and they're trying to get ready for the upcoming season. Where I live on the Mississippi River, which is not unlike the Danube. We have a lot of barge traffic, but we also have rail traffic on both sides. So we have 2 rails on the eastern shore, we have 2 rail lines on the western shore, and then during the harvest season, both are going 24/7, hauling grain down to the Gulf of Mexico. I am about probably 1,000 kilometers, maybe a little more than 1,000 kilometers. Yeah, more than 1,000, but probably 1,500 kilometers from the ports on the Gulf of Mexico. Now, my question is, when we get in a jam, we use a lot of temporary storage. These are large temporary storage. We're not talking, small. We're talking tent-style storage systems that will hold up to 50,000 metric tons. I mean, they're big, and they'll be all over. I mean, there'll be 4 or 5 of them near the loadouts where I live when they're required. Now we have lots of permanent storage too, a lot of elevators, a lot of large metal grain bins, but they're frequently not enough in emergencies. So we fall back on temporary storage. Do you have the capability to do that? Because what it allows you to do then is to kind of surge the flow with the loadout. You don't have to have exactly the same loadout, and you don't have to dump stuff on the ground. So the machinery can be much better utilized, and it just gives the people who are processing the grain a lot more opportunity to mix the two modes of transportation. And just as another for your information, I worked in grain processing as a young chemical engineer out of college. So I actually lived this, and I know what a problem it can be when you have tons and tons of trucks coming in and you just don't have the storage for it. I worked for Archer Daniels Midland as a young chemical engineer. So I will listen to your feedback on this, and wishing you all the best of luck.
Yeah, I selected Dragonfly. I'm also chemical engineer in the food industry. So, yes, what you are proposing can be a solution for Ukrainians, because still the Port of Constanța and handling capacity of Port of Constanța is higher than the crossing capacity of the border. So we are good by exporting the grains which are arriving. But keeping in mind that the harvest will start in Ukraine, I guess these temporary storage pits can be a solution for Ukrainian farmers.
Yeah, indeed, I also think that might be a very good solution, because we have a few places where the wide gauge goes into Romanian territory. So we can do that in Galați, where is a lot of space for this type of storages. We can do that near Iași, and we can improve that near Felciu with some investments. So it means that we could maximize the quantity of the grains transported. The main problem, the main limiter right now being the capacity of the ports to transship. If we unload the wagons into temporary storages, then we can bring in more grain to Romanian territory, and then use narrow gauge wagons, use many trucks, use whatever is available, just to bring the grains to the to any port. So I think that might be a very good idea. Can we know a little bit more about this type of 50,000 metric tons temporary storages? Because I'm not sure I've seen that in Moldova.
All clear. Kharkiv.
Yeah,
all
it's
clear.
something you.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
But I was going to say there's a lot of it used in the American Midwest. I can speak absolutely to its effectiveness and to the quality of the grain that it stores if it's put together properly. And many of these storage systems can be thrown together shockingly fast. So, for example, near us, we had just an enormous bumper crop. And like I said, I live on the Mississippi River, where we're transshipping to the Gulf of Mexico that then goes overseas. And I mean, it was just all over the place. There was grain on the ground everywhere. They threw one of those very large temporary storage units together, I'm guessing in 3 weeks, 2 weeks. And it held as much as a full elevator would hold. It was just enormous. That is still there.
Update.
They still use it for fallback, even though they've added elevators to that area.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
So it's the kind of thing that your financiers may actually approve, because they will look at it as an ability to store grain and sell at better price times. That's commonly done here in the U.S. Midwest. And at least for corn and soybeans, I know that the quality of the grain is well maintained if it's dried properly. So you do not have the rotting problem you have with if you're putting grain in other less secure systems. There are a number of North American companies that offer these. They're reputable companies. Some of them are tied to multinationals like AGCO. I know that they have dealers in Ukraine. I'm guessing they have them in the EU as well. So if you're interested, we could probably send you some information through the Maria Aid people of how to reach them. I have no idea what the costs are, but I think there's already people in that part of the world that could support you and do it fairly quickly.
Yeah, it looks pretty interesting because I have a financial education, and at the first look, it is a very financially sound stuff, because it's not the problem with redundancy. I think these are temporary storages. They might be much cheaper than the permanent solutions.
Well, and they're movable. I mean, the idea is that you could take them apart again, and so if after you pile a whole bunch of them up near the port, Galatia and places like that, after the war is over, you may want to spread them out around your own country, put them near your own terminal stations. They're not that expensive, and that's what we use them for in the Midwest. I just drove by the one that's outside my town, and it's empty right now, but they were prepping it for the fall. And so because they can't always move grain through the barges as quickly as the grain comes in, they will temporarily store it there. It's stored very safely. They then work it in over the next month and a half to 2 months, or when prices suggest that they should sell, hold and sell. Sometimes in the Midwest, the price is so low because there's so much on the farm that they wait until December when the pricing is better. So there's just a lot of options for your people, and it just isn't that expensive for an elevator company or for a cooperative or even for large farmers themselves. So I just thought I'd bring that up. I mentioned it to Craig a couple months ago. We could probably help you with some links to some of the companies here in the Midwest, but I don't think you'll have a hard time finding them because they're global.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do it.
Send it across. We'll make sure that it gets to Oleg and everybody ASAP.
Yeah, do you want me to send it to you, Axel, via DM, the list of the companies?
Send it to Dorman and myself so it gets there immediately, and I'll pass it on to Oleg.
Yeah, because I did some of this for Craig a couple months ago. I just said, are you aware of these guys? There's just a couple of them here in the Midwest, but you guys may find some in the EU. I'm betting money there's some just like it in the EU.
Yeah, that really sounds a good idea.
I will do it. It'll be done today. Thank you, and I will listen.
Thanks, mate. And Oleg, quick question. Whilst we were at it, before we go to the next hands, we all have been patiently waiting. The last time we spoke, you highlighted that you were just the next Wednesday about to go and have a word with a number of people engaged in a project financing to expand capacity. How did that go?
So we had that meeting. So I met with people at the Galatz port. So I found out that there is enough land concentrated with one owner. So it is possible to develop, provided that we find the right financial solutions and we get the construction permits in time. I mean those who are about to build it, because it's in a foreign country, and it's definitely it's not the Moldovan Railway mission to build the portuary infra. So it's technically it is absolutely feasible. Then we have a donors conference for assisting Moldova in Bucharest. It was on last Thursday. On last Friday, where in fact the international financial organizations and European governments, they expressed a lot of support for Moldova. Right now is about to make the things done. That's exactly the frustration of Daniel about the solidarity lanes. It just goes not that quickly as we might like it. It's still public administration. It's not the airline industry. It's unfortunately it takes longer to take the decisions. Especially takes longer to take the right decisions. Well, we've got to live with that and insist and get the things done.
Thank you, Oleg.
Thank you.
And just for a quick clarification, so there is a broad gauge railway, a 15-20 millimeter railway across the Prut to Iași, right? And there could be possibly a storage area there as well. Thank you. Just wanting to clarify that. Let's go on to Vic, and then to Jerry, and then to Leonard. Vic, please.
Yeah, thank you both, Oleg, and to Dan for accepting the invitation to be here. I think the audience is really appreciating your insights. I just wanted to highlight something for the audience. If you want to follow a bit of what the speakers are talking about, there is the openrailwaymap.org. So if you have maybe a PC in front of you or something like this, you can follow it and understand what we're talking about. And now to my question to Daniel, it's kind of linked to what Oleg has been responding before. From your point of view, what would be something like a low-hanging fruit that can be done in Constanța in order to increase the output currently? Like, what are improvements? But from your point of view, could be like pretty easily to achieve in order to increase, let's say, the Ukrainian grain transportation through Constanța. Thanks.
First of all, my name is Dan, not Daniel. Yeah, I'm sorry. No problem. What we need, system for unloading barges by cranes or by pneumatical transportation. More pushers, because there are no enough pushers to maneuver barges inside of the port. And for trains, unfortunately, the problem is to eliminate the bottleneck on the crossing points, not in Port of Constanța. But for barges, again, cranes, pneumatical unloaders and pushers.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, maybe just a quick follow-up. By days, I've been reading like an article today about the topic, like about the area of the Danube and Constanța, and it was a comment from Borrell, the chief of diplomacy of the European Union, and I think they're kind of mentioning that they're thinking that it might be like a huge bottleneck, and the area might not be able to transport as much as expected. That's why they're putting a lot of effort into, the discussion in Istanbul, trying to, demine and things like this. Does any of you have any sort of comments? Is he right, or yeah? And any opinion on this topic? Thanks.
Hope that Odessa will be open soon, because it's the best chance for Ukrainian farmers.
Thank you very much, Jerry.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, let me just fully endorse the tent storage. I'd suggest two things: getting your approaches for trucks and transloading in place quickly, and securing that, and getting the concrete down. That's your longest lead time. Just an offer here I've already sent to Axel, a contact for grain handling equipment. The usual suspects in grain handling, Brock, might be delaying you quite a bit. The contact I've sent to Alex is a group out of North Dakota, good American Norwegians with an international footprint. They might be able to expedite grain handling equipment for you.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. It's a good point of view, but keep in mind that actually Convex silo is a North American made silo, and we need a temporary bin. I'm talking just a bin, and the delivery time is 6 months.
That temporary storage, that tent storage is ideal. And the folks that I handed off to Axel are very familiar with handling grain in tent storage, and can help quite a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leonard, please.
Thank you, Doman, and thank you very much to both Dan and to Oleg for bringing this important consideration to us to look at. And I have a question for you that maybe for both of you. I'm not sure which one wants to deal with this issue, but it concerns freight rates. And I'm in Canada. And of course, I mean, freight rates are not the immediate concern today, of course. We're talking logistics and infrastructure. But in the very near future, the issue of freight rates may well loom. And in Canada, that is such an important issue on grain transport that it literally becomes almost a constitutional debate in Canada in terms of freight rates, because we have to get our freight out of the wheat out of the breadbasket in the prairies in the west out to the Pacific coast through the Rocky Mountains. And the expense of transport is always a critical consideration. So I'm just wondering if perhaps Oleg may know this, but in terms of freight rates, are there any protocols in place presently that fix the freight transport rates of charge, or is that a matter that's totally up in the air presently, or is that an issue that the EU has addressed at this point? If you could shed some light on that, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, we are not limited right now on the freight rates for cereals, but we did not increase them significantly. So we just applied a 15% increase. From 1st of July, the previous increase was done, I think, in 2018. Provided that the fuel right now is 2 times more expensive than last year, and we have to improve our salaries and all that stuff, I don't think is really big. In comparison with trucks, we are much more competitive on fares. So we are charging about 25 euros for 620 kilometers for a ton. I think it's quite competitive for the time being. Hopefully it answers your question.
Leonard, you made an excellent point of view. Yeah, right now in the freight, I appreciate what Oleg is doing, but actually in the freight of barges, we are in the middle of Wild West. The price of the freight for barges from Reni to Constanța increased in January from 8 euro per ton to 80 euros per ton. There are a lot of sharks here, a lot of barge owners which are making a lot of money, and they are ripping off the Ukrainians because they have no power of negotiation right now. And we know that, but nobody took any measure. I expect that EU can bring here some barges, because as I know, the Dutch have huge fleet of barges which can be bring in this area, and to keep the prices low. But again, I am talking an increase of 1,000% in the last 4 months.
Thank you, Dan. And I think that's a really excellent point that you're making, right? There's a large fleet of barges on the Rhine, and the Rhine is, of course, connected to the Danube by that canal. So you could just bring them down from the Netherlands or Germany, wherever they are, down the Danube, right?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
I just have a little point to make before I go on to Adrian. Maia Sandu, the Moldovan president, just tweeted out that at the European Union Council today, more agricultural products are now going to be exported to the European Union from Moldova without tariffs. I haven't yet figured out which ones, because I haven't yet read the whole thing, but I think that's a good next step as well. And I'm guessing that will speed up some of the logistics for the Moldovan products at the borders, right? I'll take that as a yes. Thank you. Let's go on to Adrian. Adrian, please.
All right, I'll ask a question, but I'm not a logistics expert. I'm just sharing what I heard from a Romanian yesterday who works in this field, so I might be wrong. Anyway, I saw that not only rail and barges are getting to the ports, but also there is a pretty decent, pretty high amount of trucks that go to Constanța as well, and a big traffic in that direction. And he told me that usually in usual times, an importer or an exporter, they can keep a container in a port for about 5 days, after which they would have to pay a fee for every day of this time that is extra to keep the container in the port. He told me that it's about like 500 euros a day, and if you stay like 3 or 4 days extra, it already eats into your profit. And he also told me that the Ukrainian transports have a priority. So a lot of Romanian containers are staying there, and Romanian companies are taking on this extra cost of extra time. They did extend the days, he told me, from 5 to 15 or 20, but still there are many containers that are getting paid for by Romanian companies because they are not cleared by the port. Now, I might have said all of this very wrong, so please correct me, but I just wanted to, how correct is this point? And I just wanted to point out that contribution that Romanian companies and Romanians are making in prioritizing these Ukraine shipments, because there are many ways in which are helping, and this is maybe one that is not spoken about. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for the question. I'm not too familiar with what happens with the containers. We are not transporting them for the time being. To my understanding, any priority that might have been done, it might be strictly on cost or on price basis. I don't think there is a regular priority. So there is a priority set up by regulation. That being said, gentlemen, I want to thank you for this invitation, for the great discussion, for the great insights. Unfortunately, I have to leave to another meeting.
Thank you very much for joining us, Oleg. And literally anytime, we are always very interested here in talking about grains and trains, and also other parts of logistics, especially now during this war in Ukraine. I don't think that many people would have imagined that there were 300 people from all around the world, anxiously asking the head of Moldovan Railways about the details of grain transport. I don't think you've imagined likewise either. But this is the magic of the internet.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you. Have a nice meeting. Furthermore, bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Oleg. Talk to you soon. Much appreciated.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Dan, I think Daniel has more questions for you, if you do have the time.
Yes, I still have the time. I have no information regarding the containers because we are not handling the containers, but about the prioritizing, as I know, the Romanian authorities prioritized the Ukrainian trains. Regarding the trucks, because we are still receiving some Ukrainian grains by trucks, there is no actually the Romanian drivers are there is no prioritize on the trucks. I don't know what is the containers, but on the trucks, no, the Romanian and the Ukrainian trucks are treated equally.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Dan. Daniel is actually from Galați, and I think he has sea-going questions and river-going questions to ask. Daniel?
Hello, Dan. I saw past weeks the traffic on Danube, mouth of Danube in Delta, and from the Galați Brăila to Danube Black Sea Channel increased a lot. And I saw a lot of ships from Malta. I saw a lot of ships from Cameroon. And they are big ships, 110 meters. And they are cargo ships. Part of them go to Ismail, part of them go to Ren, part of them go to Galați. I thank you very much for your explanation about the circuit of the grains from the Danube to Constanța. My question is, in fact, two questions. First, if Malta and Greece love to ship Russian goods and the European Commission doesn't do anything, this affects a lot the position of the European Union before Romania. And second, if Hungarian and Serbian want to deliver their grains via sea and the Danube is not favorable to them, we must stop that. Because Serbia is a clear ally of Russia and Hungary sabotage anything to help Ukraine. And in my opinion, floating cranes and a fleet of barges from Greece can help a lot this topic. I say it not being a specialist.
So first of all, the flag you see on the vessel is not related to the real owner of the vessel. This is the reason you will see a lot of vessels with the flag of Malta, Panama, Marshall Island or something like that. It's about taxation. So you don't know what is the real owner of the vessel. Yes, there is an increased traffic with coasters. Those vessels up to 7,000 tons, which started to enter by Surina Channel, enter in the Ukrainian ports or in Galați, and they are going directly to the Turkey and the Greece, because these are for the short voyage vessel. It's unusual to go with such a vessel to Egypt, because the price of the freight will be very high, and of course you cannot go in UK with that type of vessel. So I guess we'll continue to see these small vessels which are coming in this area to take grains to go to and transport them to Turkey, Greece. This is for the fourth question, if this was the question. The second question is keep in mind that one of the largest elevator owner in the Serbia, it's one who is the major agriculture player in Moldavia. So we cannot treat a state according to his position with what is the people which are working there. We cannot block a country because their rulers have some political options or sympathies, because the people which are living there, they are trying to put food on the table, working honestly. So we cannot stop the traffic from Ukraine or from Serbia or from Hungary because of this. We are thinking that Serbia is a ally of Russia. Keep in mind again, the largest elevator owner in the Serbia is a Moldavian company.
Is a shell company or is a real Moldavian company?
It's not. Actually it's a Transoil. Transoil is a Moldavian company. It's based in Switzerland, but it's a Moldavian company.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. And thank you, Daniel. Dan, would you say that the situation, I'll put it this way, a week or two ago, we saw a very big traffic jam at the mouth of the Danube and the mouth of the various Danubian canals. That seems to have cleared up quite a lot. Would you say that this is because in the ports on the Danube, as well as in Constanța, the logistics have kind of been figured out, and that is why the traffic situation has improved? Or was this simply some sort of a backlog because too many ships arrived all at the same time, and that's why the traffic jam happened in the first place?
The traffic jam is on the Danube mouths, not in Port of Constanța. And there are a lot of vessels. Last week it was 120 vessels, small vessels, which was things we never seen before. Those vessels, most of those vessels are their owners there are the fishing. What mean fishing? They are trying to get in to load something and to transport in Turkey and Greece, because the freight again is very high. So they are preferring to stay here to wait a load, because from one voyage they are making the money which they made in 10 voyages 3 or 4 months ago. So most of those vessels are on that area waiting to catch some transportation.
Understood. So they're basically waiting for the right opportunity. They're placed roughly in the area where there's going to be possibly some business to be done. They're just waiting for that opportunity.
Yeah, if you are talking about money, about a lot of money, we can wait. you can lose or you can hit the jackpot.
Understood. Thank you. One more question about the port of Constanța. There was a lot of things said about the railway situation in the port of Constanța and the railway yard being sort of kind of disused. Lots of old rolling stock being parked there. How bad is the situation, and are there any signs of improvement?
There is an extensive work right now in Port of Constanța. They took out part of those old stock. They are rebuilding the railways. So there is extensive work in Port of Constanța right now. But we are talking about an area of waiting for wagons. There's still a problem with connecting the Port of Constanța with hinterland, with the area, economical area in which is on his work of business of work. So we need to improve the connection between Port of Constanța and the rest of the rest of Romania. But yes, in Port of Constanța, the situation is improving fast.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to Vic. Vic, please go ahead.
Hi, Dan. I have a question about maybe from your point of view. Does Bulgaria has any role to play in the transportation of the grains? And what is your view on this part? Like the Varna port, right? Any comments? Thanks.
There is still, as I know, there is a quantity of Ukrainian grains which are going directly to the Bulgaria. From there, I guess they are transported by trucks to the Varna port, but it's a long and very expensive chain of logistics. Bulgaria can help in transporting of the Serbian and Hungarian goods, because right now again the water level of Danube is very, very low. But again, here is an historical argue between Romania and Bulgaria, because Romanians want that Danube to be dredged on the Bulgarian part, and Bulgarians, because Romanians are reliable on the barge transportation, Bulgarians want more bridges over the Danube, because the Bulgarians are rely on the transportation with trucks. So I guess this was not settled in the last 10 years. I guess will not be settled in the next month. But yes, Bulgaria can help on transporting other grains not from Ukraine.
Just to jump in, hi Dan, thanks for being here. If everyone could retweet the space and let everyone know we're here, Maria Report. We have Dan from Romania. Also, has anyone just jumped in to say anything about Gazprom, Doman?
No, not yet.
Okay, so Gazprom has invoked a force majeure clause in its contracts between primarily Germany and perhaps two other European countries as of today, about 2 hours ago. And what that means is they are laying the groundwork to not supply Germany with any oil, anything that comes through Nord Stream 1. Effectively, some diplomats, I just got off the phone with one fella over there who said they think this is going to be this is their trump card, the weaponization of gas, and it looks like they're going to try to cut off Germany off Nord Stream 1 altogether. I'd like to know, Dan, if you'd heard about this, if you want to address it really quickly, because it's a very important topic, and it's it's one of those things. If they didn't do it at the beginning of the war, you knew that the Russians were going to hold this out over Germany. What has it changed, Dan? What do you think?
Yeah, it's very bad news for European economy. It's not affecting directly Romania because we are not we have enough gas. But the problem is that the gas is not used only for heating or for energy, but it's used on the chemical industry as raw material. So this is a very bad news for the chemical industry of Germany, which is quite big.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's shocking. I mean, the truth is, it's something that it might have a positive effect in the long run, though, because it might rip the Band-Aid off. Germany might not have a choice anymore, and the gauntlet is thrown down. I think maybe Axel, if you want to address it. So this is big news. So right now, Gazprom has officially announced they're invoking a force majeure, a clause which allows it to wiggle out of its contractual obligations to its customers, namely Germany. It's very, very serious, and they've cited extraordinary circumstances as the cause. So it seems like it doesn't matter if it's a turbine from Canada, and it's kind of what the Europeans wanted to prove, that this turbine didn't make a difference. It was just Russia saber rattling with oil. It doesn't affect Romania, as Dan was saying, directly, but it certainly affects all of Europe. So it's a very interesting point. I don't know if Axel or Domen want to jump in there, or Stratina. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
So shall we look a little bit more deeply into it over the next 10-15 minutes? And in the meantime, we can have Aline continue on with the grains in the port of Constanza, and then we can maybe have a little bit more of an informed take.
Sure, yeah. I don't mean to stop the flow. Go ahead, Stratina. Just keep it in the back of our minds.
Thank you very much. I will ask if there are any barges friendly from other countries, because I have someone in the Romanian barge industry, and he told me that there are some friendly countries up the Danube, which of course is not Serbia or Hungary, but others. There are no, or some, but not enough.
No, there are barges not only from Romania. There are from Slovakia, Serbia, Bulgaria, Ukraine. There is a lot of barges from Ukraine. Actually, on all the countries near of Danube, of lower Danube, have barges on this area.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to say the countries, but yes.
Just a moment to finish, because I told you also earlier this. We need Dutch barges because they have a huge fleet of big barges.
And I'm also
like big barges, and I cannot lie. Sorry.
I'm also from my mother's side from Galați, and I want to ask: do you think any local political troubles? Because I know how the Galați politics are, or do you know anything?
No, I'm not familiar with politics in Galați.
Yeah, that question would have been more easily answered by Oleg, because he obviously has been with both the port as well as the administration and a number of investors at Galați. But we can definitely reach out to him yet again, because I'm sure next week he's going to be back with us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
next person can ask the question.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Dan. Let's go on to John Howarth, and then to Thanos and to Shipmate. John?
Thanks, mate. Well, I'm sorry, but I think this is fantastic news. Putin is forcing Scholz to make the policy decisions that he lacked the testicular fortitude to make himself. He's going to be forced to switch back on the 3 nuclear power plants that have been turned off, and not turn off the 3 that are waiting to be decommissioned. No, this is great, and now they have to get all of their poop in one sock before the winter, and there's no choice. And in any sane world, this should be the end of Olaf Scholz. So we'll see what the German political establishment and German public do. But I mean, this should be curtains for him, which is good news for Ukraine, and frankly, good news for Europe.
Also, the way to look at that is, one of the things to consider, which is pretty interesting, is that obviously this is a calculus that Putin's been looking at since the beginning of the war. Right? Why give Germany all this gas? Why do it? Obviously, the money was worth it, and I think HIMARS coming in, and I think what the Ukrainians are able to do to them now, I think that's a tipping point. I think that's where Russia's realized, crap, we better stop doing this, because we need to screw Germany up real quick. They could keep them on the fence, but obviously it has the other effect. Well, it forces Germany's hand. Like, no one in Germany is going to sit there and say, let's be great to Russia. They just cut off our oil and gas. It's very shocking, and in a way, although I feel bad for, obviously it's going to mess up issues for them, but if that cuts off funds for Russia, that's fantastic. Any follow-up, John?
Well, we now touched upon the topic already. Let's just put it this way. I think John is right. And Putin made the same mistake yet again, as with the turbine, and that is he overplayed his hand.
100%.
Guys, if we finish the discussion about grains, I want to back on my business.
No worries, Dan. Sorry, apologies. It's just that it's very, very pertinent at the moment to the strategy. We apologize. Let's do the following. Given the fact that we've gone through the segment, I would really like to follow up on this as well, Dan, if you have a bit more time in the coming days, because we have more people interested in the logistics in the region, and we've had a lot of questions already. Do you think there's a possibility that we can set up another segment in the coming days whenever it is convenient for you? We also had an expert from Odessa who couldn't participate today, and we'd really like to bring you all together.
That's great. Yes, that's great. Yes, if I knew on time the new meeting time, I can manage.
That's excellent. Then what I'll do is we'll keep in touch. I'll give you a message, and then we'll set up another time and date. And because this has already been exceptionally enlightening, and we've had very good feedback. I don't know if Friday is any good for you, but maybe you want to pencil something for Friday.
Well, let's coordinate it offline with Dan. Let's not put him on the spot. Right?
No,
and I think,
I know that the other guys are already sending me messages in parallel for Friday, so keep that in mind, and we'll do this offline.
Popular. I cannot lie. I want to do this again, and maybe we'll do an intro, big barges with Dan. Is that good?
Okay.
Oh, it's awesome. All right.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Are there any questions for Dan now? Like any last-minute questions here? Anyone? If the shipyard, or maybe we'll jump to them real quick. Do you have a last-minute saved rounds for Dan on barges and all that we were just discussing there? Shipyard or 76? Just go ahead.
I'm guessing neither shipmate nor Thanos had a Constanza-related question. Again, Thanos, did you? No,
Dominzai, sorry. Mine was a unrelated.
Hand.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. No worries. Shipyard. Shipmate.
I think shipmate might be having technical difficulties. Again, thank you very much, Dan.
It's shipmate. Yeah, I just got on about 30 minutes ago. Listened to the conversation. It was great. I just have a quick message. I think from a week of reflecting and seeing, what the people of Ukraine and the world have done and the lessons to be learned here. I was extremely proud and inspired by the Ukrainian people during the preparation before the unjustified invasion, and I would call it genocide.
Hey, shipmate. Dan, is this a question for Dan? Because he's got to go back to work, so we want to be respectful. Just wait one. Thanks. Dan, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll hope to see you real soon. Axel will arrange a time convenient for you.
I spoke with Axel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Speak to you soon.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, no worries. Okay. Thanks so much for Dan and Constanza. Amazing. Hope to have him back soon, learning a little bit more about how things can operate and work whilst the Russians fiddle around in the Black Sea. Hopefully, Romania can have some supporting fires for Ukraine and its efforts to move stuff. And on that note, you were talking about being inspired by Ukraine.
Right, when I was watching all the videos of the preparation before Russia's unjustified invasion and genocide of the Ukrainian people, watching the community and the people putting together the cocktails and the sandbags and the tractor pulling, right? Like, I just feel like there's such a lesson to be learned here, not even just about war and how now communities going, what are we that I can contribute and help with. I just want to say this because, in America, there's a huge shortage, and I'm sure everywhere in the world, of healthcare workers and law enforcement and public service workers, and I just can't help but to think if we were in a situation as Ukraine is in, if we would be able to pull together, which I have confidence we would. But I just wanted to make a quick comment and just bring up the fact that, in today's world, I think we have to do a lot better of looking at our communities and figuring out what we can do to best help. Not to say that our governments can't help us, but I think it's very obvious that now our governments are needing extra help. And in social work, my profession, there was a phrase that I have understood, and that is when community can no longer handle the issues and problems we have, that results in government intervention. And now I'm seeing the opposite. Now I'm looking at when governments cannot do for the people, the communities now have to do what the government cannot. So I just wanted to make this quick point and give a little bit of insight of the reflection that I've gained from the Ukrainian people and what community means and grit means and hard work and love and passion. So that's all I really have. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. That's Shipmate and Ukrainians inspiring himself and others. Thank you so much. 76, you're up, and then we're going to go back to John. If he's still here, we're going to talk about Gazprom shutting her down indefinitely. No more gasolina. Go ahead, Thanos.
Wow, how do I follow that one up and still remain even somewhat interesting? Because I'm now totally good to hear. All right, well, hey, real quick, let's keep it brief. There's a lot of good intelligence to be gleaned from folks who are in theater and are able to get video and timestamp the video of Russian forces moving about Ukraine or on the periphery in Belarus or in Russia or really anywhere else. It helps give not just the civilian populations and the militias a good idea for targeting, but also, believe it or not, does help intelligence agencies as well. That being said, the inverse is true as well. I understand that we're trying to demonstrate, hey, look, the French are moving this, or hey, look, Germans are moving stuff for Ukraine. We don't need that. A simple tweet saying, hey, in unspecified area, I saw, stuff moving, great sign, supporting the effort. But when we're taking live video and then tweeting it immediately, demonstrating a convoy, a direction that something is traveling, and a good video laydown of exactly what's moving, that is only helping enemy targeters. And I understand that there's an interest in sharing, being a part of, the team and everything else, but you're actually helping the bad guys with that. And I think we need to start kind of spreading that message that, just like loose lips sink ships, you can paint a target on a convoy or a most likely staging area that stuff is going to be moved over from, Western rails onto Eastern rails. So, just for the future, kind of a PSA, let's start putting that out there within the OSINT community, that works both ways, just like tracer rounds, and it's something that we do not want to be encouraging in the future. Thanks.
Yeah, right. You couldn't follow me on that. No, I'm just kidding. No, that's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, the writing's on the wall for Putin. I think everyone sees that now. I don't know if CJ sees it, leading the way, of course. But I think this is a really, really, it's almost like a pooper get off the pot. And I think this is a moment which will help define and shape the future, probably bring things to a head quicker, because time is what is not on Ukraine's side. Russia's obviously attempted to drag this out as long as it can because it wants to hurt the world. Global food security, oil and gas prices. The more amount of damage that Russia does, the Russians figure that will translate into a declining support for Ukraine, maybe even declining HIMARS that reach out and say hello to all of its precious toys. Let's go ahead. CJ, did you want to talk about the gas?
I mean, I guess, reading through the article and everything, it seems like it's still a long way off. In your conversations, Yehuda, did you kind of get a timeline of what the next step is with all this?
Yeah, I spoke to one fella. Said he thinks the Russians are just going to cut it off very shortly, as in surprise, MFs. So they're starting to panic right now in Germany for sure. So I don't know. Oh, did you hear? Did you hear what I just what I repeated in my news reading?
Yeah, no, no, I did, and I just wonder, is Russia threatening to do this with any other countries in Europe?
Yes,
or just
yes, we don't know yet. So there's, I think there's a minimum of 3, Germany being 1. I don't know how they'd cut off gas to 3 and not the rest. I mean, if they all come from Nord Stream, but Nord Stream 1 is looking to be shut down. So I don't know what the status of the turbine is, whether it matters, whether it's in Germany, whether it's on a plane or a boat. It's not on a train, that's for sure. But either way, invoking this clause and saying we're doing it, that's enough to hit markets pretty hard in Germany. I wonder what will happen tomorrow when the markets open. Food for thought, John and No Hero.
Hi, Yehuda. What you said, my conclusion from this declaration of force majeure by Gazprom is that the regime has concluded that time is not on its side. And they're going to go all in to try and force a crack in the alliance now, which doesn't appear like it would be successful, but I imagine it would put a lot of pressure on the Ukrainians to accelerate their timetable for some sort of counteroffensive. And along those lines, I'm curious what everybody's thoughts are about the location of that, whether it would be a Dnipro crossing or something south of Zaporizhia. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, John. Actually, he was next, but go ahead. We'll take John now.
Thanks, mate. I mean, just following on from what you said before, we had a little switcheroo for a minute. I mean, this is pure desperation. Obviously, this is a strategic weapon for Russia. It's their ace in the hole, and it's something that would logically have been played when the weather was terrible and the need for gas was the greatest. And that indicates that they're under real pressure now. The problem is that he's still working from calculations whereby Germany makes the political weather in Europe, and pre-February 24th it did. Now, to be honest, Germany, the leadership of the German government has been spaffed up the wall. Very few people take them seriously. Certainly, nobody else in Central or Eastern Europe is going to listen to them. So even if Scholz does start screaming and shouting, everyone's just going to turn around and give him the finger, I think. And yeah, I mean, there's been other stuff today come out where he's spoken to industry representatives and said that this is Putin, sorry, that their tech industry is basically being wrecked by sanctions. So militarily, they're screwed. Economically, they're increasingly screwed. They're using the one effective weapon that they have remaining in a non-military sense at a time when Europe is absolutely baking. I mean, this is them in the shit, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, 100%. I think the reason why I interrupted our friend Dan, and I apologize, because this is actually really big news, and I'm surprised that it's not being heralded a little louder on the news in general, because this opens a lot of doors, not just for Ukraine, but it almost forces those very ingenious Germans to figure a way to come up with a solution. And I don't think it's just rationing. I think there's more to it. I'm not sure if I was Russia.
No, completely. But this is what I was trying to say before.
I don't know. Did I drop or did he stop?
No, John cut out. I'll drop John down real quick. Let's get to CJ in the meantime, maybe. What do you reckon?
I think Jerry was up, actually. Jerry. And let's go Jerry and CJ.
Thanks, Ehud. Just a little insight here. Markets are reacting neutral on this news. BASF, which I track, has no short plays. And as a matter of fact, they're seeing a little bit of a bump out of this news. So
Do you think tomorrow morning? Do you think the fact that it was announced when markets closed in Europe has something to do with it, or no?
it's just U.S. market, and BASF is neutral, really for the main on this. So it would appear that it's already priced in.
Interesting. Yeah, I wanted to go to you because I knew you. Oh, CJ
Maybe
dropped.
finance can offer a little more insight. I don't track securities as close as I track commodities.
CJ, come back up. What happened to CJ? All right. Well, yeah, I wanted to go to you. I know you're in that world, so sorry about that, Doman. I just wanted.
We have John back there.
Have CJ respond.
Yeah, just drop me. I'll drop back up.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know where I dropped off, but the bottom line is that this is much bigger than gas. This should bring down the German government, and that's obviously huge. I can't see the German opposition, even the Greens, potentially looking at Scholz's policy and saying, you've done all right here. As I said before, I don't know if you heard it or not, this is Neville Chamberlain levels of failure on Scholz's part. And that there are going to be consequences.
I don't know if Scholz's government collapsing is the best thing in the world for Ukraine or for Europe, is it? I mean, couldn't this just be the clarion call to wake up and try to figure out what to do or how to circumvent this? I don't know. If only we had a German in the panel who knows a lot about the economy. It's been quite quiet.
Axel dropped too.
Oh, never mind. Forget Axel. What does he know? All right. Sorry, you said Vota.
Vojta, ahoy.
Go ahead, Vota.
Vojta, we hear your background noise, but not your voice.
He's on the metro. He's on the metro.
I forget I have still my hand raised. I just wanted to mention that the Czech Republic, where I'm from, is actually having also the gas from the Nord Stream 1, the majority of the gas. So I guess we will be screwed too. So let's see. We are trying to get some supplies of gas from other sources, but we were 95% dependent on the Russian gas, so it will hit us too. That's all. Thank you.
No, look, Russia using gas as a weapon. I'm sure they're going to have lots of friends in the future. So Russia wrote the book, How to Win Friends and Influence Others by Russia. Let's go to Christian.
Thank you. Since we're talking about Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2, we might have to actually look.
It's
one, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Just Nord Stream 1, yeah, of course, because Nord Stream 2 was stopped a while ago. But the point is, the largest chemical company in Germany, BASF, has, let's see, how much stake does it have? It used to have with Wintershall Holding like 15.5 into Nord Stream 1. And basically, in the first quarter of 2022, it actually knocked a lot of profits just because of Nord Stream 2. So basically, in my opinion, I think BASF is going to go down the drain in the next years, to be honest, because it used to rely heavily on Russian oil and gas. So that's a really good.
Just get gas from somewhere else, and why does it have to be Russian?
Oh, because they invested so much money in it. In Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, they had the prices, dumping prices. Russia has practiced dumping prices with Germany for a long time now. So that's why they're not competitive, to be honest.
I hear you. And it's not subsidized by the German government, some of that investment? I thought a lot of it was.
A lot of that, yes, it was, but BASF as well, by Wintershall at first. And I see as well E.ON, ENGIE, and a lot of other companies like Holland and Italy and so on. But basically, the biggest knock is gonna Germany's gonna get the biggest hit from this. Of course, you already knew that, but in numbers, like huge.
Yeah, 100%. So again, we're talking Gazprom invoking force majeure clause in their contracts with Europe, primarily Germany. We suspect Czech Republic and another country, a third country at least, will be cut off. Nord Stream 1. They've cited extraordinary circumstances. This has a big geopolitical impact. It might also force Germany into doing other things that it hasn't done because it has nothing else to lose anymore. If they cut off the gas, then what stops them from giving Ukraine the things it needs to prosecute a war? Who knows? And so, yeah, retweet it if you want. There are a few articles out about it now. Why don't you go take a look if you can? We'll throw it up in the nest. Go ahead, John.
John, before you go, just one little note. Thus far, there was a mandatory minimum that all these countries had to pay to Gazprom for gas even when it wasn't delivered. I think that at this point, that is the one thing that finally goes out the window, because if Gazprom is the one stopping deliveries, there's no more of that mandatory minimum, I think. Sorry about that, John, please.
No, it's all right, mate. And I don't know if that's take or pay like all contracts on the gas side or not. But what I was going to say, Yehuda actually said, is this a good thing for the German government to fall? I mean, I'm not an expert on German domestic politics by any means, but I trust Axel. And Axel has been saying for ages that what needs to happen is that Scholz needs to be forced out of office. And this could be the thing that does it. I will take his judgment on this one. So in that respect, I think it could be a really good thing.
Good point. Doman, over to you because I got to answer some things. You're welcome to Alona. Alona is a Ukrainian who's often comes to our space. Thank you for being here, and over to Doman.
Thank you, Huda. I mean, at this point, this will be a breaking point for the German government. It has to be, right? If anything, they're going to be particularly angry now. It's unlikely that they will, collapse onto themselves. And yeah, I think it's a really interesting situation now for Germany. It's kind of a put up or shut up moment for them, and they've been finally forced into this. If you remember 3-4 months ago, we've all been talking about what's going to happen first. Is Europe first going to ban the imports of Russian energy, or is Russia going to turn off energy for Europe? And specifically, and most importantly, is Russia going to turn off the one big geopolitical hammer, I guess, that it holds over Europe and especially Germany, and that is the supply of gas, because that's something that's a little bit more difficult to replace quickly from an infrastructure perspective. And anybody who had their money on Russia turning it off first, I guess, gets to collect. We have Mikhail with us. Mikhail, you're from Germany, right?
Yeah, I am.
What do you think?
Hi, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, yes, I'm from Germany. I'm a German Green, actually, and I really don't think that it will let the government fall, because they're in office since November, and a lot of the huge dependency Germany has really comes down to the work of the last governments, mainly from the conservatives, and they are now pushing for nuclear and a lot of those things, and to act quickly. But actually, it's kind of false, because they are the ones who actually did this and did the way this is. So I don't think so. It can a lot of can be blamed on the conservatives, and that's where the discussion goes in Germany between those parties, and the conservatives. They try to, but they don't really have a say in this, because there's so much. They really did a lot of this issue. It's their fault, because they created the dependency, and also the Social Democrats. But yeah, that's my take on it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I find it very funny when this tries to become a German domestic political issue, because this goes back to about 1960s. Early 1970s at the very least, and every single party that was ever in government pursued the same policy that snowballed into, what Ukraine is paying for now, but also what Germany is going to be paying for now. So it's not like it's one party or another. It's all the parties together working in concert, and that's true for the shutdowns of nuclear energy, and that's true for the increasing dependency on German natural gas. So it's very much a collective blame for anyone who's ever been in government. John?
Thanks, mate. Well, for years and years, Germany's allies, I think there were 13 countries that were petitioning and pretty much begging Germany not to go through with Nord Stream 2. And I know Nord Stream 2 isn't on, and Nord Stream 2 isn't what they're talking about switching off. But the whole point was that Germany's energy dependency on Russia undermined the security of the rest of the alliance. And the Germans wouldn't have it. And what happened. Ukraine was invaded. Obviously, they were all proved right. But the attitude from Germany since then has been, oh, well, yeah, you were all right, never mind. We're not going to pay the price for our own mistakes. Everybody else is going to pick up the tab. That's now going to be turned on its head. And I think there's a German word for it. But maybe, yeah, I'm joking.
No, but really, sorry, Michael, but the Greens don't have clean hands here either. The Nord Stream 1 was agreed under the second Schröder cabinet still, and Greens were a part of that coalition still. So it's everybody's fault for decades and decades back.
Yeah, but if you look at the history, it's not equally everybody's fault. However you want to see that there needs to be a transition to clean energy, it's you cannot just transition away from something and not to something. And there were a lot of plans for renewable energy that were hampered by the conservatives, and not and that's just the fact. And when you look at, for example, the solar industry died in Germany under the conservatives, and also huge parts of the wind industry. And just some weeks ago, one of the last turbine manufacturers in northeastern Germany went to India. So I think of course you can say that everybody played a part in that, and that's true, but it's not equally. And for example, the Greens were the only party that in last November that really and also before focused on that. The dependency on Russian fossils is a huge issue, and so it's hard to see this equally. Everybody has its part in it, yes, especially since Nord Stream 1 was in, the Greens were in that government. I see that, yes.
And just to clarify one more thing, sorry, Mikhail, I'm going to be piling on your party a little bit because I'm not German and I get to, but I'm also piling on all the other ones. So it's not just the one that you belong to. I would just like to harken back to the words of Radek Sikorski back in 2005 when he was the Polish defense minister, later foreign minister of Poland. Excellently well-educated man. Went to a lovely university, excellent university, forget which one. But, at the time he compared this to the second Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, and everybody in Berlin laughed at him. The entire German government, the German opposition, everybody else. And in Brussels and in Moscow, and he was completely correct in that. It's not as though the successive German governments over the decades were not warned about this. They were. They were warned by very serious, very sensible people, be it Radek Sikorski, be it Hendrik Ilves, the two-time president of Estonia, be it whomever else. I would also very briefly note the Greens co-signed together with the rest of the German politicians the closures, the premature closures, the unnecessary closures of nuclear power plants all across Germany, including the ones that were disconnected from the grid a few months ago, and including the planned disconnections of the ones towards the end of this year. Everybody was in on it, and that was just as destructive. Let's jump on to Christian, and then Aliona, and then Imperius. Christian?
Thank you, Doman. I do have a following question for Michael, since I've got the German person to ask. So I'll start with this. In 2014, the energy security strategy of the European Union went out and said 66% of natural gas comes from imports, most of it from the Russian Federation. 2009 as well. There's a lot of data on this. So in 2014, it was just talk about Nord Stream 2, if I remember correctly. How could, after the energy security strategy, how could the German government and the European Union continue with Nord Stream 2? And another question, how much influence do you think BASF has on the German government in general? Not talking about a specific party or that party. Thank you.
Who has influence? Come again.
BASF. I don't know how to pronounce it.
The chemical company. Yeah.
The chemical company. Yeah, the largest one in the world.
Company. It's
yeah.
Ginormous.
Yeah.
BASF. BASF.
Well, I cannot say to all of this, but it's. I mean, it's a big question how that was possible in security context, and it was a huge mistake. Yeah, I can just agree. It was it's not
and it's
comprehensible.
all the Greens' fault. No, I'm just kidding. It's just mostly no.
You have a lot of parties supported that, and it's absolutely true that many of them are. There's this. And there still partially are. I mean, for example, in northeastern Germany, in the head of the federal state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Schwesig, she created this foundation that secretly funded Nord Stream 2, and it called some kind of ecology foundation. So that's what she's a social democrat, and yeah. So there's a lot of people.
So basically, everyone, a lot of these bigwig politicians, including the Honorable Mr. Schroeder, all were shilling for Russian oil and gas quietly or openly for a long time, and now Germany is in a pickle. Quelle surprise! Alona had her hand up. Let's go to Alona, and then we're gonna go through the line here. Alona.
Hey guys, very interesting conversation today that I probably shouldn't participate in because I'm not actually been following what's happening in Germany recently, but I guess I have a bit of a philosophical question today to ask themselves for everyone. Whenever I kind of discuss or bring up any concern about something, if it's in relation to a certain person, the argument that comes back quite often is that you should not be making things personal, right? And that's fine. I can understand how something can look like a personal attack, even if it's like a well-known politician. And by the way, I'm not referring to anything in particular. It's just something that I've been thinking about, and so I just wanted to hear everyone's thoughts on it. And then, if I do the opposite and kind of assume a responsibility by a certain group of people, then it's also often seen as unacceptable. So, because basically you make, you make like a blanket statement, right, about a group of people. And so what I've been thinking about the last few days is like, how do you then keep anyone accountable for anything? Like,
We're talking about the Germans. We're talking, right?
No. I'm not talking about Germans. I'm talking about each and all of us, like every of us. I think, personally, like I feel guilty all the time, and maybe this question comes from this sense of guilt that I have in myself. But like, I'm just trying to understand, like, why do many people these days have a problem with like accepting responsibility for something? Because we cannot solve a problem until we acknowledge that it exists, and a lot of problems came out from people, all of us, making wrong decisions, taking wrong steps. And so how do we like solve a problem without acknowledging that our actions have consequences, and that there is prices to be paid for that. And I'm not speaking about Germans. I'm speaking about like each and every person in this room and on this planet. You know.
I know.
I
All
think
right.
M's the man.
It's definitely a personal responsibility. Maybe people are fragile. I don't know. But listen, we do have Herson Cat in the room, and I don't mean to park that question, Lana. We can circle back when we're talking about that. It's just that he wants to talk about the strikes on the dams currently. Right now, Herson Cat wants to speak about strikes in the dam and other port facilities, and he'd like to come up and do that. So, Alona, I'm sure you wouldn't have a problem with an update on the strikes right now, do you? You're good with that? Because I'm interrupting you.
Sure.
Yeah, right. So we have special, it's not just any Kherson Cat, is a special one. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, hi to everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Special Cat. What do we know? What happened?
So what we know, at first,
So start with
this thing which happened today at 5 a.m.
Hello. Start with telling everyone, because not everyone knows who you are. Could you just roughly say where you are and who you are? Just introduce yourself and just tell us where you are, please.
Yeah, okay. So I am now in Vinica. Basically, like I'm usually a resident of Kherson, and I've escaped from the occupied territory in the beginning of June, and evacuated from the occupied territory to Vinica. But I still have like a bit insights from what's happening in occupied territory, and because I'm coming from the Kherson region, I'm monitoring the situation in Kherson frontline more closely, like paying more attention to it. So it's short about who I am.
All right. I don't know. Was it language, Imperius, or Imperius in language, and then finance, and or who was next?
You could. Let's please have Special Cat explain what happened today, just so we have an outline of what's going on.
My apologies. I thought he was asking. Okay, go ahead.
No, Special Cat. What happened today on the dam at Nowa Kachowka?
So at first, before the strike on the dam of Nowa Kachowka, we've seen that at 5 a.m. there was a strike on the two objects, also close to Nowa Kachowka. It was the Ammo dam, which you've seen like this big explosion, and in Bereslav. In Bereslav, it was something like more like a headquarters or something like this. And like an hour ago, a couple of hours ago already, there was a strike on this accumulation of equipment on dam, I think, which is located like not on the dam but next to it. There's a place where Russians have accumulated equipment, like even before the first strike which occurred in Nowa Kachowka. And also before it, the Russian air defense system were working. People think that Russians have launched 3 rockets to counter the attack. But as we see, it looks like they have not managed to shut down rockets, and a Ukrainian missile has reached its target. So basically, the dam itself is intact, and it happened like to the side of it. So there's no no possibility that the dam is broken and it's like still functional. It's everything okay. So usual people have nothing to worry about.
Thank you, Special Cat. Let's go on to maybe Imperius, and then language, and then finance, and then Nick. How does that sound? Imperius.
I actually had some questions for Mikhail, so if anyone had something relevant to the dam strike or for Kherson Cat, I would defer to them first.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go back to the energy stuff in 10-15 minutes. Language?
Yeah, so when you say that part of the dam was this the area where the Russians have been basing out of on the south side of the dam, or was this actually physically in Nowa Kachowka?
I do not know what, like, it was a little bit to the side of Nowa Kachowka, maybe on on the edge of Nowa Kachowka, let's say so.
Okay, so this wasn't on the actual concrete big structure on the southern side of the dam. This was somewhere closer to the actual coastline, if you will.
If you will see like closer on the map how the dam of Novokakhovka looks like, you'll see like there is like a piece of concrete dam and like extended land pieces from from dirt from earth, which come inside of a river. So the target was hit on this extended ground thing, which was like built. So the concrete dam itself was not damaged. Like the strike was on this ground target.
Thank you, Special Cat. By the way, I put the pictures, the satellite photos that you included up in the nest so other people can see them as well. Finance, I'm guessing you want to speak about energy, right? Rather than the dam?
I would like to hear a little more about the dam before we talk about energy. So,
Excellent. I think Adrian has something on the dam.
Yeah, just a little bit. I have two questions specific to the discussion now and then something for Kherson Cat. So first of all, can you please tell us if there were any actual strikes on the dam itself to make the road inoperable or something to make that road inoperable, if you know? And second, your DM, can you please just send me a DM? I have a specific question, not for the public, tied to a person in Kherson, and it would be really helpful if I could talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah, so the second one, you can send me a message if you want. Like as I know, like the dam was not hit even once, like itself. Like actually, this one which happened an hour ago was the closest ever strike which occurred to the dam. So it was the closest one yet.
Thank you, Special Cat.
And also maybe like a little bit of how this dam looks like about its construction. Like it's like I've drive on the car sometimes on this dam, and even from satellite images you can see that it's actually looks like a dam and a bridge which is constructed directly close to the dam. So it's not like the road is on the top of the dam. On the top of the dam there is a like train road, but the actual car bridge is located like very close to the dam, but not on the dam itself.
Thank you, Special Cat. Anybody else with a question for Special Cat? Please wave. Not just put your hand up, but actually wave, because otherwise I don't know if that's something you want to talk about. So I'm guessing there's lots of energy people with their hands up right now. Language.
So we know that the Russians have been hanging out and actually put one of their army headquarters on that little concrete pad on the southern part of the dam. What's the feeling in town now in Novokakhovka? Are we seeing a lot of Russian troops moving in? Are we seeing a lot of Russian troops moving out? I mean, because this looks like this might have just been another hit on one of the Russian, main headquarters, a la Chornobaika, Melitopol, etc.
Like I have one person which have started to speak in Novokakhovka, and he says it looks like not more, not less, but as a regrouping is ongoing. So and they are like a lot of movement has started inside of the city, like on the outskirts of the city, and also they've started the same situation as in Kherson now. They've started to check people more on their blog posts.
Thank you. So you're saying that the checkpoints and the sort of very harsh control measures have accelerated in Novokakhovka. Did that happen before the strike? Has it always been going on? Did it just really start in earnest now?
I think it's the part of what's going on, like also in Kherson, like on the Listen to Kherson, it's the same stuff is going on in Novakhovka. So it's like just now, they've started like a big searches of something. Like in Kherson, the same thing. The checks have been intensified in the last week. They've started to come to people's garages. Like it's from what it looks like, they want to check each garage in the Kherson city. And I think this thing which we observe in Novakhovka, it's also connected like to the overall intensifying of checks and that Russians somehow wanting to find people who are connected with helping Ukrainian side and so on. So I think it's going on with this.
If everyone could retweet the space and let everyone know we're speaking to Kherson Cat about the strikes. He's in Venezia. Said Venice in Italian. So the other one in Ukraine. Let him know. Giving us a live update. We appreciate it. Go ahead, Doman.
Thank you, Huda. Special Cat, I think we're going to have more people with questions for you in maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes. If you can hang about with us, we would absolutely love that, as you know from our previous extensive conversations. But let's go to Imperius and to Nick. Actually, before that, sorry, Timo, I'm guessing you probably have a question for Special Cat, right?
No, mine was about the energy.
Okay, in which case, Special Cat, if you do have the time, please hang about. If you don't, obviously we'll completely understand. But let's clear the hands of all these people who want to talk about the gas stuff. And then we will jump back to Kherson and I'll look up some stuff. Let's see what else has happened. Let's go to Imperius and then to Nick and then to Timo. Imperius.
All right. I had 3 questions. I'll try to be concise with them. The first one was about this 14-point list. I think it was 14 points anyway, of actions the German government could take to secure their energy independence to the best extent possible, given the circumstances that came out in the first month or so of the war. I was wondering if Mikhail had heard any sort of discussion at all about that in the German political sphere. If necessary, I can link the video up in the nest. Additionally, has there been any reaction to the fact that the German government has more or less been lying, bald-faced lying, for 4 months now about the operability of its nuclear power plants and the supply of fuel to them? And additionally, I was wondering if you had any comment on the fact that the German Greenpeace subsidiary was at one point engaged in selling Russian natural gas.
Mikhail? I think we should have checked if Mikhail was paying attention before you started that question, Pierce.
I'm still here. I'm having connection issues, but I'm still here.
I'm sorry about that. Did you hear Imperius' question?
Some of it. About one of them that the German government is lying about. Can you come again?
How do you feel about the lies of the German government that they had effectively had to admit to about not being able to restart and reconnect those nuclear power plants? You know, the news that came out over the last 3 days.
I think it was never about it's not possible to restart them, but what it would actually mean, how much would it cost, and what we are actually talking about. I think that's something that gets mixed up a lot. For example, what I heard is the question is can we let them run over winter? Can we save some and some of the fuel rods in throttle them down now to save some for winter. This is actually one discussion, and that's actually possible. I know, but the question is if this is necessary, and then the question is, I think it was never about is it possible or not. What would it mean, and is this feasible or good enough, or what it would actually mean? When will it be coming in effect and will actually provide something? I think that was that were the main strokes, and it was not about I think it was never about the thing. It's actually not possible.
As far as I'm aware, the operators have said that they're perfectly capable of keeping the plants running. The 3 plants that are slated to be shut down, those are perfectly capable of running, and the other plants are capable of being rapidly online within months, I believe.
I actually heard different things. So that I saw this one report of a spokesman of this Isar-2 nuclear power plant who said it's possible, but there are also statements from the other, also from the same company, E.ON, who also runs this, and the other 3 who say they wouldn't like to do that, or that's there are a lot of hurdles to do that. So I'm not sure. I'm not totally convinced either way that it's yeah. So I mean, you can parade one report that it is and one report that it isn't, but it's I think they're getting different reports there, and I'm not a nuclear specialist to say that which one is partially right. I think the answer lies somewhere in the gray.
Are you talking about the 3 nuclear reactors? Who said that?
I heard that the 3 operators of these nuclear reactors, the ones that are running right now and are planned to shut down at the end, are actually objecting to running them more. I heard there are also a different report from Prussian Electra who says it's possible, and I don't think the discussion is about if it's possible. It's theoretically possible, but the question is. In what does it mean? When will this happen, and in what regard will it happen?
Yeah. So just to fast forward, so we've had the energy experts on before. The 3 that are existing will run indefinitely. They're very well built. There's no issue there. It's not about theory. They're the best built nuclear reactors in the world. Germans make good things. The other 3 that went offline, they only account, apparently all 6 would account for about 20% of German energy production requirement. So it's not like even if they were to bring back the one they just took offline in December, and even if they were to bring back the other 2, which are not operational, and the one is a little closer to being operational, it still wouldn't be a huge, it would not be able to fill the gap. But at any rate, I think that it's fair to say that Germany's not going to drop any energy supply at this point. Not in this game. If they have to make executive decisions, I think we all know that's what they would do. Nick's had his hand up for quite a while. Go ahead, Nick.
Hi, I was just actually going to reply to, was it Alona? She seems to have dropped off the panel.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I had to rotate.
If she's here. And she was saying, people don't take responsibility, and we need to teach philosophy more. We need people to have their politics informed by their philosophy and not the other way around. And a lot of us go through life kind of not sure what we're thinking, with no kind of coherent view on the world other than perhaps a political one, a small p political one, or a large p political one. And it's moments like these, that what Heidegger called Grenzsituationen, that call us to see what our philosophy is and to stand up for what we actually believe in. So, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that this is. What?
I was going to say for our American friends, that means situation. I was just making an American joke. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm I'm not surprised that a lot of people will be feeling, a degree of uncertainty. Again, what Heidegger called Unheimlichkeit, about what's going on in the world right now, not just with Ukraine, but with climate and things like that. And we have to be prepared for this. This is what the human condition is about. And arguably, we've had for the last 30 years, we've been able to live almost independently of that. I mean, everything was pretty much just great. Everything kind of went along. You went online, you clicked on something, it got delivered to your home. You booked a plane ticket. You went somewhere wonderful. You went to the store. Things cost what they did last week. They were available in large quantities. And I think that time may be coming to an end. We had COVID. All of a sudden, we had to confront the idea of people being here one day and not the next. Which, again, once we've stopped worrying about car accidents, and unless we happen to live in the United States near some madman with a gun, we don't tend to worry about things like death coming from one day to the next. So all of this is part of the normal human condition that we've had throughout the whole of humanity, and which has just been a little bit suspended for the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years while we've had this, at least in Western countries, but around the world, a great increase in welfare, great decrease in bad things happening. And we're getting back to normal now. This is a little bit of a correction back to normal, and we need to understand how to live in a world where these kind of things can happen without saying that we accept them and without saying that we seek constant improvement.
Nick, so Alana's here. Alana, he was just answered. He said, I want to respond to Alana about why, and I think he said, study more philosophy. I don't know. Just kick it back to you and Nick.
Hello? Sorry, I guess I missed the question, so I would need to...
No, you were right. He was answering your question. You said earlier, and he said, study more philosophy, people. And he said a lot, actually, so I don't know if you heard any of that.
I would love to hear more about it, because was it like advice to study more philosophy?
Nick, go ahead. Summarize if you could, rather.
Yeah, I mean, study more philosophy. In my case, my absolute starting point is a little book called How to Be an Existentialist. Your English is good enough, I think, that you can read it in the original. It's also been translated into several languages. Check out that book, and that was a bit of a revolution for me. It's compatible with all religions and all political positions. The subtitle is... let me just get the book, and I will tell you what the subtitle is. Yeah. The subtitle is How to Get Real, Get a Grip, and Stop Making Excuses. Terrific book, and it will help you cope. I believe it will help you cope with the situations that we're facing now, not just Ukraine.
I'm not actually sure that it will help me very much, this book, judging from the subtitles, if it says How to Get Real and Stop Making Excuses, because I think I'm already real enough and don't make excuses. That's not my life position. But also, to be honest, I haven't got time to eat these days. I've not watched Netflix or had a day off the last 5 months, and so I'm not sure how soon I will actually have an opportunity to study more philosophy. I studied philosophy twice, both as part of my law degree and as part of my philology degree. So I think I have quite a good grip on it, and it's all the abstract concepts kind of out of the window right now for Ukrainians. So yeah, I'm not sure how much reading right now will help me, even though I wish it did, because then I could just read stuff, My question was more about people having an issue with like feeling responsible for their actions, and it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to even mess up, but we cannot move forward, and we cannot make sure that the same atrocities are not going to happen again if we do not make if you don't learn any lessons again from what's happened.
But that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
But then
It's
the book for me to read. That's the book for maybe the individuals who struggle with it. Then maybe that's
no. I mean, clearly you struggle with this less than a lot of people because you're talking about it and you're aware of it. So maybe I shouldn't be recommending the book to you, but to anyone else who's listening and nodding along and going, "Yeah, I see the problem." But yeah, you're already thinking about it. You're already thinking about it. That's true.
All right, we got Gerson Cat here. Still, he's in Venezia. If people want to share it with the world, we got a lot of questions for him coming inbound. So I don't know if that was Freebird, Adrian, Doman's gone. Where'd he go? Oh no, Doman. M, my erstwhile sidekick, and I'm his sidekick. He's my Robin, and I'm his. Well, whatever. Just stop, I guess. M, do you know who was next?
Well, good evening, everyone. Let's go with Freebird first, and then Adrian. Freebird, please go ahead.
Thanks, thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, I'm going to make it quick, and so you can ask Gerson Cat some questions, and also hi to Gerson Cat. Always like what you're telling us and the information. So just I want to make a short point or add up on what my German fellow said about the nuclear situation in Germany. And I'm not going to go pro or against nuclear energy, but you have to understand that in Germany it was a main political effort out of what reasons whatsoever to stop nuclear power. It was a long history. It has a long history. It is deeply rooted in many parts and groups of our society, and it is a political decision to return to nuclear energy, and this will take some time. And even if it's technically possible, and even if maybe there are some Greens already who think it should be done, so it's not so much an ideological question, but they all know or understand that it will take a huge effort to make this reversal. And I think there is a path. I think it could be possible, and the public opinion is shifting. But I think there's still some major issues regarding this, and also because large parts of the society want to establish renewables as the main future asset, and they think they can do it without nuclear energy. And we will see if it happens. I believe we can talk in a few months again, and I will tell you, I'm sure that there will be another discussion in Germany. It might be too late, but we will see. Yeah. And just a small regard to Nick, I like what you said, but maybe it's not the best idea to cite or to quote Heidegger in this case. I think you know why. Heidegger has a certain, let's say, difficult role in national socialist movement, and I'm living in his hometown, and even here we renamed the street which was named after him. So yeah, Heidegger is not always the best to quote. But anyway, thanks again, and I'll clear the way.
Doesn't Heidegger have a cat as well? No, I'm just kidding. Sure. All right, Adrian, and then Mr. Pickles.
Hey, Yehuda, when you said you're to M's Robin something, I thought of Little John. Maybe you're a Little John figure, a big guy, sidekick. Who knows? Anyway.
Yeah. I should have said I'm his Robin, or I wasn't trying to sound diminutive. I just it's a duo, the dynamic duo. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So my thought was both on the nuclear thing and this coping and philosophy thing. So the nuclear thing is, we spoke about it at length, but I think it's a very interesting nuance that we have to think about both. I don't know how much is in Germany, but in my country, in some countries, to be anti-nuclear, unfortunately, has been created as the good guy position. Even though there are, so I'll give you an example. In artist circles, there was a film screening recently in Romania, a documentary screening a few months back, and it was during the time, I wasn't there, I'm so sorry I wasn't there, but somebody told me about it. And it was during the time when the Russians took over the plant near Zaporizhzhia in Energodar. And basically there was a Ukrainian actually who presented the documentary, and he spoke about the dangers of nuclear power because you see these things can happen and so on and so forth. And there were many clever people to whom you, if you had explained them, or if they stayed on the space with one of our guests who spoke at lengths about nuclear power and its safety and its evolution and the fact that in the next generation of reactors you can use spent fuels and thorium, and that Chernobyl cannot happen anymore in any way just because it was the stupidity of the Soviet system and a bad design. Like if you explain this to them, they would understand. But unfortunately, reflexively, it has been created, the position to be anti-nuclear has been created. Good people, progressive people don't like nuclear power because it's bad, it represents evil, a bad industry, whatever. And as we discussed here at length on the space, if you are concerned about climate change, if you are concerned about energy independence, and if you actually want to fight propping up tyrannical regimes who commit genocide, you should be a great fan of nuclear power. And I think this change in messaging needs to happen somehow in Germany as well, because this seems to be the most influential country in Europe on this matter, that actually being pro-nuclear power is the good guy position and not what Russian propaganda taught a lot of hippies. I hate to use this word because I was one too, but a lot of well-intentioned but misguided people to believe. And on the coping thing, I mean, we can all read philosophy and a lot of books, but honestly, what I found made me cope deep a lot in the last period was well, shit posting actually. I realized that with Russian propaganda or with tanking, it's a very technical term, yes. I found that with Russian propaganda or with tankies, if you try to do with logic, to give them links, to show them statistics of how many people Stalin killed or some, they won't care. They will just post their own thing. I don't want to use the word brainwash because it's a cliche, but they will just post their own thing and it will just put you down even more, even though you're coping through the day with seeing the tragedies in you. So your only hope in many cases is to just be sarcastic, make fun of them and post the most ridiculous, outrageous thing to annoy them, to make them feel upset and desponding, to make them feel alone in their stupid position. I know it sounds kind of mean, but honestly, it's done wonders for my mental health lately. Thank you.
Yeah, the last group of anyone in the world is the Russians dictating environmental policy. They're firing artillery from a nuclear power plant. Cuckoo. Sorry, we got everyone up. It just took a while. I didn't realize the speakers slot was full, so we did cycle some people down. If you don't have a question, please let us know. CJ, and then we're going to go to Timo and Pickles.
I have a question for Special Kherson Cat. I don't want to derail the German conversation, Yehuda.
No, let's go over to this update. This is super important. So go, please, right ahead. Derail away.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I think if you're trying to get him back up, he's stepped down for the moment. So I'll hang tight until we get him back up.
Yeah. Okay. I'll bring him up right now. Sorry about that, everyone. I am just gonna. The speakers panel was full. It's a madhouse here. I didn't realize. Thanks for being here. If you want to retweet the space, let everyone know that we have a Special Kherson Cat. He's in Venezia in Ukraine, and he is telling us about the latest airstrikes, implications, and we have some questions from the crowd. Someone messaged Kherson and have him come up. That'd be great. In the meantime, I think Timu had been up for a long time, and we're going to go to Pickles. Go ahead, Timu.
Hi, so in Spiegel there is an article that the German government is moving away from a strict no to nuclear power long-term extension, so maybe they plan to extend it after all. I think the Greens want to trade the speed limit on Autobahn for the extension of nuclear power, but the FDP is not happy about it because at the moment in German Autobahn or motor highway network, most of it has no mandatory speed limit, just advisory, but I guess the Greens want mandatory speed limit because going at 300 kilometers per hour or 200 miles per hour, if you have a fast car, you can do that, but that consumes more fuel than going at 130 kilometers per hour.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
I can hear you.
We got special Kherson Cat coming up to the front. All right, so we got special Kherson Cat. He's in Ukraine. Just witnessed some bombings, and CJ had a question. Our resident ranger, go ahead.
Yeah, I know you've probably been asked this a lot recently, Special Kherson Cat, but we saw this, sort of directive or order from the Ukrainian government about a week ago now to sort of, if you're in the occupied territories of Zaporizhia and Kherson, to leave immediately. I know, of course, you left a little while ago, and a lot of other people left before that as well. What is the status of that, I guess, is my first question. Are Ukrainians heeding that call if they're able? Has there been, since the order has been given, has there been an increase in migration? Or what's the status with that currently?
So right after this advice from Ukrainian side to leave the occupied territory, there was a big boom of people waiting on the Vasilivka, exit from the occupied territory. With the reports that the queues there were somewhere about 10 to 16,000 people, somewhat 2-3 days after the advice. Right now, the situation there is somewhat hard because, as I know, there were a couple of days when no one was allowed to go. As officials have said, it's because of the hard rains. If you will examine this route through Vasilivka more detailed, you'll see that the last part near Kamyansk, where the first Ukrainian checkpoint is, it's going through the mud, actually through the dirt road, because the bridge was destroyed, and people are living there, buses and cars are going through the mud road, and there were a lot of rains recently in the region, so there is now a problem, and some days there were reports that the people have not lived at all through Vasilivka, and right now there are reports that it's going very, very slow, literally just 100 or so cars per day, and reports state that there are next to 1,000 cars right now waiting in the queue. So it's basically very hard to go through the Vasilivka right now. There are now more reports that more buses are going through Crimea, to Georgia, and there you apply to Ukrainian ambassador or go by your own to Europe and so on. But basically it's harder than it was even a week ago. And even a week ago, I think I was spoken also in this space, and they said that you can live through the Vasilivka. Right now you see the situation changes very fast, and now it's very hard to live through Vasilivka. So the situation may change drastically in a couple of days with this. But still, a lot of people do not want to leave, who are left in the occupied territories or cannot leave. Those who do not want to leave say that they basically have nowhere to go, and it's just my home. I want to stay here. I do not want to go anywhere else. And it's also hard because if you do not have your own car and you're in a small village, like somewhere, like if you see the Kherson region mainly consists of a lot of scattered small villages around all over the Kherson Oblast. The buses onto the Ukrainian controlled territory go only from big cities like Novokakhovka, Kakhovka, Kherson, Melitopol. So for a lot of people who are stuck in these tiny villages, they have to find all their own way to get to these big cities, and from there to transfer to the Ukrainian controlled territory, or find their own route out of Kherson region. But basically, it's for a lot of people, it's still hard to get out.
Any follow up there for Special CJ or anyone else?
Yeah, so we heard this number thrown around this week that there was 15,000 Russian soldiers in just Kherson Oblast alone. And that number is about the size of a Western infantry division, so quite a substantial amount. I guess my follow up would be: does it seem like from people you've talked to that there's more Russian soldiers or less Russian soldiers than before? And additionally, are they actively trying to keep Ukrainian citizens there, or are they okay with them going? The reason being, in some other areas, we've seen Russian soldiers be apathetic to which way the Ukrainians are going, because they know if the Ukrainians leave these areas, then they're going to be a bit easier to defend for themselves. So I guess if you had any thoughts or comments on that, I'd appreciate it.
So about this number 15,000, it was said by Arestovich, like he's the primary source of this information about 15,000 troops, Russian soldiers in the Kherson. I do not know, because basically I think most of them are rather on the front line and not in the city itself. Like there are a lot of soldiers in the city, we see them. A week ago also I spoke that it seems like there were less soldiers in the city. But also the last week there appeared more and more police, occupational police patrols in the city. So not the soldiers, but these it's still not entirely known for sure who are these people, but it's all collaborators or some people from Crimea. Also, I spoke with my grandmother, who is now in the Genichesk region, so very close to Crimea. And as from what she says, some Russian positions which were there on the road are now being abandoned. At least that time when she has driven into the city from her village. And from what she sees, it looks like in this region there are less soldiers.
All right, Mr. Pickles got a question for Kherson.
Yeah, Yehuda, a listener actually reminded me to tell you it's a kosher pickle. That's first of all. The second thing is it's an actual Mr. Pickles is a cat. It's a rather fat, curious cat that used to jump on the bed once you put all the stuffed animals. But anyway, that's a topic for a different time. Are people in Kherson getting paid? And if they're not, how do they live?
Getting paid by who? Are you talking about those who are supposed to get the government pensions?
Yes, how do they live if they're not getting paid?
Kherson, cat. Are Ukrainian citizens receiving their pensions who live in Kherson?
Sorry, guys. Is anyone speaking from Kherson right now?
Yeah. No, he just left actually.
Okay. All I wanted to say, I recently translated a thread written by someone who is there right now. It was 2 days ago. So I'm just going to pin it to the nest if you don't mind. It basically describes the situation as it is right now in Kherson. It covers a lot of questions that have just been brought up in this space.
All right, why don't you post it, and if anyone can speak to that, we wouldn't mind hearing it. So do you have a Cole's notes on what's happening in Kherson? For the audience there, for Mr. Pickle?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Hello?
Oh, I think we lost. We lost him. Okay.
Yeah, I was also I wanted to mention that I don't think even the Russians know what to do. Like if you are away from the city, you get HIMART. If you're close, then once the forces are close, I don't want to be in a city where 100,000 people know that help is on the way and will be. So it's either you die with a popular uprising or you get HIMART. I don't think even they know what to do.
That's right, Axel, over to you. We're going to do something right here. Or M?
Sorry, Yuda, I'm trying to help Special Cat. 1 second, please.
No problem. M, take over there.
All right, no worries. We've got Mr. Pickle, Nick, CJ, Lona, no one with a hand up, and Special Cat is back. So Special Cat, please go ahead. Special Person Cat, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know where I dropped off.
We didn't hear any reply to how are people getting paid or functioning in Kherson.
And if people are getting paid. So the Ukrainian side still pays salaries into the bank accounts, but there is a big problem with how to get your money from the cards. You cannot pay anywhere in Kherson with a bank card. You need to take cash from your bank account. And the percentages, fees are very high, and it looks like with time they're only growing. So a couple of months ago, when I was still in the city, these fees were about 5%. Now they are somewhere about 10 to 15%. They are also, like, these fees are not from the official bank, which is, when I was in the city, there was two places where you could, like, official private bank, where you could take money from your bank account. I do not know how many are there now in the city, but I've heard that there's only one right now. But there's still a lot of people who are themselves providing this kind of service to people. So you just send to their bank account money, and they pay you less in rubles or hryvnias, like which you choose. The Ukrainian side pays to some wages, tries to pay to the medicine workers, like those services. But there's a big problem with pensions. They are not being delivered from the Ukrainian side if you do not have the bank account. That's the situation with most of my relatives, that they already have to receive pensions, but they do not have opened these bank accounts, and it's basically you cannot receive your pensions in any other way. And for example, my grandmother, who is right now in the Genichsk region, she has not received her money starting from April. And so basically, months ago, we've said to her that you have to leave for something. So, the Russians are creating a list of people who will receive these pensions money from their side. So we said to her that she can write her down in this list, because basically you need to live for something, you still have to buy food and so on. And so, but she has written her in this list, but also they're still not paying the money. So it's for 1.5 months, 1 month that she's on the list, and there's still no money even from the Russian side. So basically, this situation is hard from the perspective of the basically how to where to get money from.
Got it. Okay, that's very interesting. So
The Russians claim to be supporting people in Kherson Oblast by taking a names and lists, but the money is not coming. And for everyone else, they have to pay huge fees on some form of informal black market to get the funds transferred. And if you don't have a bank account, you're screwed pretty much. Is that what we got from that, Kherson Cat?
Yeah, basically, if you do not have a bank account, you're screwed. You will not receive money another way.
Got it.
Last time when we spoke, Special Cat, you highlighted that many people who run small businesses have to be utterly careful because otherwise they might simply be attacked, the business is taken away. How do they survive at the moment?
How they shut down? Like I will tell like the specific example which I know about. Like so. One of like person which our family like has like close relation with runs like a small business connecting with like private fitness instructing and so on, and she has like a small gym, let's just say, and she also sells some kind of perfumes and hygiene products. Also, Russians came to her and basically said that she had to choose: either she stops or she will pay like fees to the Russian side. So, and at least for now, she said that she's stopping the business. Like she thinks that she will open it like from the latest, because also like she's still in Kherson and she do not want to leave. She want to stay there. And she thinks that she will like reopen the business, her small fitness club, with this fees paid to Russia.
All right, and what about, just a personal question, what about this silly referendum that the Russians keep babbling about and pushing back? Are they actually trying to promote it by putting flyers up and telling people there's a referendum? Any news on that?
So about this referendum, there's constantly, all the time that I was in Kherson and all the time now, they're constantly speaking about this referendum. At first, they wanted to make it in the end of April, then in the beginning of May, in the end of May, in the middle of summer. Now they're aiming somewhere at the beginning of September, and it's looks like they are constantly moving this date of the referendum. Some parts, I don't know, maybe steps are made towards this referendum. I do not think that there will be exactly a referendum on its own, because they're basically, what they're doing now, they're collecting passport details from people, and I think all of these lists of salaries paid by Russians that you have to write in this list, it's basically made to have your passport details, and after that your vote will go to the site which they will choose. So they're constantly
the election,
speaking.
basically, Kherson. They'll fake it, is what you're saying.
No, as always, the Russian selection, the same I think it is in Austria.
I have an idea. Why don't we all in this space, maybe I'll start it in Toronto, Canada, we'll have a referendum to make Moscow a part of Ukraine, and we'll submit it to the Russian embassy and say, okay, guess what? We had a referendum. Surprise. And then we'll give 14 dates for it. We won't tell them what day the referendum is being held. CJ, over to you.
Yeah, so we've sort of seen some reports over the last 2 days, and you talking about your grandmother made me think about this. And these reports are that the Russian Black Sea Fleet is reshuffling and bringing some ships back to actual Russia proper and doing a couple tactical military moves. And I guess my question is, you sort of mentioned that there's some Russians abandoning positions in some areas of southeastern Kherson, reinforcing others. What kind of news has made it to Kherson about what's going on in Crimea, if the Ukrainians still there, whether or not you see Russians putting up similar defenses there? Because this is something I've not really heard about, but I know obviously it's coming down the road. So I guess what have you heard about Crimea from either friends, family, or relatives of the like?
So about the defense line. Basically, the village where my grandmother lives, it's located not in the ways of like major cities. Like it's basically on the side, and usually Russians were not interested in what's going on there. Even like when the initial invasion has started, they've just drove somewhere like a couple of kilometers from this village and even have not entered this village. But right now, like several weeks ago, for the first time, Russians came up, and from what people like think they were doing, it's like they've marked places where to dig trenches, like in this village. It's like, and this village is on the way to Chongar Point. Like, so basically, it looks like they are for some reason preparing like the secondary, third line of defense. Like,
so what that means is, Harrison, they're sighting defensive positions in and around that village.
Yeah, so something like that. They have not digged everything, so they just like came up, marked something, and left. But any jobs were not made yet.
Yeah, and just to be clear, to follow up there, there's no signs that the Russian Navy is completely pulling out or anything like that. They obviously still very much intend to hold Sevastopol. But I guess, sort of, I'm more interested, obviously, from the Army point of view on sort of what these ground defenses look like. Because I know there's recently some controversy with the, sort of internal resignations or firings, whatever you want to call them, whatever they were, with President Zelensky in regards to, sort of the Crimean defense that didn't work out so well initially. But I wonder now, what Russians are doing to sort of prepare that space. If, as some people say, they'll put all their money on holding Kherson at all costs, or if they might actually be more strategically concerned about defending Crimea in the long run.
Basically, I think only time will answer this question. Like, from what we see, like still in Kherson, like they are not giving up the position. Like, you've seen all these bunkers, all of this like equipment, big convoys which are being moved like onto the frontline positions. So it's not looking like they are abandoning this idea of keeping Kherson, but at the same time they are setting up secondary defense lines.
Curious for you, Kherson Cat. There's a machine. It's called the BTM. It's a Russian trenching machine. Have you seen any of those floating around Kherson? They look like a truck with tank tracks and they basically have a big scooper in the back and it makes a trench. Do you see those floating around, or you don't know?
From what I personally have seen, it were just like BTRs, trucks, and tanks. Like I personally have not seen other vehicles. But it's like the Kherson is still big city, and like I don't know if it was or not there.
Yeah, you would see them like near positions where they'd want to. Obviously, well, at some point they'll have to dig trenches. I'm just curious. All right, no worries. Anyone else there, CJ or Kherson?
Yeah. I'm sorry, CJ. Can a ship get HIMARSed? Can you HIMARS a ship?
I got a couple of people asking me about this. There are some variants, specifically the Naval Strike Missile, that might be utilized. I guess I don't necessarily, since I don't know enough about anti-ship missiles necessarily, I don't know if that would be a better fit, for example, to use a Harpoon or this sort of HIMARS-based system that's hasn't been used too much, at least by America. But what I would say is, ships in port, as we saw with the strike at Bryansk, I think in March at some point, this is a very good target, especially if it can't move, because, as we know, the HIMARS weaponry that's been given so far is GPS guided, but, there's a bunch of missiles in the works for that platform, including laser guided and amongst others. So depending how long this war goes on, there might be some more options available. I think ATACMS would be probably the best start, though, able to reach 300 kilometers, and they could hit sort of every port facility they wanted to, or every ship that's not moving. But there's also a lot of other options as this thing progresses. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more weapons make it there if it's not resolved quickly.
And this feeds also into the argument of CJ. I think that essentially both things can be true, meaning that they are not giving up Kherson, on land, but they are trying to protect their fleet because they know that the fleet can now be contested and actually terminated if in Sevastopol.
I agree generally, and that's why I'm so interested in Special Kherson Cat's sort of intrigues and insight into this, because it's sort of something that I'm a little bit unfamiliar with. Because, as you know, Axel, if for example Russia focuses on this area defense to a fault, as in putting all their resources and money into very static defenses that are strong, and if a breakthrough happens and they've put all their forces on the periphery at this front, then it's going to be much harder for them to quickly reorganize a defensive line. So, this might be out of anyone's wheelhouse here, but I'd be very curious as to what kind of mobile forces Russia has in Crimea that are still deployable but not yet in the fight as a reserve, because that would kind of tell us all how much they are committed to Kherson versus just the defense of Crimea generally.
Well, one would have to know whether their airborne forces are still there and whether they can muster sufficient amount of transport helicopters from close to Simferopol. We need satellite imagery.
Well, that, and two, I think at this point, I know we were all joking about the ill-fated VDV operations at the beginning of the war, but I don't know if anything is feasible, moving that many helicopters anywhere with the amount of air defenses that Ukraine now has, everything from a refurbished S-300 fleet to NASAMS and more. I mean, it might be very difficult for Russia even to reinforce their own troops via helicopter, but unless someone's seen a lot of cases where this has happened in the war, I'm not familiar that they've been able to execute this in mass successfully since about the first week.
100%. Just an update to the room. So just recently we talked about Gazprom enacting a force majeure clause in its contractual obligations to Germany and at least two other European countries, which could spark and ignite some fireworks in European politics. We didn't have Axel on, but it's an important change and could signal, according to some diplomatic insiders, a complete shutting down of Nord Stream 1, much to the chagrin of Mr. Scholz and his government. It might force the Germans' hands. So that's a big deal. And earlier, we're talking to Dan Delphine from Costanza in Romania, and he couldn't lie to us. He likes big barges. He said they need them in order to ship grain over Ukrainian grain through Romania and other places in Bulgaria. We talked about problems with Bulgarian infrastructure, that they need road overpasses for these from the Danube in order to accommodate their shipping and their transportation needs. So he'll be back on Friday-ish to talk about the possibility of moving Ukrainian grain and how to do so and the associated costs. And then Gazprom was the next issue. And then Kherson Cat is here talking to us about what's going on in Kherson and Kherson Oblast. So it's very enlightening. If you have any questions for him, please do come up. We have Mr. Pickles, and in the moderator chat, we have Finance Perception asking a few questions to Kherson Cat. If anyone can read those out loud, because he can't at the moment, that'd be great. Go ahead, Mr. Pickles.
Yeah, I don't remember which book it was, but I think that he was arguing that the prices of crack cocaine didn't go up for 50 years. And the reason for that was the dealers wouldn't raise it because they would lose their customers. So I think what happened.
Now that's a sound business model. What a kind guys. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that Russia wasn't making most of its money from gas, but it was more like that what was going on. And actually, if we go back to the Maidan and the reason why, or one of the reasons why the guy didn't sign the deal with the EU was the $17 billion of debt of natural gas that Russia didn't accept for, they weren't actually getting paid by choice, and then they were like, we owe us $17 billion, and now you can't sign this deal. So that's another, just a food for thought.
I didn't follow that too well, but I could be dense. Maybe Axel has some insight. Or no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Pickles.
So Russia was giving Ukraine gas, right, for free, and they weren't getting paid for it, and it's not for
Are
free.
you
They were
sure?
just not getting paid. No. So it's $17 billion worth of gas,
So
but
accounts receivable, and it was accounts receivable for Russia, for gas
Right.
for Ukraine. Okay, go ahead.
Right, but they wouldn't tell Ukraine, please pay us, right? They were just keeping the tab. And then when the issue came with the deal with the EU, then Putin was like, oh wait, we have $17 billion here that you didn't pay, guys, for your gas, and that's basically was one of the main reasons why or at least the justification why the treaty wasn't signed. If anybody, maybe Special Cat would actually know more about that.
I don't know about gas. Maybe not. I do not have enough information to talk about it.
I was just talking to Putin about it, and he told me about it. So yeah.
No, the projection of an overdue payment was there at that point in time, because there were also counterclaims by Ukraine for transit fees, which had not been paid by the Russians, and that was a long dispute in that regard. But the set-off occurred, and whatever Russia projects as a reason for, shall we say, deferral on the one hand, and then later on not agreeing to a treaty, is quite irrelevant, because Ukraine, as a sovereign nation, was not in default, and it was willing to settle debts to the extent that they occurred, but it was not that they were unwilling to pay.
That is correct, sir. Yep.
AJ.
Yeah, this is sort of a question for you, Axel, and also Special Kherson Cat, and just anyone else that wants to answer, of course. You know, on Wednesday, we will have Ramstein 4, right, which is basically this meeting of NATO countries and countries that have, committed themselves to helping Ukraine win this fight, meet at, Ramstein Air Force Base. This one will be virtual, I believe, and there'll be a lot of things on the table. I was wondering, Axel, if you could kind of maybe describe, what will be talked about generally, or what could be talked about at this summit, and additionally, whether or not this change to with Gazprom to Germany will affect maybe what they would or would not give moving forward. And then Special Kherson Cat, you sort of seen maybe a lot more in Ukrainian media than I have, but there's especially from Reznikov, there's some rumors floating that things like ATACMS and other American weapon systems have been sort of promised, but not yet promised to be delivered. So I wonder if the both of you kind of speak to what we could see this week, from the German perspective, and also what Ukrainians might be expecting coming next to help out.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. And this feeds back to what I indicated a little earlier before I had to drop off for another call. And that is that I tend to believe, just like with the gas turbines, that the Putin regime is overplaying its hand by executing their, shall we say, gas extortion scheme at a point in time when Germany has sufficiently large gas storage reserves. It simply needs to amend its use during summer for the purposes of industry rather than the otherwise existing so-called preferred customers, which include, of course, residential customers in Germany to a large extent. If Germany were to be smart, they would now finally use this as a clear signal that they can not continue on their path, change their tack in regard to the energy sourcing, which they should have done months ago and we advocated for, but first and foremost, cave to the request the Americans will certainly make, together with most NATO partners, to finally release what is the predominant topic, I think, at this virtual Ramstein 4, meaning releasing those weapons which are necessary for Ukraine to win territory back and win this war. And for that, of course, the release of ATACMS, to the extent they haven't been released, although there are indications that they might very well have already been. And, I mean, these are all rumors, but there's too many of those rumors going around that we would not expect to see ATACMS to be formally on the agenda, released, and then somehow magically appearing in theater the next morning, or sorry, overnight, so that Santa Atacam can then become a new symbol for Ukraine. But having said this, and without all that levity, the key asset category beyond the ATACMS as a weapon system and as an extension of what is the existing HIMARS system, the M270 capacity, is of course to have Germany fulfill its requirements in delivering those weapons which have been requested by Ukraine, contracted for in part even by Ukraine, with German weapon systems manufacturers, being Marders, Recce tanks, and additional ordnance. You could call it not Rammstein 4, but the IFV and MBT conference, because all of this is about now infantry fighting vehicles, which Germany, both from storage as well as from storage and preparations invested in by German companies on their own dime and withheld so far by the German government's reluctance to release them. These IFVs can be delivered at short notice. There are Ukrainians who have trained on them, and they can all drive them, and they can all fire with them, and they will be very good at it, because they are very skilled and highly trained. And in addition to that, they need main battle tanks. Fortunately, we've been saying this for many months, because it's obvious, it's logical, and they need more than the 20s, and they need them in different configurations. And I think we will see a release of those as well. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, I sure hope it's as substantial as the last three, because the last three not only brought, almost 1 million 155 artillery rounds over the last 4 months, but also, long-range rocket systems, MiG repair parts, and pretty much a fundamental part of the Ukrainian war effort to push back Russia back to its own borders. So, yeah, no, I mean, it's also interesting, too, that, we see in American media all of these things regarding that, the appetite to help is wearing down, it's too much money, the weapons are ineffective, which is just so silly to me as someone who, watches this war very closely day to day, and that's a very different picture. It's a picture of a very tough fight, but one that the Ukrainians are doing much better than any sort of military analyst could have predicted that they would do, and for good reason. Not just because of a few weapons here or there, but because of their training, their skill, their determination, and more. So I guess, Special Kherson Cat, do you have any thoughts about what should be given in the future? I know you're not necessarily on the Ukrainian general staff, but what is the feeling like amongst Ukrainians about getting more aid in the future, or the future of that sort of partnership with other countries?
So maybe the most hype thing right now among Ukrainian people and media is ATACMS. We expect that, and if it will not be given or promised, I think it will be a big disappointment. At first, because we've shown that we can use HIMARSs quite well, and also the news that the Russians started to move their logistic main points further away from the HIMARS line, from the HIMARS range, and. Even in Kherson region, previously they've used, for example, the settlement of Radyanske as their most frontline position for train unloading. Now, they unload trains in settlement of Brylivka, and it's already not within the HIMARS range. So. And there are even we are not will hit targets inside of Russia with attackers, but even I with my very little knowledge of what military targets there are not within HIMARS range in the Kherson region, I know 2 points which we need to destroy to advance and retake the occupied territories. It's the village of Chaplinka, where the Russians have set up their air base, mainly with attack helicopters, and Brylivka, which they use, I said, that's the most front logistic train points right now. And basically, all talks in Ukraine media are now about awaiting of ATACMS, and if it will not be given, will be, I think, a lot of disappointment.
No, I was going to say, Special Harrison Cat, you tweeted about a different target in Russia, I think in the vicinity of Sochi, that should be hit. Do you have any comments on that?
That was more for me. Like there is, like maybe you know, there's these Putin's residence, like next to Helenjik. Like it's 400 kilometers from the front line, but like if
the Palace of Golden Toilets.
Yeah, the Palace of Golden Toilets. Yeah. And I think Putin will be very upset if Ukraine will have the capability to attack this place. Like, I know, like that's just a meme. Like, there's no direct purpose to hit it, but it's possible. Just fun.
No, that's good. And I think I don't think Reznikov or Arestovich would say that ATACMS were promised unless something was worked out. So, hopefully they already have it, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I think that would be much more devastating because, as we saw with the Gimlers, used, basically Russia was in the process of moving back some command posts and supply depots from about 20 kilometers from the front to about 50. And I think they were caught a little bit off guard by how quickly and how devastatingly Ukraine masked not only HIMARS, but also a lot of their remaining Tachkas. And so, the thought is if Russia really doesn't move everything back more than 300 kilometers, they're going to be in for a rude awakening yet again and have to redo their whole logistics system. Because as you pointed out, we shouldn't forget Russia can change, they can adapt, they can innovate, and they can get better. Whether or not it'll be too little too late in terms of pushing these ammo depots far back, getting that ammo to the troops that need it, that kind of remains to be seen. But you're exactly right. It's important at this point not to underestimate what they can do and how they can get better, because it's definitely a real possibility that's going to just make this war go longer and longer.
So, CJ, what else would you like to see or hear from Rammstein for, other than what we just discussed?
I think more counter battery radars. I've seen a lot this week of Ukraine really successfully using these because they have a lot of weapon systems now, not enough. And I'm just talking about heavy artillery. They're getting, in the last batch from the U.S., 1,000 precision-guided munitions. But if they can get these radars, then they really can take out any Russians that are dumb enough to keep firing on Ukrainian positions. And what this will do is this will slow down the Russian rate of fire even slower than the ammo dumps going up will. And that combination of HIMARS being able to take out ammo dumps and counter battery radar being able to hit anyone that opens up on them, that is really a great combination and would be a much better use of resources, I think, than really anything else, barring maybe some better long-range drones as well.
Well, then, if you want to knit these counter-battery radars together, you obviously would need to have an overall integration into a more comprehensive area covering, but mobile air defense system. Let me think. If only there were two German companies who build these kind of things.
Yeah, of course, the Cobra system, right? I've heard great things about it. I have not seen it. I know Ukraine has one of them, at least from Germany, or maybe it's still just promised, but I'm sure that would be of great use to the Ukrainians as they try and protect their troops from, an overwhelming amount of Russian firepower, despite the fact that they're only shooting about 30% to 40% of what they were a month ago. It's still, they have a huge superiority in number of equipment, which needs to be rectified before you can really move too much forward.
And there, again, lies the crux for Mr. Putin and his regime, having overplayed their hand with their next round step of the force majeure clause being called upon. Because if you really, really want to convince that part of the government, which can still actually terminate this insidious, completely bereft of any sense coalition, then it is probably the Free Democrats, and that would definitely mean more Cobras, more Iris-Ts, and definitely a release of equipment as a consequence. So let's see what happens. Dr. Paul.
Thanks, Axel. And CJ, so you said the magic words of counter battery radars. Could you maybe paint in broad strokes without like compromising any OPSEC type of things? How mobile are these, and what's the range, and how much square kilometers do they cover? And my concern is the volume needed to really be effective to cover the. I think the front across Ukraine is like 2,000 kilometers. I think I saw something about a few weeks ago. How many would it require to really be able to create a sprawling network like that Axel alluded to knit them together, do you think?
Yeah, so I'll bring Special Kherson Cat in because I think, obviously as a Ukrainian, but, I think the next focus will be Kherson. And I'll kind of give a brief rundown of the radars and turn it over to him because these radars can, at least the Western NATO ones, again, I'm not familiar with all of the ones that have been given, but they have, ranges up to 60 kilometers. So they can theoretically look much further than most artillery pieces can shoot, of course, minus HIMARS, which is why those are great for counter battery fire. But they can soak, either a 2x2 kilometer grid, a 4x4. Really, the balance there with how big of an area you want to search is the radiation that occurs. And by that, I mean, when you are emitting that powerful of, microwaves or radio waves out, you become very detectable by enemy electronic warfare and more, and you can be targeted just based on that. So it's a balance between turning on your radar and also making sure it's on at the right time. In an area like Kherson, it's still a huge front, but what you have to remember, and this is what I want to ask Special Kherson Cat about, there's just a few small villages, there's wood lines, but there's not many places you can hide artillery pieces or shoot them from. And so what that means is the areas that you're looking are going to be actually more limited than you might think, which is a good thing because if Russia wants to put an artillery piece in the middle of the field that is really not tactically sound, then you don't need a radar to find it. You just can have any drone or person on the street. And so you don't have to use that sort of area for a search grid, as opposed to more rugged terrain where you can slip artillery in. The areas that are difficult to observe are what you're going to want to use for radar. But I guess, yeah, Special Kherson Cat, with that in mind, how hard is it? I mean, we've heard that there's basically only so many places you can put artillery, and pretty much both sides know where the other pieces are at all times. It's just a matter of accumulating enough ammo to kind of overrun a position. Can you speak to that at all about, how easy or hard it is to find enemy or friendly concentrations in Kherson?
So basically, like the geography of Kherson region is that it's a steep. Basically, it's very plain land with even not a lot of trees, just like big fields, empty fields, and small villages. Especially if you look in the northwest part of Kherson region, and basically you can see that they're just massive no man's land between Russian and Ukrainian forces on Kherson front because of this point, because there's nowhere to hide basically. And I guess I know from some people in Kherson front line, they if something big is happening, someone is gathering troops in one place, equipment, they spot it immediately from drones and other reconnaissance equipment. So it's basically like an open field, and you always see what's going on the other side. So it's like both the advantage about stopping the advances of the opposite side, but it's also harder to create an attack force by yourself. But basically, just the geography of Kherson region is that it's plain and empty fields.
Quick thing, interlude before we go to Brian. Special Kherson Cat, if you can send me a DM, please. I want to send you something back about Kherson.
Hey, can I ask a quick follow-up, Axel?
Sure.
And this is for CJ and Special Kherson Cat. So, I have no idea what these counter battery radars look like, but are these like on vehicles that are very mobile, or are these like pieces of equipment that are like towed that you have to disconnect, you put it in a place, you kind of hide it, and then it's like kind of a mobile, how mobile are these systems?
Yeah, so the ones that the U.S. gave are both mounted in the back of a Humvee, so super mobile, or towable by a Humvee. And while Ukraine has a couple thousand Humvees, it's also, what I say that to mean it can be towable by a light vehicle, right? You don't need an FMTV or LMTV or basically a giant truck like you would to tow around artillery. So that's very nice. Granted, you need a solid source of power, right? You need generators and the like. And so it does consume a lot of fuel. But if that's not necessarily a concern, then the only concern is sort of hiding it from observation. But again, one of the benefits is the extended range on these things. They can pretty much see further than anyone could shoot them. So barring drones or any sort of aircraft, they're a relatively safe option. That, again, it's just really about making the Ukrainian artillery more efficient at the end of the day. Because unlike a correction via drone or something else, when you get a hit or a POO site or a point of origin site on a radar, that doesn't lie, right? There's only one place that explosion could be, and you get an exact grid. So you don't have to go through the rigmarole of adjusting on or anything like that, because you get that exact data right away. And so now you can conserve your ammunition, conserve your vulnerability to enemy counterfire, and really be a lot more effective with basically a non-lethal weapon.
CJ, it sounds like some tactics could be developed there to lure. You put some cheap, old Russian artillery piece somewhere in a field, fully willing to let it get destroyed, to lure out and locate where the brunt of the Russian artillery force is, to be identified by our counter battery radars, and then use the M777, Caesars, or MLRS or whatever it may be to destroy that. Is that like a practical approach?
It's definitely possible, but the issue with planning something like that is just the complexity of it, because the reality is, of course, as we say, the enemy has a vote. And so when you start to kind of, your plan is based on what the enemy might do, it becomes a situation where they can kind of gain the initiative, especially because they're also choosing when they either shoot or don't shoot. So pretty much with deception fires and anything like that, I would say anything is possible. But it would be very difficult, I think, from our armchairs here to necessarily tell if that's what's going on. But believe me, I think Ukraine is considering every possibility. And I mean, the video I shared today, with 2 777s, they're able to take out 4 or 5 different towed artillery pieces, right? They have to get these kind of numbers regularly where they are, yes, they've lost between 7 and 8 777s, I think, at this point, out of 128, which is pretty damn good if you ask me. But, if they want to overcome a 10-to-1 firepower ratio, they have to be great regularly. And I think they are. But, we'll see as time goes on. But I have the utmost faith that they'll be able to pull it out.
And Axel, real quick, if you could direct me to which companies make the counter battery or radars, I'd like to learn more about them and be able to identify them. So any 2-3 companies you could mention?
Have a look at Diehl and Hensoldt.
Got it. Thanks.
I can send you more via DM. But yeah, well, you need to send me a DM first, and I can DM you back because you're close.
Yeah, and if you want to petition anyone in America, Raytheon makes a majority of the radars in that regard. I'm sure they'd be happy to sell more to the United States government to transfer them over.
Thanks, guys.
Brian, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you very much. Question for Axel. We've discussed this point before. Is there any sign yet that there may be something bearing fruit from that horse trading between Germany, America, and the Canadian government for the release of those gas turbines? Because I know it was on a public relations level. It was certainly a risky decision for the Canadian government, considering their electorate.
Yeah, I think most of these horse trading, so to say, tit for tats, will remain, shall we say, under the radar. Some things will evidently come out, and I would hope that this happens right after the conference upcoming.
On sort of a related
Apologies
matter.
for the delay, the deferral, and the suspense, but this is way above CJ's and my pay grade.
Right. On another matter, I'm not necessarily directly related, I think, to the subject matter, but of the public perceptions of the war in Ukraine through the German media. I've been following it a bit lately, and it mystifies me, perplexes me, and then occasionally enrages me. It seems as though within Germany there is something of a information silos as well. And to my great surprise, some of this seems to be coming through the official state broadcasters.
Yeah, I think we touched upon this a couple of times, but it is easy to highlight in this case that, or in this instance, that both public service broadcasting systems, the federal ARD as well as the ZDF, the first and the second, so to say, as we would have called them, have not necessarily shown in recent 15 years that their overall culture of having adopted the French model of discussing everything to death on television is equally intellectual as it is, at least in France, but it's rather more, it has often more the aspect of, or the general concept of Jerry Springer without the shouting. But it invites always the same candidates. It is slightly biased to the center-left. It is very biased towards what the Germans call Klamauk, meaning a circus. And it's very populist, and very few. You would find fewer and fewer real scientists, for example, willing to go onto that because the stage is not conducive. You would find fewer and fewer strategists, and very few people from the outside. The experts they bring in, if any, on military matters, are rarely ever current, actual, or likes, strategy, energy, all these topics they believe they can cover by themselves, and that's fine. But then again, it seems more like that Germany is still, after the 2+4 agreement, the raucous, unruly teenager and hasn't quite grown up to what adult life should be.
Yes,
sorry to say so.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I've heard, well, one word of sense or moral authority in one case from one general in the Bundesheer who seemed to have all his ducks in a row, but I've also come across everybody's favorite populist philosophe, Precht, turning up in the media, who seems to be presenting himself as something of an expert on military strategy.
Yeah, that's why I tend to avoid these kind of discussions, because people who really have no idea on these matters and fail to show good logic are not necessarily the ones I'd like to portray.
What is one to make of the fact that I saw recently a journalist and camera crew from ZDF was actually embedded with the occupying Russian forces in the Donbass, which utterly mystified me.
As I understand, this is a sub-production agency having worked with them, and these were not journalists of the state television.
I see. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. CJ, I need to step out for a little while. I don't know whether I can have you join our friend M as co-host for a few moments.
Yeah, I should be able to. And in the meantime, before we get you back, I have a question for Special Kherson Cat. It looks like we have some news kind of breaking now, if you still got a minute with us. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, we're just looking at this Russian news report. And again, we don't like to trust anything that Russia puts out. But the report says that Sergei Kiriyenko, the head of the occupied territories in Kherson from Russia, was inspecting some of the warehouses that had been blown up by HIMARS and other things. And in that process, he was maybe attacked by partisans in Kherson. I wasn't sure if you had any more information about this at this time, his status, or what exactly happened. It looked like it just occurred in the last hour or so.
Yeah, I've already read about this. So basically, like, as it states, they were in Novakhovka when those strikes occurred. Like, basically, at first, Kiriyenko and Saldo are like one of the biggest like heads right now in in Kherson. Like Saldo is like the head of Kherson administration. Kiriyenko, I'm not sure, but I think in Oblast administration of Kherson Oblast, but not sure about Kiriyenko. But basically, they were in Novokakhovka, and as it states, they were somewhere close where the strike has occurred in Novokakhovka, but also as information appeared, they were not injured, unlikely.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, can you explain what this guy sort of does on a daily basis in Kherson? I imagine he would be he'd be a huge target on his back whenever he walked around. But I'm just curious as to what that looks like in terms of the Russian administration there, that's forcing its way, of course, in illegally occupied territories. But what exactly does he kind of do, and why would he be a target for either partisans or a strike?
So basically what they are doing, basically people in Kherson doubt that Saldo is somewhat influential figure in this occupying administration. People in Kherson think that he is more like a person to show off all of this stuff. But basically most what he's doing is just talking about this referendum, about how good is how good Kherson is in Russia, how many people support this occupation by the Russian side, how many people like to have this Russian passport. So basically, he's a big figure in Russian propaganda, and he's constantly seen in this RIA Novosti, Izvestia, Russian media, which are now making their films about Kherson. He's constantly there. The same about Kiriyenko. Basically, I think he more likely to have some weight, inside of this pro-Russian circle, in my personal opinion. Basically, it doesn't change the point that they will be pretty big targets for Ukrainian partisans and Ukrainian forces when they will recapture Kherson. I think they are somewhere on the first, their names will be first on the list. I think among collaborators, first names on the list will be 3: Stremousov, Kiriyenko, and Saldo. Those three persons will be the most wanted ones after the occupation.
Because I'm also seeing here, and that really is helpful, Kherson Cat, also Solsado. And, this is what I think was initially a little confusing, was whether or not they came under attack from partisans. But now I'm seeing here that they actually came under a missile strike. So I wonder if they were just at a Russian military base and caught it at a bad time, or do you think they specifically were targeted because of what they've done?
I actually don't know. But it's pretty possible. There were already there was one event in Kherson where Russian headquarters with generals and high-rank officers was targeted, in this Pestila Street military base right in the center of Kherson. And I think there are a lot of people who died from the high-rank command from the Russian 20th Army. Yeah, but so basically it's stuff which Ukraine does now. It hunts high-ranking officials, Russian. But also about this Saldo is that sometimes he makes things up. For example, it may be that all of the story is just made up, by him, to gain some attention. For example, the completely made up history was that his car was blown up in the center of Kherson, and no one has heard an explosion. And after half an hour, he appears in the media and saying, "Yeah, I'm okay. I was attacked, but I'm intact." So basically, he was. It was proven that sometimes he makes these false flags.
No, that makes sense. And last question here before we go on to Dan. Do you think between, collaborators in Kherson or Russians, who do you think has a bigger target on their back? Who do you think Ukraine would go after first if they had the ability to? Sort of the Russians that are there, or Ukrainians that have proved influential in maintaining Russian control in that area?
I think the first targets will be still like army high-rank generals. I think it has more sense to hunt down them first and later, like, because he basically has no or very little connection to the army, like all three of them, Strimousov, Saldo, and Kiriyenko. So I think, like from the military point of view, it will be more relevant to target army high ranks first.
Awesome. We really appreciate the insight. Dan, do you have a question for Special Kherson Cat or about Ukraine in general? Yeah, Dan, go ahead. You can unmute yourself and ask away.
Dan Miner 5, you have your hand up. Please unmute yourself and go ahead. While we wait on Dan, Mr. Pickle, do we still have you?
I am, yes.
So, since your pickle is kosher, can you tell me how you can prepare a kosher plate?
No, I am actually not sure. There is a place next to us called Jacob's Pickles, and they pickle everything. They actually fry pickles, and if anybody
It's not a pickle question. It's a kosher question.
You can make a kosher pickle, I guess. I don't know. How do you do that, Em?
No, I'm asking about koshery, not kosher pickle koshery. Mr. Pickle?
Yeah. You go to a koshery guy, and then you give him some pickles, and make kosher pickles, I guess.
Right, yeah, I think you're not getting my question. Dan, do we have you back?
Yes, finally. I was put up a request to speak, and then I dropped out like 3 separate times there. CJ was talking about counter battery radars. Is there an equivalent system for tracking Russian electronic warfare equipment? Am I coming through?
Yeah, no, you are. There definitely is on both sides. They have that's sort of the trade-off with all these things. If you're going to conduct electronic warfare, whether it's some type of jamming or some type of radio frequency hopping, kind of overloading a system, it's also very detectable. So both sides seem to have the ability not only to conduct electronic warfare, but also detect it. So it's kind of a game of cat and mouse to some degree.
Hang on, let me wander out to the garage. The dog is freaking out at the lawn guy. Give me 1 second. All right, that might be better. Am I still alive? Hello?
Yep, we got you loud and clear.
Okay. So, did you see the report from the British version of the RAND Corporation, RUSI? They just put out a 30-page report on the war about what Ukraine needs worse. Has that made it to the space yet?
Dan, can you send me the reports you mean?
Yeah. This is who's talking there?
M.
Okay.
Top
yeah,
left. Co-host. Black suit.
Yeah. I will get that sent shortly. But anyway, the report said one of the biggest problems the Ukrainians were having is that Russian jamming was pushing back Ukrainian drones. And the report was lobbying intensively for to get the Ukrainians a better anti-radiation missile, which I'm all for, but I just think it would take longer than getting them better detectors on this stuff and hitting it with artillery. All of which I'm sure they're trying to do to some extent.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what, both sides have these sort of harm radar guided missiles that I guess I thought we would see more from Russia in the opening stages of the war, but they either did not all work properly or not to the full extent because, despite massive, pre-assault fires on the Russian side, Ukraine was still able to keep about 50% of its air defenses and radars operational through the initial shockwave, which proved pretty detrimental to the Russians moving forward. But, it remains to be seen whether or not Ukraine can kind of build this capacity, which, as you pointed out, is going to be a lot more effective than artillery moving forward.
The U.S. does virtually all of this from aircraft, right, with something called HARM missiles?
Yep, exactly. Well, it's not just the U.S., of course. It's most modern countries. But again, these things require a lot of sensitive components, and whether or not Russia can build up this capacity to get these at this point in the war remains to be seen. I think it's maybe not so likely if they haven't used them to a large extent yet.
Well, I'm more worried about getting into Ukraine, getting Ukraine something that works as fast as humanly possible. Which, I have an additional vague understanding that the Israelis have a few ground-launched versions of these things, and the Israelis have just consistently refused to play ball for reasons I don't fully understand. But is there anything else out there as far as a ground-launched anti-radiation missile, or is this something we're going to have to run up from scratch?
No, you're bringing up great points. I think it really depends on where Ukraine, where their priority targets are in terms of enemy radar or Russian radar in this case. We've sort of seen Russia been unable to effectively utilize counter-battery radar to a large extent. And, I'm not sure if that's because of tactics or because of successful electronic warfare. But I think, if you look at the list that Ukraine is requesting from the West, this is not a high priority item. But I will say, a lot of the aircraft components are a bit more shrouded in secrecy than everything else. So there's a very good chance that's already have been discussed and actually has been given along with the MiG-29 parts. But it's just not something, for better or worse, that's publicly available.
All right, well, that makes sense. And then just one more related question since you brought up the aircraft Ukraine is currently flying. To the best anybody knows publicly, Ukraine has no ability to put NATO precision-guided munitions on their aircraft.
That is definitely outside of my scope. Maybe Em or someone else could speak to that. The versions of the MiGs that they got were NATO modified, so I think there is a good chance that they could, but I would be lying if I told you for certain one way or another. But again, it kind of goes into the fact of why, HIMARS were prioritized due to the fact that there is such a stalemate in the sky, as you pointed out, due to the massive amount of Russian air defenses and radars that, it may seem like a better strategy for them to break through on the ground first and then, the sky later on. But that's probably, if this war continues, going to be a very important point in the future.
Oh, and then HIMARS are also, given that the Russians just don't seem to be able to hit them, the Ukrainians have already used them to some extent on Russian air defenses, correct?
Yeah, they've been able to take out in Donetsk an S-400 and in Kherson an S-300 and maybe 2 Pantsirs as well. It's pretty difficult to verify, not that we obviously can't trust the Ukrainians way more than the Russians, but, these systems and platforms are shrouded in secrecy themselves and very far behind the lines. So getting confirmation that these strikes are successful is independently difficult to verify. But I have, based on the fact that we've seen how many HIMARS are landing quite successfully, I have no doubt that they were also able to hit the S-300s themselves. If the S-300s and Pantsirs and S-400s couldn't take down the HIMARS, and that was their whole job, was to defend these key points of military infrastructure. So it definitely seems within the realm of possibility that, these things are getting lost by Russians every day.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and I'll forward that report to Em.
Thank you, Dan. Waiting for it. Mr. Pickle, do we still have you?
You always have me, Em. What's up?
Oh, that's sweet. So I'm not talking about kosher pickles. I'm talking about a kosher plate. Do you know how to make a kosher plate?
I do know how to make a kosher plate. Yes. Can you explain to us what's inside a kosher plate?
Yeah. So how would you prepare that?
Well, you got macaroni, and you get ground beef, and what else do you get? And
Ground
you
beef.
you got ground beef. No, you don't do it with ground beef.
No, but carry on.
No, I think you do. And you put some salsa in it. What else? And rice. And yeah, I guess that's how I do my kosher. How would you make yours?
Well, I wouldn't know about that. All right, back to you, CJ. Let's see, who do we have next?
Well, while we're on the topic of food, I guess I would ask Special Kherson Cat if there's any Kherson delicacies that he's missing right now, or is it just any sort of type of Ukrainian food that is more difficult to get during the war, if anything comes to mind about what he wishes to have returned as soon as possible?
So right now it's like will be in August soon, and it's exactly like the middle of the melon season, and Kherson region is very famous for its melons. So basically, I want my melons back from Kherson.
Yeah, no, sounds good. I know we've seen, unfortunately, a lot of grain being destroyed by the Russians in that area, but I have not seen too many, I guess, melon farms as it would be destroyed. So maybe there's still hope those are relatively intact. We're very fortunate to have you here, Special Kherson Cat, a Ukrainian that just left that region, about a month ago. So if you have any questions about the state of the war in southern Ukraine or just anything about Ukraine in general, feel free to come up, ask about it. We'll be here 24/7 until this thing is over. We have about 400 people here. We're so happy to have every one of you and answer any sort of question you may have. So thanks for being here, and a special thanks to Special Kherson Cat.
Maybe I will just a little bit touch this grain. You've mentioned it. Basically, we were worried that our grandmother has a lot of chickens and other animals in her house, and we were worried if she will have money to buy grain for them in this season, because as I've said, she has not received any pension from the April. But with all of this stuff, blockade of Kherson region, and farmers forced to sell their products only to Russian customers in Crimea or in Russia. The prices for vegetables and grain itself have dropped in occupied territory, and local farmers are selling them very, very cheap in deeply occupied territories. For example, now grain costs. Sorry, cannot provide. One moment, I will provide you in dollars. So right now, grain costs $80 per ton, and pre-war it was $160 per ton. So basically, local farmers are forced to sell their goods much, much cheaper than usually, but it also saves local population with their lack of money. I can say can actually afford the food, but it's actually also very bad for farm business in the region.
No, I bet. And as we talked earlier with the Moldavian train fellow and many others, the problem isn't necessarily even just selling it. It's obviously the transportation and getting it out of Ukraine just as a whole. So can't imagine what that's going to be like in the coming month as the rest of the grain is harvested and other crops are rotated through it, including, I believe, corn and I guess now melons. So definitely a problem that's not going away anytime soon. But if they could sell it at all, I guess that's better than nothing. Kevin, do you have a question for Special Kherson Cat or anything about Ukraine?
Hey, thank you guys. I hope the voice comes through clear. But I did have a question, and it's just a pretty simple one. It seems simple, but how do you get around? Like how difficult? Like the roads, but whether there's roadblocks, mines, whatnot. Like how difficult or easy is it to just go from town to town? And I'll drop back.
So if you just go from town to town, like let's say, I don't know, from Skadovsk to Kherson in your own car, it might be problematic because you will be asked question about the reason why you're going, and you better have one like good reason to go and like to answer them on the blog post. Like basically, like the advice is not to move around a lot in your personal car, and we've moved only once in our personal car. It's from the city of Skadovsk to Kherson. It was relatively okay. Like there still were not so many block posts set up in the Kherson region. It was somewhere in the beginning of April, and we have not like seen a lot of block posts. But now there are a lot more, especially in the entrances and exits from the cities, and on the bridges. Also, when I've moved out from the Kherson, like we've bought bus tickets, and from all the information I've gathered, it's like much safer and very low chances of you being like harassed or like by Russians if you move in a bus and not by your own.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and God bless.
All right, let's go to Imperius.
Hey, Special Kherson Cat. This isn't a question. I actually have an answer for you because you posted a interesting little map a little while ago, and you were asking about the max range of the ATACMS. I think CJ might be able to weigh in here. I had an interesting conversation with Portland about it, and it seems the max range is the arrow bars are pretty wide, but it could be somewhere from 475 to 525 kilometers. So yeah, that target you were asking about is definitely within the envelope for engagement.
So then, like the Putin may be very upset if Ukraine will get ATACMS.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to be very upset after today.
Yeah, and this is the thing, people are reading into what Reznikov, just posted on Twitter about this very good news that, this deal that had been worked out between Ukraine and the United States. So when we see something like very good news and it's Ukrainians saying it, it really brings only one thing to mind, which is, of course, ATACMS. So unfortunately, we now have to wait 2 more days for what that news might be, but I would not be surprised if that was the case. Real range or, projected range aside, I think, personally 300 kilometers is pretty substantial, right? Because then now every single part of occupied Ukraine is now possible to be hit, as opposed to with Gimlers, which is not quite the case, although it's coming pretty close. So I think we'll have to wait and see, and then maybe Russia will think they can take these things down. But as we've seen with their ability to shoot down M31s, the Gimlers from the HIMARS, I don't think they'll have any more luck, despite probably trying their best, we'll say. Yeah, the other thing I'll say, too, while we're on this topic of ATACMS in Kherson and whatnot, is, one thing has been very publicly missing from this discussion. We know for a fact that Novakovka and other areas in Kherson have certainly been hit by Gimlers and a lot of other targets in that area. What we have not seen, or at least I have not seen, maybe Special Kherson Cat has seen, is any actual HIMARS in Mykolaiv or in Kherson. So that leads me to believe that whatever's shooting them is not a HIMARS, and it very well could be the M270s. I was just curious if Special Kherson Cat knew. Generally, if because it really doesn't matter which one it is. Both have this. They shoot the same weapons. They both have the same effects. It's just they look very different. So what we've seen is a HIMARS team attacking in Zaporizhia, a HIMARS team attacking in Donetsk, and a HIMARS team attacking in Kharkiv and Luhansk. But what we have not seen is that HIMARS team attacking in Kherson, just the effects. So this is one of the things we'll look forward to in the future. And the reality might be that not only are 12 HIMARS already in theater, of course, but the additional 6 to 9 M270 MLRS are working diligently in Kherson.
That's quite a good point, CJ. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Maria Report. The Maria Report is business as usual. It's also associated with the Maria Aid Organization, which is a non-profit organization founded in Canada and currently extending to the United States. It provides Ukrainian armed forces with non-lethal aid, including scopes, drones, bulletproof vests, plates, and whatnot to help them win this war against the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. We see a lot of familiar faces. We have Ryan from Oklahoma, who's probably listening in from work with his very chic NAFO avatar. Love the Smith & Wesson gun with the Adidas tracksuit and the sunglasses and the hat. We also have OSINT 88 as well in the house. We have a lot of very good people, all united behind a good cause. All want to support Ukraine, all focused on one goal only, which is to help Ukraine win against this illegal invasion of its southern territory. So we have a couple of free speaker slots. If you would like to ask a question or bring up a topic for discussion, please feel free to send us a speaker request, and we will be more than happy and more than glad to answer your questions and discuss your topics to the extent of our knowledge. And now we have Ryan with his hand up. Ryan, please go ahead. Quick mic check.
Lima Charlie.
All right, Ryan, you're not connecting, so I will cycle you down to listener, and I'll send you a speaker invite. In the meantime, make sure to update your Twitter app to the most recent version. If you're running an iPhone, iOS, make sure that you update your Twitter app to version 9.17. If you're running an Android, make sure to upgrade or update your Twitter app to the most recent version available on Google Play Store. We also have Mache. We have Verlaine, Victoria, Axel's probably taking a call, Donnie, Aliana, Wendy, Scandinavian, Darrow, shout out to Darrow as well, Jingo, so it's a full house. We're trying to bring Ryan up. In the meantime, Carrie, do you have any question for Special Cat?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask what the perception is. Well, sort of a notice. I feel like I've seen a lot of anti-Zelensky agitprop in the last 24 hours. I don't know if that's just my perception of it, but it feels like it's been a very concerted attack. And I was wondering if other people have noticed that, and then also from a Ukrainian perspective on the ground, how has anything changed? Is that full support still there? Be really keen to hear feedback from you guys.
So I don't know. At least in recent time, I have not seen in my media from where I got the information from a massive attack on Zelensky. Like there are constant basically there are risk critics of Zelensky. It's free. It's not blocked. It appears from time to time in Telegram channels and even in some media. Some critics of what Zelensky does or not does. People also sometimes criticize Zelensky, but even my family and I sometimes criticize some of his decisions. But it's just free speech, I think. I think it's in any country that you will not be 100% supporting your president and so on. You will sometimes criticize him, sometimes not agreeing with him. But concerning if there's still a support for him, then yeah, there's still all the social investigation, and also from what I see in my family and people around, that the support is still on the government's side of Ukraine, and it still has the support of usual people.
That's really good to hear. Sorry, I dropped out for about 30 seconds after I asked the question. That's really great to hear that from you. I think I was thinking on the negative side, there's probably a lot coming in terms of a surge from Russian bots, a lot of people who have an agenda, who are really sort of seeking this moment to try and maximize that crack and sort of break it open a bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, also most of critiques which I see about Zelensky is actually coming from the Russian side. From Ukraine there is a critiques of him and his circle and about his people, but on the grand scheme of things, the support is still with the President's Office of Ukraine.
Thank you. That's really great to hear.
Quick comment regarding that. Ukraine has been fighting against what Russia started in 2014, which is basically hybrid warfare. So, in the world of intelligence and counterintelligence, it is absolutely normal and absolutely expected that services would penetrate each other. And since this is an overt war right now, because if we're going to call this a conflict, so it started as hybrid warfare, now it's a completely overt illegal invasion of sovereign territory, any effort conducted by the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian armed forces, Ukrainian security services to conduct what is known in this world as a house cleaning will always be a welcome effort. And it will always be painful, and it will always be very methodical, and it will take time. And it can also be used by hostile nations, in this case Russia, against Ukraine, to kind of highlight a failure rather than highlight the actual reality on the ground that the failure is being corrected. So granted, in the intelligence world, there will be penetrations, there will be successful recruitment of agents and case officers on both sides, and the side that will be quick to fix its problems, identify collaborators, identify moles, and successfully turn moles into double agents is the side that will win.
That's the bit I'm really interested in, because I've been tracking Anonymous and all sorts of other activity right from the beginning. So it's sort of in the context of that I'm searching, hunting, trying to pick up where the wind's going.
Well, are you referring to Anonymous as in the hacking group?
Yeah, as part of everything that I've got my eyes on in terms of what's coming up on, platforms that we as the public can see.
Anonymous itself has been penetrated by several services globally. So I don't usually comment on the activities of Anonymous, and I always take whatever Anonymous puts out there with a grain of salt. I'd rather focus on the official line, which is spy versus spy. So proper Ukrainian officers versus proper Russian officers, and the moles successfully recruited by Russian officers and the moles successfully recruited by Ukrainian officers. So if the government of Ukraine announces that it's conducting a house cleaning and that they have successfully managed to prosecute 650 plus individuals when it comes to tracking security failures, then I would consider this a success. If they can bring about solid cases against each and every one of them and clean their own house and make sure that they don't have any moles or any collaborators amongst their ranks, that's always a welcome development. It's quite complicated.
I really take that point on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So the way people on both sides will spin this is quite natural. It's reflective of the human condition. The Russians want to showcase Ukrainian corruption, quote unquote, and Ukrainian failures, whereas the Ukrainian government will try to showcase that it's making progress, right? So the reality on the ground of what has been happening and what is happening and what will happen will be known to everyone years from today. But I would welcome the recent announcement by the Ukrainian government that they have managed to identify more than 650 collaborators and bring legal cases against them as a positive development. So it's a very murky world, and it's not always what it seems, and we'll just leave it at that. But thank you so much for your question, because it's quite valuable, and it's something that I have been tracking personally over the last 72 hours.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to drop down there, okay?
All right. Thank you, Carrie. Always welcome to come back and ask any other questions. So in the meantime, if anyone has any questions related to developments in Kherson, we have our esteemed guest, Special Kherson Cat, here to answer your questions regarding that. We have hi Mars, Stan. You requested the mic. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you guys. So I just jumped in here, so you guys might have already answered these, but I thought I'd just ask again. And it's actually good that Kirsten Cat just joined, because I was going to ask if you guys had like a read on the Southern Offensive that was just announced a few weeks ago, and also there have been a lot of hints, dropped by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense that they might be receiving the 300-kilometer missiles for their HIMARS, and I was just wondering if there was like a consensus of what would if those missiles would be targeting like the same things that they have been targeting with the the shorter range ones, the large ammo depots, or if with that longer range capability maybe they would hit other things. I don't really know. Thank you.
So I may be able to answer this about the Kherson offensive, which was announced by Reznikov like 2 weeks ago, I think. So basically, he has came up and made a correction of his word, because many of people has thought that he announcing basically that the offensive in the Kherson region will start right away. But he has made a correction and said that he has mean that that were just words that to announce the further plans, like that to let people know that they are planning to conduct an offensive operation in Kherson, but it doesn't mean that it will start right away from the moment he said about it.
Yeah, to follow up about what might be targeted differently with ATACMS as opposed to Gimlers. I mean, the Gimlers are, only a 200-pound explosive, long-range precision missile. And so using them against ammo depots makes sense, right? Because they're basically tinderboxes. The way the Russians have been storing ammo and also the way that they've been, handling it is very prone to explosions on their own without the addition of 200 pounds of explosives. But with ATACMS, you're talking about a slightly different ball game in terms of it's 1,000 pounds of explosives. So now you're able to hit targets like troop concentrations, aircraft, and buildings to a much larger extent because it's such a much larger explosive payload. So I wouldn't be surprised if and when Ukraine gets ATACMS that they start going after, sort of these larger structures that HIMARS really wouldn't do too much damage to, like Special Kherson Cat brought up with, I think it's Chapalinka and some other key air bases around southern Ukraine and in Crimea. I think that's what you'd probably see first. I don't know if Special Kherson Cat has a different take on it.
So, I may just bring up some key points which I know about, just what I know about. I know that Chaplinka is used as a helicopter base, Brylivka, and Chaplinka is somewhere about 100-110 kilometers from the front line. The same goes about the Brylivka, which is also about 100 kilometers from the front line, and it's used as the train unload point, and I guess also storage, also somewhere in this Brylivka. And also in Brylivka there are you'll see that there is some oil facilities, and I think Russians are using them as well. And I also know that Jankoy airport in Crimea is used very extensively by Russian Su-25s because they are constantly flying over my grandmother's house. So these are and also Russians use Kherson coastline, Kherson Black Sea coastline, where the villages of Skadovsk, Железный Port, Lazurne are located for launching their long-range missiles like Iskanders from there. And these also may be in ATACMS range.
Oh, thanks. That's really interesting. I wasn't aware actually that it was such a large difference in explosive payload. One more question is that we haven't seen reports that the destruction of those ammo depots has slowed down, presumably because they're just running out. Because there's something crazy like dozens weeks before, and now it feels like they've slowed down a little bit. And I was seeing more reports of the Ukrainians using the Gimlars to hit air defense systems. Do you think, and I know this is really speculation, do you think maybe these a greater offensive might be resumed once they can get some form of air superiority, once they maybe if they get the ATACMS and destroy those air bases like you were talking about, and maybe if they destroy a couple more of these Russian air defense systems? And I think that'll be all for my questions. Thank you guys a lot.
I would just start off by saying you're exactly right, and it's not necessarily speculation. When we talked with Bryce Wilson and some other reporters who have been in the Donbass for years now, one of the most remarkable differences between the start of the HIMARS strikes and now is the reemergence in a big way of the Ukrainian Air Force, and that goes for both fixed wing like the Su-25s Kherson Cat mentioned, and also with Mi-8s and some other helicopters as well. So that's definitely going on, which is great news. Why is it slowing down? It's kind of hard to say. So many ammo dumps have been taken out. Somewhere between 30 and 50 is what most people think. And additionally, we know for a fact that Russia has moved a lot of ammo bases that weren't hit outside of HIMARS range. And, there's a good map put out the other day. We might want to put it in the nest. But basically, the transit time went up almost 300 to 500% based on these new ammo dumps. So, it's going to be difficult for Russia to keep up that same kind of pace if they have to travel 3 to 5 times as far just to move ammo. But, that doesn't mean they can't find a bunch of trucks to make it happen. But in terms of Ukraine getting air superiority, I think that might be a little further away. But, as we just saw with the defense bill that's just passed, America's pledged $100 million to train Ukrainians on F-15s and F-16s. So if this thing goes on long enough, that we actually could see that day, but it might not be in the near term.
Well, I know air superiority has a very specific meaning. I was just being like, more of a general thing. But anyway, yeah. Thank you.
All right, we still have our special guest from Kherson, so if you have any more questions for him or any more topics that you want to bring up for discussion, please feel free to send us a speaker request. We have a couple of free slots for you. Average Drone, please go ahead. We seem to have lost Average Drone. If you would like to speak, please re-request. Sarah Flint, please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I have a couple of questions that are civilian focused. Is that okay? Can we go there?
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am.
So my two questions would be, and appreciate that the answers might be sensitive, so, only in accordance with what you're feeling, okay to talk about. My first question is, what's the situation with medicine? Because I'm aware that, the shelves are empty and that aid's not getting in. I'm not convinced that, there'd be supplies from the Russian troops. And then secondly,
Sorry, which shelves are empty and where, please?
in the Kherson shops, stores, markets, pharmacies.
In Kherson, yeah.
Yeah,
Kherson,
yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. So where what's the medicine supply like? So for instance, people with heart complications, thyroid complications, those sorts of civilian problems. I'm not talking about war injuries, but for civilians who have chronic conditions, are they able to get hold of those medications? Yeah, that would be my first question.
Let's address this. Special Cat, would you mind?
So about the now you can buy some very basic medicine in shops, like something from your headache, and just very very basic stuff. You can buy it, but anything for the specific heart problems, there's no supply of these medicines in Kherson. It's a very big problem, and it's often point which is referred by the Ukrainian officials of Kherson Oblast and Kherson, that the medicine situation is hard in these terms. I think I've already talked about it in this space. For example, my friend of family, he has had heart surgery less than a year ago, and he has to make some medical checks of his heart, and he was not able to do it in Kherson because of lack of the equipment or some medicine. And basically he was forced to leave in the very beginning of the occupation. It was somewhere in the end of March, and basically his family has paid around anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 for like one person to take him from Kherson to Odessa, like through the Russian block post.
I know I was.
Does this answer your question, Sarah?
Yeah.
Sarah, does this answer your question? Do you have any follow-up questions or comments?
Sorry, I got distracted by my dog. Sorry about that. Well, yes, it's sort of related to the second question. So are people still feeling able to take the journey through Crimea into Russia, or have people stopped trying to leave the town now? And again, I'm aware that might be a really sensitive question. You might not be able to talk too fully about it, but we have helped people leave Kherson, and a number of people, in fact. But it was earlier on. It was about 6 to 8 weeks ago, and I'm aware that the window's closing. But I guess it's knowing that the window's closing, but also, there could be a very hot time coming up, and it's trying to understand where people are at, because we've tried to reach out, but a number of people are saying they're just too scared to take that journey. And I just wondered, what your personal experience was being there.
So, okay, about my personal experience of how we wanted to flee from Kherson region.
Or any of your friends, yeah.
Yeah, like I will talk about like how my relatives and I, like our experience about fleeing from Kherson region. So for me, the war started when I was in Skadovsk. It's somewhere like 50 kilometers from the Crimea. And we waited there, we've known that the war has started already when Russian troops have moved inside of the Kherson region. So we decided to stay there and to wait for safer time to evacuate. In the beginning of April, Ukrainian troops have recaptured most of the Mykolaiv Oblast and Posad-Pokrovsky village in which is very close to Kherson, like somewhere 25-30 kilometers. And a lot of people have started to flee through Posad-Pokrovsky to Ukrainian controlled territory. We wanted to get on this window too and to flee from Posad-Pokrovsky in April. So we've traveled from Skadovsk to Kherson. But when we already were in Kherson, there was no more possibility to go through Posad-Pokrovsky. Basically, everything was closed, and there were no other way to leave from Kherson region anywhere, just through Crimea. And we have not wanted to leave through Crimea because we thought that it might be dangerous and the road will be very, very long. So we decided to wait and stay in Kherson for time. And later in June, it started to be that we get some info that our friends of relatives has called to their relatives and they to their relatives, and we've got the information that now it's possible without big major problems to get through Vasilivka in Zaporizhzhia Oblast. And me and some other my relatives with whom we were in Kherson have bought tickets for bus. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the price was about $300 per person. And we fled on the bus from Kherson through the Zaporizhzhia Oblast through Vasilivka. It was on the 9th of June. And at that time, it was I think from all time in the Vasilivka history, it was the best time to leave. Because Usually, the queues on these Vasilivka checkpoints are somewhere about 3-4 days for people to wait in a queue, and sometimes it was like 11 days people have waited, but we have waited only 1.5 day. So that's about like my personal experience. As I said, like that man who with like heart surgery, he has left in the like late March. There was such like exactly through the Posad Pokrovsky when all of this stuff was going on. A lot of people have came up like with these offerings, like that they are fleeing from Kherson, and they will take another people in their car like for money. And usual price was about like $1,000 per one place, like which is very expensive considering that the average salary in Kherson was about $400 per month. So basically, that's how he has left. Then my aunt and my cousin have left through Stanislav and Alexandrivka. It's basically like also this area between Kherson and Nikolaev, but like a bit aside of Posad Pokrovsky. It's along the coastline. They fled also in a person's car. They've convinced him to give them a place for $500 per seat. So they paid in total $1,000 per my aunt and my cousin. So later, like somewhere in the beginning of April, in the middle of April, the routes all were closed. Like and it stayed the same from somewhere from the April to the beginning of summer. That all routes for fleeing from occupied territories from Kherson region were closed, and the only possibility was to flee from Crimea. But I personally do not know like people in my I personally do not know people like who have fled through like Crimea, but I know that there are like some people are fleeing through Crimea. I know that there are like buses which selling tickets to flee from Kherson to Georgia through the Crimea. But I actually do not know how many people are fleeing through the Crimea direction, so I cannot provide you any numbers with that. So I think I've mentioned everything, so maybe if you have some other questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Special Cat. Let's go quickly to CJ and then Leonard. CJ? All right, CJ dropped. Leonard?
Yes, thank you, Em. And I just wanted to say how important the information that you're conveying to us is, Kherson Cat. I had the privilege of listening to you the first time that you made your presentation on this space, and the information you conveyed, and the as far as the plight of the citizens within Kherson at the time you left proved very. It was kind of a harrowing thing to hear of your experiences and hear of the experiences that the citizens suffered at the hands of the Russian occupiers. But I have a question for you, and feel free to not answer it if you feel it's you don't have sufficient information or you think it may be too sensitive. But it relates to this, and it concerns the military options and the strategy and tactics that may be used with in terms of recovering Kherson. And there's been some very seriously experienced battle commanders and military commanders on this site who have been asked this question, and it relates to what we think the disposition of the Russian remaining troops within Kherson might be in the event that Kherson is either encircled by the Ukrainian army or ineffectively having their supply lines cut off from Crimea or from any other mode of resupply. Not really a siege, but something short of a direct attack. I mean, there's obvious concerns about with regard to the citizens still surviving within Kherson. But the question is simply this: what do you think the Russian the odds would be, or the chances that the Russian soldiers would give up the city, so to speak, if they were to be clearly cut off from their resupply routes, and knowing that they're in a city where they are surrounded by thousands? I don't even know the total numbers, but we'd heard at one point over 100,000. Do you suppose the Russians would be inclined to give up the ghost, as it were, or surrender at that point in those kinds of circumstances? Do you feel there's any prospect for that, or do you feel that there's much more probability of further Russian atrocities? So yes, your thoughts on that would be greatly appreciated, and thank you for your conveying all of the information you have on this site. Thank you, sir.
Thank you too. It's very I do not know if I can provide a sufficient answer. I'm just a civilian. I don't know if they will give up or not. I can just share my thoughts. From what we've seen in Kherson, it's some people, some Russian soldiers there are not understanding what they are doing. I'm already said it a couple of times in this space that some Russian soldiers are also going in city to supermarkets, to markets, and also they speak sometimes with locals. So what they're saying is some part of them are not, primarily young people, are not understanding what they are doing there. But at the same time, there are a lot of people, soldiers, who are deadly sure that they are there to defend Nazis, that they are there to fight, and so they are specifically knowing what they are doing there, they are only for war purposes. And I think this part of people still will fight. I think it will be harder to convince them to give up. Also about I don't know, maybe how could the Russians be cut off from the rest of their forces in Kherson? I don't know. If you look at the Kherson, where it's located, you'll see that there's a river, Dnipro River. It's a very big river. It's 1 kilometer wide, and there's another river, which is called Ingulets, which comes to the east of Kherson, northeast of Kherson. It's 100 meters wide, and basically there are just two bridges, which are under full Russian control, which are connecting Kherson to the rest of the territory. It's one bridge which is located in Daryevka over Ingulets River, 100 meters river, and another one which is Antonovsky Bridge, which is located over the Dnipro River, 1 kilometer's length. So basically, if somehow Ukrainians will manage to cut off just these two points, I think that the Russian forces in Kherson will be completely, almost completely cut off from outside supplies. So, and actually, like maybe also what we see now in Kherson, what's going on after the strike of HIMARS missile in the military base in the center of the city, where some of Russians' high-ranking command officers have died. People have seen that Russians are relocating to buildings which have, how do we call it, bomb shelters underneath them. So it's the main theater, like Kulisha in Kherson. Like they've occupied it because it has like a bomb shelter underneath it. They occupied some other like administrational buildings in Kherson which having also like bomb shelters beyond them. So it looks like they tried like to hide now from the HIMARS attacks, because like this military base where they were, it was like completely open. They've just destroyed the building and a bunch of Russians has died. And now they are relocating to more safer place. And basically there are even like underground, like some underground routes, like between like under Kherson. And there are a lot of like bomb shelters have left after the Soviet Union. So basically they have a plenty of places to hide. And I think that like it's unlikely that we will see in Kherson something as big as this military base destroyed and a lot of Russian generals died, because they are like learning from this experience and trying to prevent this happen in the future. And okay, I finish for now. Maybe for some questions to ask.
I believe we have a question from CJ. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it seems Special Kherson Cap, whenever we have you on, more strikes in Kherson happen, so you really can't leave. But we're just seeing now some reports of Chaplinka being hit, which again is interesting because it really is about at the maximum range of HIMARS. It's well within range of Tochka, and of course well within range of the Ukrainian Air Force too. I was just wondering if you had seen that yet or had any thoughts initially to what's going on there.
No, whenever I'm speaking, I'm not looking for the news. I'm not aware about this yet.
So yeah, the question then becomes whether you would just rather stay here and have the strikes happen more, or be investigating.
No, I'm speaking right now, so like, I will stay here.
Did we know for certain that the previous Chaplinka strikes were done by the Ukrainian Air Force? Is that what we had heard?
No, we do not know for sure. So I will manage to contact one person like from Chaplinka, and basically the strike, like the which I posted also in my Twitter page. It was not from the side of this airfield. It was somewhere else. Because it's located further from the settlement, there's not really much information which we can have from locals and from what was targeted and what was that happening there.
All right, thank you. We have Axel back. I'm trying to bring up Ryan. In the meantime, if you have any questions, any topics that you would like to discuss related to Kherson, we have a special guest. Special Kherson Cat is here with us to provide us with updates on what has been happening in Kherson. So feel free to send us a speaker request, and we will be more than glad to provide you with answers and discuss your topics to the extent of our knowledge. Special Kherson Cat, we actually have a question in the DMs. So, if the Russians blew the dam at Nova Kakova in a retreat, would Kherson be flooded, or is it high enough?
Like Kherson city will not be flooded because it's located higher. Like the bank of the river where Kherson is located is basically like higher than the bank, than the other bank. I don't know how do you call it, South Bank. It will be which is located closer to Russian side, on the west side, which is on the west. So basically, this eastern side is lower, and most of the damage will be on this side of the river. It will be completely flooded. I think there are a lot of tiny big villages located there. Basically, the city of Novokakhovka will go underwater. The Oleshki city, which is on the other side of the river near Kherson, will go underwater. But Kherson itself, it's located above. It's this bank of the river is higher, so the most of the city will be intact. Suburbs like Antonovka might go somewhat underwater. Still the damage will be colossal if the dam will be blown up. And it will be just the major war crime which may happen if it will somehow be destroyed or go down. It's even hard to imagine what the extent of the damage will be.
So it's a three-part question. So would the Crimean Canal still work if they blew the dam?
I'm not a hydro engineer. I don't know on the elevation.
The feed to the canal is low. It has to be, and that's how it was constructed.
All right, I'm just rolling with this, but I get where you're coming from, Axel, 100% with you. The third part is, would the nuclear power plant upriver towards Zaporizhzhia run out of cooling water if they blew the dam downstream?
Yeah, basically Energodar, that's the nuclear power plant.
Again, the answer is the feed.
Yeah, go
Axel.
on.
I think we might have lost him. Axel, I'm going to bump you down. We'll get you back up.
Axel, mic check. Right, so I'm pretty sure that this series of questions is more fear-mongering rather than something technical. Are the citizens of Kherson prepared for that dam to be destroyed?
I don't even know how can we prepare for this, but basically right now there's nothing done by people for specifically this possible event.
Thank you, Karen. Axel is back up. Axel, would you like to comment on those 4 questions again?
The first, I don't know what you heard from me last.
That the Crimean Canal will be still working because it's slow enough.
Yeah, that is the case. And separately from that, I think that the next question was Energodar, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, we discussed it also when Mark Nelson was on, who knows the facility intimately because he's been there. And Energodar, just like any other power plant with such a, reservoir as a cooling water provisioning, has very low level access. It has to have, in order to have for its redundant security system, it has both a backup basin, but it also has predominantly provisioning, and the water level of the basin would not drop to eradicate that level of access. So whoever said so speaks a lot of tosh.
Air siren alert update. Donetsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Yeah, so, we've talked a lot about water. We've talked a lot about the dams. I guess I'm sort of interested in Kherson City itself. All I can see really from my Google Street View and listening to people is just kind of the basic layout of the city. Can you sort of explain what, this is a little bit sensitive, but, we get asked these questions 24/7 when you're not here. So we want to have a better source of information. So when people are asking, we can kind of explain it to them. But people are very hyper-focused now, of course, on any battle that takes place in Kherson City. Could you sort of explain what is the city like to walk through? Is it well laid out?
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Just give us a general sense of kind of what fighting there would look like, because for the most part, as far as I understand, other than some small partisan attacks, there hasn't been much fighting in the city to this point in time.
So right now the city of Kherson is mostly intact. Like that's true that there were no big fightings going on in the street, and I think if I say that Kherson city is intact, it will be very close to the truth. We have not had any of such experiences when these crazy events have a lot of innocent people died because of some apartment buildings were blown up or something like that. There were no such stuff in Kherson. There were a couple of strikes reported into the buildings of artillery shells, but on a bigger perspective, the city is mostly intact. The biggest damage is now made to villages which are located closer to Nikolaev direction, such as Chernobyevka, Kiselivka, which are a little bit off Kherson, but they also take all of these distractions from the artillery duels. In Chernobyevka, it's like that 30% of the houses have somehow experienced the damage from the shelling, and basically the airport is completely destroyed. It's actually pretty personal. We've already have booked some tickets by Wizz Air from Kherson to Warsaw in April, and we before the war we were hoping to fly on it, but our plans have not come to real life. So it doesn't seem that the airport will be in working condition any time soon, even after the war. But basically the city is intact. So about how the city looks like, I don't know. Basically, I'm afraid, and my relatives are afraid that there will be street fights like in Mariupol, because all of our property is in Kherson, and my family's house.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Bad luck and missile attack somewhere. But basically, if there will be no big street fights, our house will be, we hope so, intact. But the different story is about my cousin's house, because they are living very, very close to the Antonovsky Bridge, and we think that if there will be some offensive, it will be the hottest point on the map, with the biggest amount of fighting which will be going on in case of offensive. And basically, if we even joke beyond inside of our family, making jokes that have you already said goodbye to your house or something like that. But basically, yeah, we have no property outside.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Lives, most of my relatives are safe. There are still people who I know inside of Kherson which cannot leave. They will not leave to the last moment, and they will stay in Kherson for some reasons. Even if the offensive will take place. But I don't know if it answers the question, because I think that I came a little bit off of this topic, but maybe you have something to ask also.
No, I think, well, I think people are really worried, obviously, that, in capturing the city, Ukraine will have to destroy a large part of it, which of course would be terrible. Obviously, the only thing worse than a city in Ukraine being destroyed is the city
Air
remaining
siren
in
alert
Russian
update.
hands, and I think that is
Mykolaiv.
generally accepted.
Full alert.
But I would point out, as
Dnipropetrovsk.
Ukraine gets
Full
more and
alert.
more of these precision-guided
Zaporizhzhia.
munitions
Full alert.
in large
This message
quantities,
has been generated
the
with
idea that they have to
municipal
destroy
data.
most of the city to take it is not as powerful of a statement. Because the reality is, with a large amount of precision-guided munitions, I mean, that's kind of why they were designed and really came to the forefront during counterinsurgency, at least how America used them and other countries used them, was to avoid the destruction unnecessarily of other buildings and other people, except for, the exact enemy you want to destroy. So it isn't going to be like Severodonetsk, where Russia was shelling the city for a month with just dumb, unguided artillery. It will be a very different fight. So, no, I think you answered the question well, because we're really just trying to paint a picture, because people and Russian disinformation is just going to get stronger and stronger as Ukraine gets more powerful. These sort of narratives that look at this destruction Ukraine is doing, we must stop giving them weapons. I mean, it's only going to come stronger every day, but I can't stress enough, the only thing worse than collateral damage and civilian casualties is Russia in control of Ukrainian territory, but I may be off base there.
Well, CJ, could you maybe talk a little bit about the difference between precision weapons and what Russia's doing with their, dumb artillery shells? Like, how do you think taking a city will look different with the, more sophisticated weapons?
Yeah, so it's not quite the same, but if you look at what happened in the Battle of Mosul, you can kind of get a picture. And in that situation, it was a lot of HIMARS used, but it was also a lot of unguided Iraqi artillery. So it was a combination of the both. Granted, Mosul was a city of 2 million people, so it's much larger than Kherson, so not really the best example. But what I would say is what will look different, right? Okay, so you take like an artillery shell, unguided, 152 or 155. It's about 100 pounds, and it's mostly steel. And so most of that damage comes not from the blast itself, but from the shrapnel that basically comes off of it. And so what that does is it tears through buildings, it tears through people. It's very indiscriminate in how it affects. In the case of HIMARS and other precision-guided munitions, they're not only launched on rockets, but most of their power and their sort of damage comes from the explosion of the blast as opposed to the sheer fragmentation. And blast actually generally affects other buildings and other people less so than fragmentation, because it's confined to a much smaller area but much more powerful. So what do I mean? So if you use an Excalibur
Air
shell
siren
in
alert
a building,
update.
for example, you're going to have that
All
combination
clear.
of precision, but
This
also a lot of
message has been
fragmentation,
generated
and you
with
still get
municipal
quite a lot
data.
of collateral damage, as opposed to a HIMARS or some other missile that is coming from straight down pretty much at Mach 2.5. You're just going to destroy that building because it's very low collateral damage. So I say, let Russia bring in all these bunkers, let them kind of dig in around the city. I mean, the more they're outside of Ukrainian buildings, the less damage there will be to the city itself. Because again, it's always important to stress, Ukraine only has a beef with the Russian soldiers on their territory, nothing else. They're not going to destroy anything unnecessarily. But they need to have the means to do that. Because what we saw in Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, and Rybizhne and Popasna specifically was Russia wanted to take these cities. They didn't have enough infantry to do it. And so what they did was they basically destroyed every single building that could be used as an observation post or a firing point. And they basically had to destroy 90% of these cities before they could really move in and have any sort of success on the ground. On the flip side, as you look at Ukraine, looking outside of Kherson, they just need to hit where the Russians are. So first these bunkers, then of course all the supply lines, which are already being hit. And then if Russians do want to go in these Ukrainian buildings, they certainly probably will. But the difference now is, instead of firing, 200 to 1,000 artillery shells to try and level a city block, it's instantaneous. It's one HIMARS through your roof, and all those Russian soldiers that are occupying that building are now dead. And if it's a high-angle impact, actually the building will still be standing, but the people inside will be dead. And so then you'll be putting Russia into a dilemma of fires or a decision point, where they have to decide, do they want to be out in the open where they're more vulnerable to Ukrainian sniper and ground fire, or do they want to go into a building which they could be sleeping in and destroyed in just as easily? So this is why they're bringing in these sort of concrete foundations and trenches, because they stand a better chance of surviving in these, as opposed to, for example, setting up defenses on city blocks, because these things are very easily targetable if you have enough precision-guided munitions. So that's kind of the difference. Is Ukraine won't have to level the city to take it; they'll just have to take out the Russians that are there. Because while we do think, I think most people here would say Russia is probably going to put up more of a defense of Kherson than they have with their failed Kyiv and Sumy and Chernihiv offensive. They certainly won't be, a lot of Russian partisan activity or soft activity after their main body has left. And that's the big difference. After the Ukrainian army, mechanized forces left Severodonetsk, there were still Foreign Legion, there were still Ukrainian special operations. I mean, it still took another week and a half to take that city. And I don't think that scenario would play out, with a Russian rear guard as much to basically sit there and die because, it's not only not their territory, but, I mean, quite honestly, they're not necessarily as well trained or well supplied as the Ukrainians are. So that would be kind of my 2 cents on it, but I may be off.
CJ, I would have a question. CJ, in that regard, if I may just interject, I would have a question for you. Is it fair to say that from everything which we heard from both Colonel Spencer as well as Major Through, that essentially IFVs, properly armed IFVs, would be, together with tanks, very important in order to dominate with appropriate momentum and firepower urban warfare?
Yeah, and so the real benefit that IFVs and other armored vehicles could bring to the Ukrainians to help them win the urban fight is pretty much from the SP or the starting point, right? 20 or 30 kilometers outside of the city. Basically, the area around Kherson in which they are now susceptible to artillery fire, right? Because while artillery can destroy vehicles, if vehicles are moving, it's almost impossible unless you have laser-guided munitions. And so what this means is you can close that gap down to the city limits, down to the range of the IFVs. And this is what we talk about for the echelonment of fires. You're basically suppressing the enemy while your troops in armored vehicles move that 30 kilometers to that 5 kilometer mark. Because at that 5 kilometer range mark, you now can engage in this case, the Russians with your wire guided missiles, your anti-tank missiles, your javelins, and everything else. And now you're at a level playing field. But often the trouble is getting those troops to that 5 kilometer mark, which in pickup trucks is not very good of a strategy, not only because they break down, but because they're not armored and there's people on top. But that really is the biggest difference, because pound for pound, you get Ukrainians into that city safely, they're going to win the day. And also, as we saw in Mariupol too, that would be another great example. The Azov battalion there didn't really have too many vehicles, and the ones they did were extremely old and outclassed by the Russians. But as we saw, even after most of the city had been captured, they were still able to drive and shoot and take out tanks and much superior weaponry with just better training and fieldcraft. So this also goes both ways in the offense as well, which is why, in Kramatorsk the other day, we saw peonies being brought in, T-64s being brought in. The unleashing of the Ukrainian armor is either beginning or about to begin. Obviously, as you point out many times, Axel, it could be better supplemented by other countries, but it's a potent aspect of this war we have not fully seen yet, but I have no doubt that if given the proper equipment, they can make it happen.
So if the French may have delivered already their VBAs and the likes in recent weeks, maybe that would lend itself. I mean, these are APCs and armored, so intermediate, so to say, between the classic IFE and APCs. But there's a number of pieces of kit which have been announced in recent weeks and months, which we haven't seen yet in combat at all.
No, there's
what we're waiting for.
Well, that, and there's also a lot of other pieces of kit we haven't seen. We've seen a couple M113s, which are the very old American APCs, but we've only seen about 20 or 30 of them, and about 300 have been given. And this is a common theme across the IFVs and APCs and other things that have been given, is that they're not being used in the Donbass on a day-to-day basis as much. They are elsewhere, or whether they're training or gathering, their forces for some future attack. I wouldn't have enough information to speculate, but if they've been delivered as promised, it would be quite a potent APC force that has not yet made its day in the field.
Em, what would you do if you had such a potent force available, nicely hidden, stacked away, trained up and ready?
I would be very sneaky.
Sorry, Special Cat, I saw you were going to say something. Did you have a question earlier?
No, I do not have questions.
Okay, never mind. Dryfly? You see Dryfly?
Yeah, I got a question
All right.
for Special Kirsten Cat, if he's still on. Is he still on? She?
Yep.
My question is, what does the troop force in Kherson look like? In other words, do these guys look like gunners, like they're hardcore, like they're really motivated? Do they have high morale, or do they look like a lot of the rest of the Russian forces we see elsewhere who would rather be anywhere on the planet other than there? And I ask that because their morale, in my estimation, will suggest, and I guess would suggest to me whether they're going to fight, whether they're going to roll over. And then the other question is, are there enforcers amongst them? In other words, the FSB have a big group there, Wagner's, that kind of thing, to kind of hold order if they waver. Can you see any of that from your perspective? And I'll listen.
So inside of Kherson, it's actually like quite an interesting and weird observation that we have in Kherson. All of these Russian soldiers in Kherson who are standing on checkpoints, patrolling on some important places in Kherson, they are very good equipped. They have this, I don't know, very big protection on them. They have a lot of you just see that they are very good equipped. But when you see the videos from the front line, and you see that there people are without any protection, without any equipment. When Ukrainian forces are capturing them on the video, it's actually quite people in Kherson have seen this from the beginning of war, which was very interesting. That inside of Kherson, on the checkpoints, people who are next to the main administrational building in Kherson, they're extremely good equipped. But we do not see the same good equipped people on the front line, which is interesting. Also about FSB, yes, there are a lot of FSB units, and FSB is doing such stuff that they are. If there are some reports about investigations, searches in people's houses, that Russians break up in people's houses and capture someone, it's always reports that these were some FSB units, so they are doing this. They are also very extensively use civilian cars, not any kind of their cars, but they extensively use just random civilian cars to move in the city. So also about the motivation, I've said already before, that there are some people that primarily young people who are not understanding what they are doing there, at least from the rumors and information which I have. And but at the same time, there are people who think that they are doing the right thing and thinking that they are for real fighting Nazis in Ukraine. So I consider that these people have motivation to fight.
Relative percentage of the two? Do the motivated outnumber the unmotivated, or the unmotivated outnumber the motivated, or is it just hard to tell because they're distributed in different places?
I think it's very hard to say for sure because I'm telling just from my perspective, and completely cannot say any percentages of these people. Just the fact that there is some people on this side and some people on the other side, but cannot really say anything about the percentages.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dryfly. Let's go to Nina.
Thank you, Em, and hi, everybody. I haven't been reading a lot today and I've been busy, but I saw on TV news that Shoigu said that Russia will I don't remember if he used the word will or wants. That's a big difference, of course, to take out all the long-range weapons that Ukraine has got from the West. Do you see that it's possible to do that, to take out them, or is this just this posturing?
Floor is open for anyone who would like to take this one.
CJ.
I think that is such a simple question that I can answer it. It is extremely unlikely.
Yeah, I was going to say just posturing, but go ahead, Nina.
Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking the same as Axel, but yeah, of course, they are doing what they can and what they can't.
Have we already discussed, I think recently in Kherson, not that this wasn't already the case, but Russia, I believe, sort of passed a law or disseminated that they can hold Ukrainians for 72 hours, like with no, charges or anything. Did we already discuss that? Maybe not. I don't know. Not that it makes a big difference. I think that was already happening, as Kherson Cat reported, weeks and weeks ago. They've been kidnapping people. They disappear. We don't know where they go. But they basically just publicly made that clear to people, like maybe yesterday or 2 days ago. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kherson Cat?
Yeah, actually, I think it will not have any consequences on the ground. It's just they've done it before. Nothing has stopped them. Before, in this sort of imprisoned people, without an answer. And actually, they imprisoned them not for 72 hours, a lot of, for much longer periods of time. There are some cases that people were kidnapped in the beginning of May, and only now they were freed. And there are also a lot of cases when, even on Ukrainian media, when people were in the Russian captivity, were freed from there, and have given an anonymous or an interview that they were imprisoned for much longer periods of time than 72 hours. It's a complete bullshit. It's just that they've came up with this law, but on the ground I do not think it will change anything.
Special Cat, do you expect that the remaining, shall we say, civil defense partisans in Kherson are just biding their time carefully, trying to not get caught, and at the point in time when the attack comes, that they will do the same thing their compatriots in and around Melitopol have already pursued?
So I think right now they if there are still partisans in Kherson, I think they are waiting, especially now because as I've said, last half of a week is very intensive in terms of Russian harassment of and searches of private areas, especially people's garages, and it's very intensive time in terms of this Russian activity of trying to find something. So I think they are staying low right now. But it's also very possible that when the Ukrainian forces will come closer or will be already in the city, I consider it's possible that there are places where weapons is hidden inside of Kherson, because even in the beginning of the occupation there was a news that weapons have magically disappeared from some police departments and SBU units in Kherson. So it has to be somewhere, and I think it's somewhere in Kherson.
Yeah, there were famous sayings in different places which in the Second World War had suffered from occupation, where people were saying that when, for example, the Americans appeared to free certain cities, that they'd rather risk fighting and going down fighting than being executed. So there is a trade-off at some point in time. It's probably closer than we thought.
So I hope we will see some offensive in the Kherson direction soon, and we'll see what will be going on there.
All right, let's go with Smooth.
Thanks, Sam. I have a question for Axel. Axel, earlier on, when Space was talking about the update on the gas situation, you said something in the likes of that you would expect that this is a game changer for the German politics, and that you would expect that maybe the German politicians would free some resources now that this situation is changed.
I did not say that they would do this actively. I said that this would be a game changer because they would now be forced.
All right. Okay. So even if my question will be, do you have what's your expectation about that? What they would be forced of? Are we talking about Leopard 1s, or what would your expectation be? What this situation could look like?
I think that the 22 plus Marders, plus the original 88 M15 Leopards, plus a lot more kit, are on the table for the meeting in Ramstein, or the Ramstein 4 virtual meeting. I do tend to believe that the pressure will grow exponentially in the next 24 hours on German politicians. It's not quite a come to Jesus moment that will come, but I think it's not there yet. But it will change the question of release of weaponry, because if if the Conservatives and the Free Democrats do not understand that this is now the opportunity to turn this around, and as famously one called a book, Turn That Ship Around, this is the time. You have the momentum. Because everything which became evident by means of this horse trading and call the bluff scheme with the turbine, which I think the Americans and Canadians played perfectly well, has come to bear out. It's just that the German media still fails to recognize it. It's very difficult to understand why a media landscape such as Germany is incompetent, absolutely incapable of seeing through the stratagems of an enemy, because they somehow still believe that logic, or their logic of peacetime and negotiations and civil economy and trading economy counts for anything, because it doesn't. This is wartime, and they haven't quite yet caught up. But I think the Americans will teach them a lesson, fortunately. CJ.
No, I just saw that video, Axel, you were talking about the French light vehicles headed for, I believe, Poland at least to start, and then to get pushed through. So it looks like the French have shown the Germans what to do next. But no, thank you for bringing that up, because that is going to be an important part of it. And it's never too late for Germany to get on board here, because this thing is not over yet.
Yeah, and we know where the Marders are, and we know how long it takes to put them on trains, and we know how long it takes to get the Leopard 1s there. And we do know that the Ukrainians can actually use them. And they run on diesel. Nothing has to be changed.
Let's go to finance, and then we'll go back to Nina. Finance, go ahead.
Yeah, with the news on gas being cut off to Germany today, that's clearly a big one. And optimistic me says, well, maybe German political leadership will find its collective spines and leave the invertebrate section of the dictionary and send, 1,000+ armored vehicles that Ukraine needs and assorted other items. And that will
Air
go a
siren
very, very
alert
long way to
update.
getting their gas
Dina
supplies turned back on
Propetrovskaya.
via Ukraine
Partial
victory.
alert. This message has been
Pessimistic me
generated
says
with
that
municipal
the
data.
problem isn't the broad national strategy, but the people involved have been deeply corrupted, and that you can't fix deep corruption because their incentives are not the national incentive, and that national disaster in case of deep corruption is not personal disaster. And pessimistic me is worried that Schultz is going to continue Schultzing. Axel, do we have any evidence as to whether we're going to get a pessimistic or an optimistic scenario out of your country of birth?
Yeah, as I said, there is no come to Jesus moment quite yet. And there's reasons for it.
Air siren
Let's start
alert
with the
update.
obvious one.
Dina
At the
Propetrovskaya.
moment,
Partial alert. This
the-
message has been generated
this
with
force
municipal
majeure,
data.
declaration is only in one letter to one of the off-taker coalition from Nord Stream 1. And it's done specifically so that it is sent to the German subsidiary, Uniper, of the Finnish Uniper, which is Fortum. And in order to further heat up the conflict between Finland
Air siren alert
as the-
update. Dina Propetrovskaya.
Well, through Fortum,
Partial alert.
state owner
This message
of
has
Uniper
been generated
and
with
Germany.
municipal data.
So the Russians are still playing their game in this. So in this whole situation, there's a game. And this game is used in order to distract German public and to play with the German government, because Uniper has already an existing backup loan facility from Germany's KfW, Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, wherein lies the irony, because this is the state loan agency originally, meaning it was the loan provisioning agency which was used after the Marshall Plan came into effect, in order to sponsor the build-out of those assets in the German economy, and also those residential buildings in the German economy, which
Air
had to be
siren
rebuilt
alert
for people to
update.
be housed, and where
Mykolaiv.
the risks were
Partial
too
alert.
intense and too
Zaporizhia.
long-term, so that,
All clear. This message has been
commercial
generated
banks
with
could not have
municipal
provided
data.
those loans after the war and throughout. And KfW has evolved since. Now KfW is there to take over exactly this risk, meaning that Uniper, as a considered to be strategic company in Germany, despite the fact that it's still, Nina, correct me, I think it's 83% or 84%, it doesn't really matter. It has a more than quorum total majority by Finland as a government, and therefore as a state, and therefore it is a government-related entity for Finland. So essentially a Finnish company which has been part and parcel of the coalition of the willing to buy Russian gas and sell it in Germany is now taking out a loan
Air
from
siren
the
alert
government
update.
loan
Mykolaiv.
provisioning scheme
All
in
clear.
Germany. So Germany
This message has been
paid
generated with municipal
for that force
data.
majeure event put upon the shoulders of Uniper. That's what the Russians are doing at the moment. And if you look at it from the outside, it looks a bit strange, but at the same time you get quickly into it and then you understand why they play that game. The long and the short of it is still that this is an indication of their force majeure event, as in that they will obviously utilize the current maintenance of Nord Stream 1 in relation to this turbine to almost likely not deliver gas on time. Because supposedly their force majeure is due to an external event. But the external event, ultimate irony, is of course one they have caused, albeit that Putin and his regime claim that they were forced to do so to protect the Russians and get rid of the Nazis. Don't forget, that's what they said, as a pretext for their special operation.
Air siren
is
alert
something which
update.
is not even mildly
Mykolaiv.
humorous.
All clear. This message has
So,
been generated
this
with
is where this
municipal
game is
data.
at this point in time. If you then, in answer to your question, want to find out how the German public will react, they will be distracted by the intricacies of this game. This is what they always are. They follow through the process. They look at this as a process item rather than a value and a, shall we say, war game item. And that is the mistake in the German approach.
I don't mean to be rude, Axel, but this just seems to be like one of those items where it's pretty easy to see the forest for the trees.
There's nothing rude in your claim, because this is not addressing me. And I do tend to highlight these things because I think I have a solution for this and I have a view on these matters. So I can't easily be touched by this. I find it just more sad and disappointing, if not quite outright outrageous, that the German government, its exponents and its media and part of the population are so easily fooled all the time. But then again, that is a preoccupation with process.
Thank you, Axel. So real quick, I just wanted to make sure. So I remember, Kherson Cat, you asked a question on Twitter, and we might be able to answer it, but did you already get an answer to your question? It was yesterday. I remember Ben retweeted, said the cat has a question. Did you get an answer?
Yeah, I already got an answer. But
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Someone, okay, so with that, we'll go to M, then we'll go CJ, then we'll go Nina. Sorry, everyone. Go ahead, M.
Yeah, it's a quick comment. Axel's answer basically takes us to a question that was posed earlier a couple of hours ago about whether Ukraine owes Russia, quote-unquote, $17 billion on gas. People need to realize that gas crises have been engineered by Russia since the 1990s. So it's the only game that they know how to field and they know how to play, and it's their playbook, right? And it's very, 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 very complex. And like Axel said, it's very intricate. And the response to it is almost always against the political leadership of the country involved in the problem. So, yeah. Back to you, Joseph.
Thank you, Em. Good point. And we'll go to CJ next.
Yeah, in this space, I know Special Kherson has been here for at least a week or two, maybe listening longer than that. But we often, go country by country in Europe and talk about, what more they should be doing or could be doing, which I think is important as this war goes on. I guess from Special Kherson's cat's point of view, when we talked to soldiers who were fighting in those first couple days and weeks, outside of Kyiv and all over Ukraine, they not only were they on their own, but they really didn't have an expectation that Europe would rush to their aid and save the day, that NATO would come in or anything like that. So I guess from your perspective, Kherson Cat, what is something unexpected in a good way that you've seen Europe do for Ukraine, and something that you really wish they did better or more of?
So what I see good, maybe I'll start from good, it's help to the usual people. That's a lot of people were granted a shelter in Europe, even in Germany, in Poland. Also from the good point of view, it's that the help comes from the countries which the majority of help comes from the countries which we even were not expecting, at least in me personally to come the majority of help, like Poland and Baltic states, respectively to the size of Baltic state economies. But I think it's connected because all of these countries, basically we have somewhat connected and same problems to deal with. And basically, on the other hand, the bad side is maybe the same stuff which every Ukrainian will say, is that we do not have enough military support. So that's especially with the new modern weapons which may change the situation. Even if something is given, for example, like HIMARS, we also always have a feeling that it could have happened much earlier and prevented much of collateral damage beforehand. Even if stuff is done and we are happy about HIMARS, they're very helpful now, but we do not quite have an answer why so long, why not earlier. And also this, if you remember, from the very first day of wars, people have said, if not close sky for Ukraine, then start going in the direction of training Ukrainian pilots, start giving providing aircrafts. And we see it only now, after I don't know how many, five months of the war, only now that there are some law in US government about providing $100 million for training Ukrainian pilots. Also the question, why now? Why not at the beginning of the war? Like it's the right step. It's what has to be done. We have to integrate our military into NATO standards and like the modern jets, the modern equipment. But it's just takes so much longer time. Literally, it could have been happened like much earlier. And also another case is I do not know what is in your perspective, but in the perspective of Ukrainians, of the people who are surrounding me, we think that German government does not act like a leader country, and we have not seen any leadership in terms of help to Ukraine, military help to Ukraine from the German
Siren
government.
alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. This message has been
Thank you,
generated
Kirsten. I
with
think there's a lot of
municipal
excellent
data.
points made there, and it's definitely true that all this stuff could have been done sooner. If this had been done before the war, and quite frankly, the only thing in the U.S. stopping us from doing this was ourselves, a lot of death could have been prevented, I think, and I think you made that point very well. And of course, Ukraine's going to win this war, but the sooner we arm them with what they need, the more death we can prevent, right, on the Ukrainian side especially. So it's something that we need to do. Please write, in whatever country you're from, please write your politicians. Tell them that Ukraine needs more heavy weapons. They need infantry fighting vehicles, like
Siren
Axel
alert
was talking
update.
about,
Mykolaiv,
IFVs.
full
They
alert.
need tanks.
This message
they need
has been
modern
generated
aircraft.
with municipal
They
data.
need more strategic weapons like artillery and HIMARS. So definitely please write to your politicians, do everything we can to get them heavy weapons. And of course, you as a person, if you want to help us out, please consider retweeting the space. It does help us out a lot, spreads the message about what's going on in Ukraine. And also, of course, we are supporting Maria Aid here. MariaAid.org is an organization that is also, like us, run completely by volunteers. And that means there's no overhead costs or any type of administrative costs. No one takes a salary at Maria Aid. It's all volunteers as well. And all they do is procure non-lethal aid for Ukrainians. Things like tourniquets, body armor, hemostatic bandages, drones, stuff that Ukrainians need on the front lines right now to resist Russian aggression. So Maria Aid's a great charity, and we really hope that you guys consider helping out. Thank you very much. And of course, if you guys have a question, please feel free to come on up and raise your hand.
This
Press the
message has
microphone
been
icon in the
generated
bottom
with
left-hand
municipal
corner.
data.
Then press the little heart icon in the middle, and on the far right, you can raise your hand, and we will do our best to answer your question. Up here, we've got Special Kherson Cat, who is from the Kherson area, Chernobyka originally. And we got CJ, who's an artillery expert. I think he's going to bed soon, but he might be able to pop a couple of HIMARS questions off. We got Finance, who knows a lot about Russian sanctions. And we also have Axel, if he's not too busy in some kind of meeting or something. He's usually in a meeting. Anyway, so if you guys have any questions for our excellent panel, of course, we also have M. I think he's kind of going to bed soon, too. But please feel free to come up and ask your question. We'll do our best to answer it. And sorry to make you wait so long, Nina. Go ahead.
No problem, thank you. Actually, to Axel and why not to others also, you talked about
Here
Uniper
Siren alert
and,
update.
of course, this is
Zaporizhzhia,
kind
full
of a-
alert.
not
This
kind of,
message has been generated with
crisis
municipal data.
also in Finland, and emergency meetings with the here with the my words aren't coming, like hallitus, what is it in English? Well, the ministers are meeting about it. Yeah, and they are not talking about a lot about it because they say it's really sensitive matter. And this is, of course, really what Putin likes and wants it to be. But then I also read about was it three? Were it
Here
three
Siren alert
three
update.
nuclear power plants
Zaporizhzhia,
in
full alert.
Germany that
This message
they
has been
might
generated with municipal data.
stop the they have been downgrading them. They will stop it and might even, if we are lucky, if and they are lucky to like change their mind about the nuclear power. And this is of course would be good news for Germany and Europe, and also bad news for Putin. What do you say, Axel?
I really don't know what you mean by which article said what, because there is currently absolutely no relevant indication that this government in Germany has any inclination to step away from its ideological bent of eradicating nuclear power.
Air siren alert update. Odessa, full alert. This
Axel,
message has
I
been
didn't
generated
dream.
with
I will
municipal
find
data.
the article.
I'm sure you didn't dream, but I can tell you, if there were any indication, I would know. 100%. I would know it before they write it in a paper.
Okay, I trust you. Yes.
All right, thank you, Nina. Carl, you requested the mic. Please go ahead.
Sorry, just give me a minute.
I was informed Special Kherson Cat went to bed, and back to you.
Even cats need to sleep.
Air siren alert update. Odessa,
Nina, do you
full
have any
alert.
follow-up questions
This
or
message has
comments?
been generated with municipal data.
I was just looking for the source that I read that, but I didn't find it that fast. But anyway.
I vaguely know what Nina's talking about. I didn't read it either, or like listen to the recording, but apparently, or I don't know German, not that the recording would help, but I didn't read the transcript, I should say. But apparently that some type of something leaked out that basically like a German power plant manager of one of these nuclear plants basically was saying, this thing could easily work. It's a purely political question, and it sort of debunked systematically all the excuses the German government had made. Like, well, it's an old power plant. Well, we don't have fuel. Well, this, well, that. And like, they sort of systematically debunked each one. But I think Axel's right. Like, it doesn't really change anything in the broad scheme. We've kind of always known this about the German government, but this particular leak just made it really abundantly clear that all the empirical evidence they've tried to cite is bunk. Go ahead,
The
Axel.
point is, it's not a leak. This is based on publicly available information. It's based on information, which M should correct me. I think we talked about this here on this space. I think the second or the third week of March. And then we recapped it when Mark Nelson appeared here again for the first time for a longer segment. Then with Benjamin Schmidt, who is bent on coming back to us shortly. And again in the last segment, or the last double segment, I have to say, of Mark Nelson, where we had a whole evening with him. And in the first half hour, and I can only highly recommend it to people because we're going to have it available for you shortly, when Mark was on, in the first half hour, he dissected the overbearing influence of a cabal of politicians in certain industries who have deliberately, out of negligence, out of comfort, out of complacency, out of a strategic calculus, which I cannot even bear to describe here now and would certainly never subscribe to, compromise themselves for the purpose of eradicating nuclear power alongside a political trend which they didn't want to fight. On the one hand, we're happy to sacrifice and easily slide into the gas dependency to Russia. That's how they did it. And we know it, and it's evident. And fortunately, a few days ago at the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, a friendly opinion piece by a very relevant writer came out and highlighted it again, and then the media went nuts about it on Twitter, and people in the English language area who unfortunately simply do not read what the Germans write because of a language disconnect which has grown a classic divide of education, which has grown, unfortunately, in recent 30 years, because there's fewer and fewer well-educated Americans and well-educated Brits who actually take German classes. So they do not follow what actually happens and goes down the drain in Germany, which is a pity. And those educated Germans who speak speak English well enough, few of them, but still, unfortunately don't declare themselves properly. So the disconnect in pragmatic...
Okay, I muted Axel there. Axel, we got a lot of your point. We had some really bad feedback, so I had to mute you. But I think the point is very well taken, Axel, that there's maybe a disconnect between the English-speaking media. Oh, it's bad, Axel. Please fix that before you unmute. It's really bad feedback. But yeah, the point is very well taken that there's like a disconnect between that. Okay, you fixed it, Axel. You fixed. There was feedback, but you're good now. Go ahead.
What kind of feedback? What happened?
It was just like a loud, high-pitched feedback. I don't know.
Okay, no idea. I'm sorry. If I caused it, I have no idea. There's nothing yet. But okay, sorry.
Okay, it's fixed now. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was actually finished, and I thought that John and Carl were to be picking up the next thread.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Carl. Carl, I'm not crazy. There was feedback, right? And then go to your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a tiny bit of feedback. Yeah. Along the lines of kind of Europe and they help or not help, Germany or whatnot, one thing I haven't looked into enough, but I'm really curious about, and that's the net effect of helping Ukraine versus Russia. Like, if we look at some of these countries, like, is there actually
Air siren alert update. Kirovohrad, full alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
To Ukraine, then they're actually providing money to Russia via the oil trade, or is it really still like 5 to 1, 10 to 1, giving Russia money for every dollar of military support they give to Ukraine? I mean, of course, the US is different. The UK is probably going to be different too. And each country will be different, but I'm just really curious about that.
Air siren alert update.
Axel, I think he was asking
full
you.
Alert. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Numbers now. But the key aspect of whatever is being paid to Russia for any kind of natural resources, hydrocarbons and the likes at the moment, is the fact that they can't use most, if any, of it. That's Russia's problem. Because they cannot buy the spare parts or services they want to buy. So the sanctions themselves have worked well enough in order to liquidate that option.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Yeah, like they had a lot of money saved. Like if they could spend the money that they'd saved, I assume they probably would be right now. But the fact that they have still money that they can't spend indicates that I think Axel's right. It's just getting kind of put in a pile somewhere. It doesn't really help them a ton. I'm sure it helps them for certain specific things, but nothing in terms of at a macroeconomic level in terms of our general understanding. But thank you, Carl. And with that, we'll go to John. John, go ahead. John, maybe we're having some trouble there. You want to try one more time? Okay, John's having a little trouble. We'll get John back up if we can. We'll go to finance. Finance, go ahead.
Hear me now. Have we got it?
Oh, yep. We can hear you, John. Go ahead.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well, this wasn't what I was going to say, but I can't be the only person here who just feels desperately sad and sorry for Axel, who has been here from the beginning and has known more than most people exactly what's going on and exactly what needs to be done, and ends up spending, it must be 50% of his time on this space, having to explain why the German government are mucking things up in so many different ways and inventively at times. It's just ridiculous. But Axel, honestly, you have my sympathies. What I was going to say was Ukrainian Southern Operational Command have reported just this evening that apparently Russian forces are concentrating in the urban areas of Kherson to try and insulate and shield themselves from indirect fire from the Ukrainians, which would suggest that they don't have an awful lot of confidence in their own fortunes, frankly, in the near future, and that's a really for them, that's a really bad sign, and for us that's a really good sign. But I wondered if anybody else had observed that.
Yes, these news have been trickling in during the afternoon. There's one thing I would like to highlight, just so that everybody prepares themselves for it. Whenever the Russians are under pressure, and whenever their forces concentrate somewhere and are forced to leave, what do, John?
Yeah, well, mentally, I don't really want to go there, to be honest. But I mean, I think it's obvious to everyone what the potential is.
Which also means, by measure of that, or by design, and with this concentration at hand, they're trying to provoke the Ukrainians to attack earlier. It's both defensive as well as a lure.
That's pretty grim. I'll be honest, I hadn't considered that, but now you've said it, it seems at least possible. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's nothing much to add to that, to be honest.
Thank you, John. That's a great discussion, but realistic. Axel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've been accused of pathos or whatever. Hopefully not being pathetic here, or pathos-ridden from time to time. But I don't really care what you believe in and if you believe in anything. But if you have something or someone to pray to or light a candle for, then do so tonight, because those who remain in Kherson will need any and all thought and any and all support. But predominantly they need very, very calm and hopefully very well prepared and equipped warriors to relieve them.
Well, sorry, I'll just come back in for 1 second. You have to assume that there are an awful lot of people on the ground in Kherson who are acting as spotters, and if the Russians are concentrating in known locations, and a concentration implies that they're not all trying to fit into one house, so they're going to be in a particular area, and if by chance any of those areas include some large buildings in which large numbers gather, those targets are they are vulnerable to HIMARS, and that's the sort of thing that could be hit without causing massive collateral damage to the surrounding buildings. Because although we see some great big explosions from HIMARS, that tends to be when they hit an ammunition depot. If you hit a building with 50, 60, 70 guys inside, the actual frame, the construct of the building itself will contain a lot of that explosion, and just make a mess of whatever was inside it. So hopefully,
siren alert update.
If things
Kiev
are
City,
going along the lines
full
that
alert.
you're considering,
This message has been generated with municipal
be able
data.
to give them something to think about and keep them a little bit too busy for that.
I sincerely hope so. And the good thing is, of course, that the Ukrainian troops, also with long-range artillery, have the Excaliburs, and lots of them still. So rockets and Excaliburs hopefully will make the difference.
You know, one thing that really kind of gave me comfort was when Colonel Spencer was here last night. He mentioned just that we kind of asked him, "What do you think is one of the Ukrainian strong suits?" And we said, "You know, not we don't want you to give away anything in terms of operational security, but what do you think Ukraine does really well?" And he said, "These guys are planners. They are planning everything. They're planning every detail." And this is exactly the kind of situation, the kind of weapons that we're giving them that favors this type of extensive planning, right? And we compare that with the Russian method, right? I mean, we've actually, apparently, I don't know a lot about this, but we've seen orders from Russia that look like a toddler wrote them. They're just like, okay, go take that city, guys, you know, and it's like a city full of, you know, like 500,000 or 1 million people. You know, Ukraine has very, very intricate planning going on. It's happening all the time. It's happening right now. Colonel Spencer said, you know, I've seen it. It's very extensive, and I think that is going to really be a decisive factor, because when the day comes and they're ready, and they're truly ready to do this, the plan is going to be very, very detailed. And I think that when that plan is executed, they've got these precise munitions like HIMARS that can GPS target exactly where they need to go. And when that plan's executed, it's going to be executed with a lot of precision. And it's not to say that the plan's going to be followed exactly, but the planning part is the important part, right, Axel?
Well, I think it's above my pay grade. I think there are people who are substantially better equipped to opine on this. But I can see that Colonel Spencer is in our audience, and I don't know whether he has a moment to share, but today's concentrations and all the news from Kherson, it sets up the time or the clock for a looming battle.
Thank you, Axel. M?
Yeah, I would
Siren
definitely
alert
say that the
update.
line is
Chernobyl,
shipping
full
up,
alert.
shipping up
Tidemer,
nicely.
full
And with that
alert.
said,
This message has been
I'd like to
generated
thank
with
everyone
municipal data.
and to wish everyone a good night. It's my bedtime, so see you everyone tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Axel, John, and everyone who joined us and contributed today.
Thank you, Em. Great pleasure, as always.
Thank you, M. We say good night to M from Cairo.
Yeah, I think it's better to have our men in Cairo than our men in Casablanca. What do you say?
I think so.
Air siren alert update. Chernobyl.
If only we
full
had a
alert.
man in Berlin we could
Tidemer,
trust.
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Axel, it's late. You got to go to bed sooner. John, did you have something you wanted to add here?
I think John currently has the same view as me. I think I'm going to go and race and open a can of beer because Mr. Scholz is very hard to tolerate without it at a late evening.
Yeah, I don't get it, Axel, but you know, it's all right. It's all right. We can still do this without Germany, I guess.
Yeah, that's the problem, mate. I think it's very hard to do without. It is winnable, but at what cost? Because the cost is so immense for Ukraine.
Air siren
It
alert
is
update. Cherkasy.
needlessly
Full alert.
expensive. It is
Kiev.
needlessly
Full alert.
horrific.
This message has been generated
It
with
could be
municipal
solved
data.
much better. It would stand Europe, Germany, the transatlantic alliance in good stead. It would solve so many things. Well, I'm not utopian. I've never been a utopian. But I still have hope. I do have hope that sounder judgment in Washington will prevail, and that they will act and push hard.
Yeah, because I don't know Germany, but I think you're definitely right about one thing. They know that. They know that Ukraine's going to win. They know that the U.S. and countries like Poland and, Romania and other countries, the Baltics, that really support Ukraine are
siren
never
alert
going to
update.
stop supporting Ukraine.
Cherkasy.
The Ukrainians
Full
are
alert.
never going to stop
Kiev.
fighting.
Full
And
alert.
that
This message
this
has
is
been
inevitable.
generated with
Like, this is
municipal
going to
data.
happen, and that's why they've given the help they have. I think maybe I'm being a little bit cynical there, but I think that's, especially that recent sort of change of tone we heard from Schultz, which was a little bit better. I'm not saying that he turned anything around, but that seemed to come from a sort of maybe a fait accompli, or maybe that's too strong of a term, but just accepting that this is how it's going to go. And I think that's something you've made clear, is that Washington needs to tell Berlin, like, this is how it's going to go. Like, you're either along for it or you're going to be against it, and everyone's going to know it. And, I think that's, I don't know. Like you said, it's inevitable. This is, like, Ukraine's going to win. It's a matter of lives. It's an ethical question at this point. How many lives can we save by Germany helping as much as they can versus Germany kind of dragging their feet and kicking and screaming the whole way and being forced into it?
Holy fuck, where? The shopping center, oh shit! Oh my god! Holy shit! Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it.
I don't know, man. Go ahead.
No, I'm with you, Joseph. I was just thinking because I would have liked to have a discussion with our holidaymaker, Chuck Farah, who has a vacation week, well earned, about exactly that Battle of Kherson. I missed out on the segment with John Spencer later in the morning, my time, but later in the evening, US time.
Hopefully we'll get Major Giroux. Oh, go ahead, Axel.
Yeah, no, it's feels like the evening of battle is there, and from the outside we know so little.
Definitely, it's an interesting situation, right? Like, the front line is very close to Kherson, right? It's, as far as I can tell, it's visual distance. Like, you can see the city from where the Ukrainian trenches are. I mean, is that accurate?
Yeah, in certain locations, that is definitely it's flat country. I mean, part of it depends on which side of that meandering river down south you are, but they can certainly see the city itself. I mean, you have to think about it. Like, what is it? 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks? No, 3 weeks ago, the first signs appeared, which everybody was quoting then, of course. I mean, we understand why they do this, where the Ukrainians in Kherson were highlighting to the Russian soldiers that the Ukrainian army was 15 kilometers away, then 12 kilometers away, and 10 kilometers away. Most recent ones say, they can see you. They are coming.
And I think one thing that I've noticed is typically we don't hear about Ukraine capturing these settlements, these, like, villages in the Kherson area. What we hear instead is maybe a few days later that Russia shelled them, right? And that's kind of our indication, like, sounds like the Ukrainians took it, right? Because why would Russia shell it otherwise? So this has been a very quiet operation on their part. They've been very carefully maneuvering. What do they call that? They call that a shaping operation. I think the military guys in here, they've been doing a shaping operation. They've been very careful. And now they've got the access to the city I think they need for things like special forces and things like, getting key people in and out, basically. Go ahead.
Yeah, my issue is, sorry, I was distracted for a second because I'm still wondering. We haven't heard much, if anything at all, about what the Ukrainian armed forces, which went forward and liberated those villages, what they have found. The only thing which we found out so far is that nobody wants to talk about it. That is actually the worst thing which can happen. And I think that that the world has to brace itself.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, but I don't know. It's just you, me, and Ryan up here, Axel. So I'm going to do some brief announcements. So this is the Maria Report. Every day, 24 hours a day, until all Ukrainian territory is liberated, we run a 24-hour space where we discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against Ukrainians. We do our best to spread information, raise awareness about what's going on. And if you guys do want to help us out, we would appreciate it. One way you can help us out is by retweeting the space. It helps us by spreading our message, to other people who might not be aware of it. Tell your friends, tell people about the Maria Report. We would appreciate it. Second, of course, Maria Report supports MariaAid.org. That's kind of our main mission. It's why we do what we do, I think. And the goal of MariaAid.org is to get non-lethal equipment like body armor, thermals, night vision, drones, and most importantly, maybe tourniquets and bandages, hemostatic bandages, modern bandages, to Ukrainians on the front lines to help save their lives. And it's all kinds of non-lethal aid. It's an organization run mainly by volunteers who participate in Operation Unifier, which is the Canadian effort to train Ukrainian soldiers before the full-scale invasion began, I should say. And
sorry, Joseph, that's great that you said it, but you said mainly by volunteers. Did we requisition you?
No, sorry, you're right.
Press gang?
You're right. Everyone at Maria Aid is a volunteer. Many of those volunteers, of which everyone at Maria Aid is a volunteer, are Canadian soldiers from Operation Unifier. Thank you for the clarification, Axel. It's a good point.
I was just making fun of you. It's all right.
Anyway, yeah, but so it's a great organization. They work very hard. We have procurement people at MariaAid.org, or Maria Aid does, where they have people ask the Ukrainian army who have connections there, what do you guys need exactly? And they tell them. So, for example, we had drones made to very specific specs by drone companies that could be delivered. So it's a great organization, and if you guys want to help out, go to MariaAid.org and do what you can. We understand not everyone has the means to do so, but if you're able to, it's a great charity. Every penny will go to the cause, and we really appreciate everyone who donates. So thanks so much. We really support MariaAid.org. And of course, we do have a great panel up here. We got me, we got Axel. Raver knows a lot about tanks. We might be able to pull his arm and keep him up here if he's not too busy. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to come up. Press the mic icon in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Then you can press the little heart icon in the center, and on the far right, you can raise your hand, and we'll do our best to answer your question. With that, we'll go to Raver first. Raver, go ahead.
Hey, so dealing with the shaping operations around Kherson, on the villages the Russians are suddenly shelling, do we have an idea on how many sides Kherson may be encircled on, or be about to be encircled on, or how many MSRs are being threatened? I mean, give us a visual picture of what you think the map looks like based on where the Russians are shelling this.
Настя, также, к счастью, сегодня без жертв. Вот. Что хотел сказать. Русские платят через телеграм-каналы, там анонимность, обещают анонимность.
Sorry, guys.
I really didn't make out any of this. Maybe it's my connection. Could you repeat
I got
that,
it.
please?
I got it, Axel. I can repeat it. I just want to let the audience know that my mute button's acted kind of funny. I might have to rejoin and straighten it out, but so I wasn't able to quickly unmute. But he asked, what does the shaping operation in Kherson look like in terms of the terrain? Like, how encircled is Kherson in terms of the Ukrainian movements? And what we've observed from our open source information. Raver, I'll say that the situation that complicates it, I think, is the river. The fact that the river is there means that it's not really encircled. I don't think it's really useful to call it encircled, but there is like a concave, I don't know what you guys call the opposite of a salient, but it's like the beginning of an encirclement. But as far as I can tell, Ukraine is avoiding getting too close to the river because it looks like Russian artillery guns are basically just lined up on the other side of that river. They're ready to go, and they're trying to avoid exposing themselves to that fire. But everywhere where they can, they've been very carefully inching forward.
Okay. I don't know, there'd be a couple of things I would look for if I saw the map. because you don't necessarily have to encircle close in, because cities live and die by the roads leading into them. So once those roads are under fire, the Russian supply situation gets a whole lot more complicated. It can act as kind of like a virtual encirclement.
That's a decent point. If only we had someone who could opine on urban warfare here. But there you go. Did I say urban? Yes, I said urban. Let's see. John Howard.
Thank you. I was just thinking about this. I mean, you've got, I think the estimate I saw was 15,000 Russian troops in or around the city itself.
Air siren alert update.
I got up stupid early this morning, so
full
I
alert.
managed to catch
This
Colonel
message
Spencer
has been generated with municipal data.
And he was saying, you know, you leave the back door open, leave them somewhere to go, because, you know, you want to give those guys an option to not have to fight to the end. And you can't obviously shell the bejesus out of the city because it's full of friendly civilians. So, I mean, it's a question to the floor and to anybody who might know who's listening, but how do you persuade 15,000 Russian soldiers to voluntarily leave a city? And I was thinking maybe
Air siren
the only
alert
thing I could come
update.
up with is that
Poldiva, full alert.
you make it
This
more
message
important
has been
for them to be
generated with
somewhere
municipal
else,
data.
and more urgent to be somewhere else. And maybe that's the other side of the river. Maybe something in Zaporizhia. I'm not sure. But I'd be interested in people's thoughts on how you might persuade them to exit without having to do a full assault on the city.
Yeah, that's a good point. We spoke about the lure earlier in a moment where I sounded a bit gloomy. But then again, that is almost likely a lure. What can, of course, be done is if Ukraine were to have sufficient long-range capacity, they could take out that wonderful build-out in March already.
Air siren alert update.
Helicopter
Poldiva,
airport.
full
Chalytna.
alert.
They
This
could
message has been
hit
generated
the
with
garrison
municipal
next
data.
to Simferopol, and they could make their attack on the jetties of Sevastopol felt. By that means, a fighting withdrawal, a fighting withdrawal of the Russian forces, with a view to reinforcing Crimea, may well be ordered even. It would probably go hand in hand with the firing of one or two or three generals, because their strategy might have they otherwise proposed to the successors of Soviet Stavka would probably be well recognized by Shoigu and his people. But on the other hand, I wouldn't care. Carl, do you have something on this one?
Oh, just about what you were talking about earlier about not knowing what may have happened in the towns that Ukraine got back in the Kherson region, and it's just a topic I think about a lot. Very sadly, but kind of like the different stages or phases or ways that civilians are impacted, hurt, or killed. From, whether it's an original attack, when they're not specifically targeted, they just get in the way, artillery, crossfire, whatnot, versus, targeted. And then, there's so many different ways. I don't want to go into all of them, but, once there is an occupation force, there's the different ways they're targeted, from, torture, rape, to just general intimidation, having their houses taken, being deported, and then you could say on the other side, when an area is taken back, they can be killed even by Ukrainian artillery and crossfire, but also war crimes that Russia does in their retreat, like they did with Bucha, and or if they're like forced as human shields, and all. And my biggest fear in it is that, you know, the brutes who did the likes of Bucha did that when they were retreating, but not necessarily under huge amount of pressure too, right? And I fear that you know, what they could do in the likes of Kherson could even be at a greater scale, which does concern me. But it's kind of a no-win situation because you know, there's going to be hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of people who are, you know, tragically impacted and even killed, no matter how this plays out. I don't necessarily have a question or whatever. It's just talk I've been thinking about. And
well, the issue is, of course, that at this point in time, Carl, there is already an occupation force on the side which is sincerely dangerous and currently in a state of, well, parts of the invasion force are not well equipped. Parts of the invasion force, as you heard a little earlier from Kherson Cat and as well as from others, are very, very well equipped, and they have different purposes. Some of them, together with their political troops of the FSB, have been selectively seeking out, raping, killing, and torturing people, civilians, in Kherson and Kherson Oblast. The not so well-equipped troops outside of Kherson city have been decimating the civil population to the extent that they were still there and hadn't fled, randomly killing people in villages and wreaking havoc. They are now all further retreating towards the city limits or within to the city limits. As John has indicated, there is concentration evident. And there are positions which they've taken up in various strategic defense positions, or sorry, tactical defense positions they have previously defined. And now really it is a matter of how the Ukrainians can plan and then execute their planning with such aplomb as to move the Russians around and make them move in retreat or encircle them to force a handover. I wouldn't know what their best approach is at this point in time. There's far too many things which we do not know and I don't know at all. And I'm sure there's many better people than me opining on this matter. I still hope that the Ukrainians will simply find a way to encircle them, and then from the inside of the city, partisan fire will break out and the Russians will be attrited, both, as well as surgically removed from the city.
I agree, you know. In one sense, you know, whatever suffering there be will happen. I just hope Ukraine can pull something off sooner. It can be a big victory. It can be something that, you know, isn't bungled in a way that you know, has even greater consequences on the civilian population where you'd like. But, you know, I'm still looking forward to that. That day of, you know, hearing that, waking up and hearing that Kherson has been liberated and the Russians have been removed, and that, you know, people can get in contact with their relatives again and come back or leave and not be under that oppression anymore. You know, last night I was watching the hiding place with my kids, and just seeing, you know, certain parallels of you know, how a brutal occupation is.
Well, I trust the Ukrainian High Command. I think they've done a magnificent job so far, and I tend to believe that the spirit of the Ukrainian troops, and we've had an anecdote here, is unbroken. Whenever there's a shock, they deal with it. They're very professional, and they cycle through those who need rest and recovery, which is smart. And they are intrinsically motivated. Of course, there's also, so to say, external motivation, meaning they have been attacked, but they're intrinsically motivated to win this. Their commitment is unswerving. And every single terror attack makes them more focused. I think this is what we should take away from that.
Thank you.
Timo.
Hi. So the nuclear article about Germany reconsidering, it is probably the Reuters article, gas crisis pushes Germany to move extending life of nuclear plants. It was based on some statements made on Monday by some ministry spokesperson. So that was probably article that Nina mentioned, or some article based on that.
Thank you, Timu. Sorry, guys, I was just getting back up here. Go ahead, Axel.
Yeah, the article is still the same, Timo, so let's not go overboard. I explained it earlier. I don't know whether you were able to listen to this. Just because the mediocre people at Reuters who are currently reporting on these matters have finally managed to write an article on this does not mean that there's anything new in there. That's the biggest issue in this case. Because they're just reporting on the letter, and I highlighted this earlier, it's a game. So, and that game, shall we say, the Russians play in order to entangle those who think of process more than principle in that procedural argumentation. That's the whole point. It's a game within a game.
Something behind. Drone, yeah, I saw it. You okay? Go get the IFAC. Get the IFAC.
Thank you, Axel. And with that, we'll go to Raver. I don't know if you heard me about the River Raver, but that's what the River Raver. That's what I was talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I heard you about the river, but the thing is that it's a river, not a lake, so the Russians can't be strong on everywhere. So where the Ukrainians choose to cross is a different issue to start pushing in the shoulders. But somebody had said that Colonel Spencer said leave them a way out. Generally, that's good strategy, but there are certain cities, certain situations where history says that that's not really feasible, and I think Kherson's going to fall into that. It is both geographically strategic and politically strategic, so I think you can lure more Russian troops in. I don't think you can lure them out. I think the only way to get them out without having to pry them out with crowbars would to be affect some sort of an encirclement, whether it be virtual or physical, and then let them starve. 15,000 Russian troops needs 30,000 pounds of food a day, needs 30,000 gallons of water a day, plus all the fuel, food, and ammunition. You can cut the supplies and let them get hungry enough, then they will try to break out and get back to their own lines. That's really the only way to entice them out. You can't just leave a door open. They won't take it, not only because of the importance of the city, but because Russians are going to think that the Ukrainians are going to behave like Russians. And what do Russians do to retreating troops that supposedly have a green corridor or safety? They Mongol them. They wait until the corridor is packed, and then they just start dropping artillery on it. And so that's what the Russians assume the Ukrainians are going to do to them, so they won't take the bait.
Okay, Raver, I gotta mute you. You're going a little funky there, but we got like 90% of what you said just until I muted you. So we actually have Colonel Spencer up here. So let's let Colonel Spencer go ahead and add to this. Go ahead, Colonel Spencer.
Yeah, sure. So I only have a few minutes, but since I'll clarify what I said about the different strategies to attack a city. There's all kinds of political and military decisions that make the plan and the different options of the plans. You build in kind of if this doesn't work, if that doesn't work. What I was saying about the Golden Bridge is what we call it now. It has worked in recent history, but again, I agree that it's a strategic piece of terrain, arguably not strategic as a national interest, but a very high-level political objective to liberate Kherson. But it is an effective strategy if your high desire is to minimize collateral damage. It worked in two major battles in Iraq, but you have to have the ability to pose a credible threat. There are plenty of strategies, but the problem with Kherson is that the step one of most strategies of liberating a city is to isolate it. And that's going to be really difficult for the Ukrainians to do. So there are plenty of strategies, and I just got back from a course where you teach multiple division level strategies using historical examples for each. Even from within, let the infiltrate within, and assist the resistance from within. This is about a psychological win. If the strategy of Ukrainians is to destroy every Russian that is in Kherson or on the way, I just don't think that is the top priority of the strategy that I would devise. But we all would need a lot more information on the status of the enemy, tacit knowledge of the terrain, and all the avenues of approach that you'd have to cut off and destroy. So there's multiple strategies. So I agree with everything that was just said, but putting my caveats on there, we call it MET-TC or maybe.
And I think you'd agree, Colonel Spencer, that Ukraine's not going to act on this until all the things are in place, right? I mean, maybe there's a plan to go through Novokakhovka and encircle it that way. I wouldn't dream to speculate, but there must be a plan, and when that plan is executed, we have to assume that they'll be ready when they do it.
Right, but there are triggers, what we call triggers or decision points, as we see even of today. Russians are making maneuvers that will change the plan. But this is what I was talking about last night. Besides better soldiers, better motivation, better morale, a better will to fight, which is most important. What the Ukrainians have that the Russians don't is superior intelligence. So yes, the plan will be, they've been planning this for a very long time. It'll have better real-time intelligence, but also trigger points to ensure that the Russians aren't able to fully reinforce and make it there will come a trigger point, a decision point, which says execute the plan and do the multiple phases of the operation based on the enemies, because the enemy gets a vote.
Yeah, it's always a good point. The enemy gets the vote. It's a good way to put it. But Colonel Spencer, if you don't have time, we understand. Thank you very much for coming up to clarify your remarks. But if anyone maybe had a last question for Colonel Spencer, Axel?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you first and foremost that you came up so quick. We discussed earlier with CJ the role of the IFVs in bringing troops closer to the perimeter of the city. And obviously we do hope that the Ukrainians have that available. Can you say maybe just a few words to the audience as to the role of the IFVs and tanks when breaching into the city to protect the troops?
You.
He's just saying the importance of IFVs, Colonel Spencer. Can you talk about that very briefly, infantry fighting vehicles, for our audience? Okay, I think we lost Colonel Spencer. Okay, I bumped Colonel Spencer down just so that he knows that we lost him. But Colonel Spencer, if you do want to come up and give Axel his little one last answer about IFVs, we would appreciate it. But if you don't have time, we totally understand. Thank you so much for coming up to clarify your previous remarks. I'm sure a lot of people who weren't there for the lecture or the seminar, whatever we call these, the guest speaker time, we would appreciate that. Okay, I'm pulling up a bloke here for maybe a quick... Oh, we got Colonel Spencer is actually going to come back very briefly, I think, to finish up there. Okay, Colonel Spencer, sorry about that. So Axel just asked about the importance of IFVs, specifically about the the moment of action in Kherson. What do you think about that? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so absolutely. And this is what we talked through last night of really the phasing of this operation. Of course, Ukraine has been identifying all possible Russian defensive positions and headquarters and all critical targets and makes a list of the things they're going to strike beforehand. A lot of that's also been helped through the resistance and mapping Russian locations, Russian avenues of advance. So, of course, this would start with hitting all those. That is maneuver as you move forces closer. Don't let anybody ever tell you that you don't need tanks and mobile protected firepower and infantry to take ground, even more so in urban terrain. This isn't about clearing, but yes, in order to kick the Russians out of Kherson, if the other plans don't work, it'll be fire and forces. Doesn't have to be a huge force, just a smart plan with mobility, access into Russian critical points that they value that will hit that psychological approach. But once you do get into the close fight, you need infantry fighting vehicles to protect the infantry soldiers to get across that last gap, which is where you can receive enemy fire, but you're not quite to the last, the covered and concealed position, that building that you want to get your infantry to start closing with and destroying that last resistance of the Russian defender.
Thank you very much, Colonel Spencer. I'm bringing Axel back up. I don't know what's going on technologically right now, but thank you very much for your time again. And we understand you're busy, and that you just kind of came up briefly to clarify your comments.
All right, thanks. And I came back for Axel because I love him. Well, I came back for you all, but
what a gentleman.
Yeah, thanks. I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, Colonel Spencer. I don't know about that guy. I watched a YouTube video that said tanks are completely irrelevant and obsolete now because Javelin. So, I think everything you said is not true. No, I'm just kidding, guys. Of course, Colonel Spencer, a very valuable contributor to our space. With that, we'll go to Bloke. Bloke, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I was working today, so I probably missed some important conversations, but it looks like we're picking up from last night about, the anticipated offensive on Kherson. And I'm just getting back to
siren alert update.
The question I had last night.
All
and
clear.
I think Colonel Spencer
Kiravorod.
answered it really well.
All clear.
Is
Kiev.
that
all clear.
The Ukrainians will
Odessa.
need
all clear.
IFVs. They'll
all
need
clear.
armor.
Poltava.
That
all
was sort of
clear.
made clear to
Kiev
me. But
City.
now
all clear.
I just have some
this message has been
questions.
generated
So
with municipal data.
we hear about a lot of APCs coming in. I know Canada's giving 39 Bisons. I've heard that Poland will be donating their tanks, and I think they've been backfilled now with the M1A1. That's what I read today. And so I'm just wondering if the Ukrainians have what they need yet, and can anyone even speculate on that? And does anyone know what the pipeline is for getting infantry fighting vehicles and tanks?
Siren alert update.
I mean, they've certainly taken
Cherkasy.
a lot
all
of Russian
clear.
tanks. So
Kiravorod.
they must
all
have
clear.
definitely
Kiev.
a couple of
all clear.
squadrons,
Odessa.
that they've captured.
All clear.
But
Taitamur. all clear.
It sounds to me
Poltava.
like they're going to need a lot.
Kiev City.
And
all clear.
does anyone?
This message has been
Has anyone
generated
got
with
any fresh
municipal
information
data.
on that?
Well, I think the truth is, Bloke, like, we genuinely don't know. Like, this is a bit unprecedented in terms of modern warfare. Like, the Ukrainian army and the Russian army are just built differently than a standard NATO army. And as a result, they need a lot more artillery, they need a lot more mechanized, and they need a lot more tanks than I think most NATO armies would generally want. But I'm going to give Raver the floor here because I think he's got more military experience than me. Raver, go ahead.
This message has been generated with municipal
data. Yeah, before I get onto that real quick, I don't know if Colonel Stencil can hear me. My audio completely dropped out. And I wasn't in any way trying to disagree with him. I was just running on the historical fact and Kherson being the headwaters of basically the headwater of the canal that supplies Crimea, and then the only intact gem Russia has been able to capture. I think orcs are going to dig in, based on my reading of history. He's the expert. I will defer to him. So on this, we know the Ukrainians should have several hundred tanks in reserve at this point. Stuff from their own stock, stuff they've captured from the Russians, stuff from the Poles, stuff from the Czechs. So they're probably still training up operational maneuver brigades.
Siren alert update.
Any type of
Mykolaiv.
You really need
All clear.
the direct fire that tanks
All clear. Dnipropetrovsk. Partial alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
I think Ukraine's going to do a more bite and hold strategy rather than any type of a blitzkrieg. They're just not set up. They're not trained, and they're not experienced in that type of maneuver warfare. Becoming very, very good at the positional battle. I think they're going to stick to what they know. It's not like the Russians are masters of maneuver warfare either. So I think, and as for infantry fighting vehicles, I think they're probably less important than a lot of people are stuck on. All of them are really thin-skinned, and they don't stand up well to direct fire or missiles. Tanks and artillery are what you need to support your infantry.
I think good points, Raver, and it's definitely a good point that not all infantry fighting vehicles are created equal, right? Some of them are probably pretty good. I don't remember exactly, but I think there's an Italian IFV called like Eliza or something, and there's like at least a legend going around in the Ukrainian circles that it survived like a direct hit from a 155 shell, and they're like, we want those, right? Again, I can't verify any of that. I don't even remember the name of the vehicle, but the point is that some of these are probably very well armored and protect very well. Some of them are, a BMP-1, right, is not going to be nearly as effective. But points well taken, Raver, in terms of the the differences there and what might be decisive. Tanks and artillery.
All clear.
I guess my question to you would be:
this message has been generated with municipal data.
They don't need as many as we might think, right? In other words, they're trying to do this in a concentrated point, right? It's a lot like what Russia's done. They've taken what was once an offensive across the entire country, and they've now focused it and concentrated it on one little spot in the Donbass, on one city. I mean, theoretically, Ukraine doesn't need an overwhelming number of all this stuff. They just need to concentrate it in this one area to achieve something decisive. Would you agree?
I would not agree. So what you're proposing is basically like a boxer who's only got a right hook. That's all. If you put all of your assets into one Schwerpunkt, you've only got your right hook. You don't have a jab. You don't have a left hook. You've limited yourself. So Ukraine's going to need a couple of operational
Siren alert update.
To at least pin, menace,
all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Up, it can never raise its arms to protect its head from that right hook. And so you can't put all of your eggs in one basket. Plus, with multiple operational groups, if Russia tries some sort of a counterattack or says, okay, the Ukrainians are in the south, we're going to go north, Ukraine has a way to respond.
Yeah, also very good points, Raver. Maybe I'm spending too much time watching the Russians. But yeah, you're right. There's definitely a need to have a potential to maneuver against your enemy in other theaters when you're engaged in this type of an operation. So good points. It's a good discussion. I don't know. Anyone? JJ, I saw you come up. Did you have a question?
I was gonna.
Raver,
can I add something real quick?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if we look back at Desert Storm, you had the Arabs and the U.S. Marines go straight at Saddam, punching straight at his face, going towards Kuwait City. But at the same time, you had 7 Corps and 18 Airborne Corps went looping through the desert. They got us the Battle of 73 Eastings. And that's the importance of having multiple maneuver units, is the enemy can't concentrate against just one thing. He has to guard against what you might do and what you are doing.
Yeah, it's a good point, Raver. It's something I hadn't really considered, but now that you just explained it, like I completely get what you're saying. That you need that potential to keep your enemy on their toes, basically, and keep your enemy spread out. So makes sense, absolutely. And with that, we'll go to JJ. JJ, go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. As a person who doesn't follow the day-to-day military strategy closely, I'd like to know what has changed or enabled Ukraine to make this move at this time.
Ooh, it's a good question. So what's been going on at Kherson's been going on for a while. I think the first thing to keep in mind, in my understanding, is just the concentration of Russian troops is relatively low compared to the Donbass, where they're, and specifically the sort of, up until now, the Lysychansk area. They've tried to concentrate their forces in places like Izium in the past and the Lysychansk salient and things like that. So that's one thing, is there's just not a ton of Russians there. It hasn't been a huge priority for them. Although, they do have forces there and they do want to defend it. It is a political, feather in their cap, as it were. So yeah, the concentration of forces is not as high. That's given Ukraine the opportunity to do sort of probing attacks very slowly and methodically into Russian-held territory. And occasionally they've been able to catch the Russians in a situation where the line's too thin, or they just don't have guys that they can send to specific areas to watch, and they've managed to take some territory back. So that's sort of been happening, I don't know, for almost a month now. I mean, it's been going on for a while. And I think what's changed is probably just the amount of new equipment that's come in. I think that the fact that Western equipment's been coming, and that's been giving Ukraine the extra material and the ability to train more people and put them on the ground as soldiers to take advantage of the fact that they've been slowly gaining this territory. And now we're seeing kind of the culmination, and I don't use that term the way we normally use it. We're seeing the crescendo, I guess, of this movement towards capturing Kherson as the HIMARS come in and start eliminating ammunition depots and command posts. And we've seen at least 2 command posts in Kherson get hit. One of them was quite significant. Most of the command staff of the whole Kherson operational area were taken out. And 2 to 4 major, I would say 2 big ammo depots and at least 2 small ammo depots have been taken out in the last maybe week or so. So it's been, I think that there's been a lot happening in Kherson. It's just not as publicized as when the Russians maneuver, because we try to avoid giving away too much of what Ukraine's doing. But that's kind of the general picture. It's been a slow, methodical push forward village by village for Ukraine in situations that they find advantageous to them. And now we've reached a point where there's still some villages they can definitely take. There's still some maneuvering to be done, but they've basically made it to Kherson City. And the question is, what are they going to do? How are they going to take the city? Are they going to surround it and, do something like that? Are they going to infiltrate the city with special forces and do something like that? Are they going to just directly assault the city? We have no idea. That's kind of what we're speculating about. So hopefully that answers your question, JJ. Any follow-up?
Nope, that's perfect. Thank you.
Hey, John, can I jump in real quick? And then I got
of course. Go ahead, Raver.
Hey, so one of the important things when the histories are written, it's going to go down about the Battle of Kherson, is the way that the JFO completely chewed up the Russian main effort, and that is ultimately what's going to be the enabler for Ukraine taking back her territory, is the stand of the JFO and just absolutely wrecking Russians' offensive power.
So JFO, Joint Force Operations, could you explain that a little bit, though, Raver, to our listeners?
That was where the bulk of the pre-war Ukrainian army was, in the Donbass, across from the Russians and the breakaway rebel republics, or rebel provinces, or whatever you want to call them. And when Russia finally decided to go after them hammer and tongs, the JFO said, no, not today, Russia, not today. And they fought like hell. It's going to go down as one of the great stands. Probably, ultimately, along with Mariupol, was going to go down as some of the greatest defensive battles in history.
I see what you mean. Gotcha. Thank you, Raver. And with that, we'll go to Bloke. Bloke, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that, Raver. You dropped down to listener. I wanted to, you said something really interesting before about the strategy not being tied to a lot of maneuver, but and probably a very slow, deliberate advance. So you just got cut off, or maybe I got cut off. Did everyone else hear the rest of that conversation, or was that Twitter again? Because I dropped down.
Well, he just said basically that, that we haven't seen Ukraine do a major breakthrough before. And I think he's broadly right, although in my understanding, they have sort of done it experimentally. I don't know a lot of the details of it, and for obvious reasons, we probably shouldn't. But I think he's broadly right. I mean, we haven't seen like open source evidence, we'll say, of like maneuver warfare, right? So we talk about maybe different types of warfare, right? There's maneuver warfare, there's positional warfare. And in this case, what we mean is like the ability to break through like an entrenched line or a defensive line that's established by Russia. And then you're so fast, right? You've got like mechanized infantry that's in these infantry fighting vehicles. You've got tanks. They're moving quickly that your enemy can't make a coherent defense against you, right? You're too maneuverable and you've got too much firepower that can hit them. And so every time they dig a line, you're behind it. And they're just like, oh my God. And then eventually they sort of collapse, right? That's like successful maneuver warfare. Positional warfare is more, okay, we've got a trench, they've got a trench. I'm going to send my guys to capture their, territory. And then, it's like more plotting. Now, it's a little different. Like when we talk about maneuver and positional warfare, sometimes we're talking more about the objectives. So there's maneuver warfare, positional warfare, and attritional warfare. So a good example of attritional warfare would be like Vietnam, where there wasn't any, like nobody was capturing cities. The whole point of the idea was we've killed X number of Viet Cong, and that means that eventually there won't be any Viet Cong left, right? That was like so there's lots of different types of warfare. Typically we're talking more about what the objective is than like the actual nature of it, but that's like broadly speaking when we say maneuver versus positional. That's my understanding of it. But if any, Axel, did you want to maybe clarify any of those terms that I just laid down?
Joseph, you explained that so well. You're an awesome co-host. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That was great.
Yeah, sometimes I wish the military guys were here to make sure I didn't repeat anything I've heard here wrong. But yeah, it's a good education, the Maria Report, right? We learn lots about military matters. I'll be honest with you, I majored in the humanities. I didn't care about any of this stuff. I didn't care about HIMARS. I didn't care about positional warfare. But that's the times we live in, right? That's now my political position. We need to send heavy weapons to Ukraine. We need to understand everything about what these heavy weapon systems are, what they do. We need to hold our politicians accountable. And I mean, I'm in America, so I don't really have to worry about it. But if you're in maybe a smaller European country, I would highly advise you to learn about this stuff and then go to your politicians once you're informed and say, hey, I think we need to defend ourselves. Russia's doing some crazy stuff, and it might be a good idea to, even if we don't, I don't think anyone's going to invade Germany anytime soon, but if they're just in a position to help other countries in the world that might get invaded by brutal dictators, I think that's probably a good thing. So, that's kind of my position on it. It's time for all of us to learn a little bit more about the military. I'll say that I've developed a great deal of respect for the military. Every military person who comes in here is very intelligent. They're very, solution oriented, and they understand a lot about teamwork and applying what they know to real situations and adapting that knowledge. So I'm really impressed by military people and their contributions. And yeah, I don't know, I guess just a bit of a rant, bloke. But thank you for invoking my rant.
Well, no, allow me to add to that rant by saying that a lot of NATO countries, I'm in Canada myself, have been very poor at their procurement, and Canada's got to be one of the worst. It takes us forever to make a decision to buy stuff and, get it into the hands of our military. We've got excellent soldiers, excellent pilots. They're all very well trained, but they don't have the kit they need, and I find that infuriating. And this war, I think, has really focused a lot of us on to how vulnerable we are and how important the military is to maintaining our freedom. You don't just put a poppy, for on the lapel for Remembrance Day and think that nothing else has to be done anymore.
Bloke, I think we lost you. I'm going to bump you down just so that we don't. You don't do your whole speech, but it was a beautiful speech. It was just building right up. We lost him right when he said, we don't just go through the motions on our, our holidays, on our Memorial Day. And so I think that's the Canadian equivalent of Memorial Day, what he was talking about. That's what I got from context. Bloke, if you want to, come right back up.
Ситуация по Луговскому районе, как часто он подвергается обстрелам. Если говорить в целом, он подвергается обстрелам очень часто. Непосредственно город Пологи.
Yeah, but Twitter's just completely blowing up. Okay, mic check?
Yep, you're good. Sorry, so we lost you. It's not just about putting the flower on the memorial
day. Just put the poppy on, right? It's not like we just remember what the military did to protect our freedom and win our freedom in the past. This has really helped a lot of Western countries focus on how essential it is to be continuously vigilant about protecting our freedom. And I just hope that we get our procurement house in order and we start giving our militaries the respect they deserve and provide them the kit they need. And it's unbelievably tragic that it took this savage, brutal invasion for people to focus people's minds. You would think that it would be common sense, but it hasn't been for many of our politicians. And we have to make sure that we maintain the pressure on them. Poland's going to spend 5% of its GDP on the military for obvious reasons. And there are no more excuses after having seen what we've seen. There are no more excuses for any NATO country not to take this seriously. And that goes for mine as well. And we should all make sure that we pressure our politicians to support Ukraine and to support our militaries who maintain our freedom as well. And that's my rant for the day before Twitter blows up on me again. I'll be quiet now.
Yeah, thank you, Logan. Yeah, I think it might not sound related to say that we should arm ourselves more, but it certainly if all these countries, including my own, the United States, had more weapons already at this point in time, we would all feel a lot more comfortable giving more to Ukraine, right?
Well, absolutely. That's precisely the point I'm making. I mean, we didn't have enough M777s. I mean, we were only able to donate a certain amount to Ukraine because we needed to maintain some for our own armed forces. And, it just breaks my heart. Like, we have a couple of really good updated squadrons of Leopard 2s, but we had several squadrons of Leopard 1s, and they're being used for target practice now in Cold Lake. And that's just tragic. Those could have been put to much better uses, and we can't help our allies if we can't even help ourselves. And that's what drives me a little bit bananas.
For me, it's always I hear about this like warehouse in Tucson with 1 million Bradleys, and I'm close to there. I want to do like we did the live from DC. I want to do like a live from the Tucson Bradley base, where I maybe interview the people there and ask them, like, can we just send these Bradleys to Ukraine? That might be fun.
Yeah, like they're going to need 1,000. You know, we should send 1,000. They're not doing any good, sitting around. And we owe it to help Ukraine win quickly. So there's this false narrative where so many, every time I hear this, it drives me absolutely bananas, where people are worried about escalation. What are you talking about? What do you mean escalation? Look what's happening in Ukraine and tell me this isn't already escalated to the unbelievable. We're already at war, right? So, in fact, by not supplying arms, we're escalating. By making the Russians think that they can continue, to burn, loot, rape, and pillage their way through a sovereign country. We need to send Ukraine literally everything we have. I just don't understand why we're not doing it. It's better to defeat the Russians quickly and to give Ukraine the means to do so. That's the only way this will get de-escalated, in my opinion. And I will listen now.
Yeah, thank you, Ploak. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's the solution, right? The more Russia is successful in their genocide against Ukraine and their colonization of Ukrainian land, the more emboldened they'll be in the future. And if anyone thinks that, if Russia invaded Ukraine and we had just let them, quote unquote, as if Ukraine had no say in it, as if they wouldn't be resisting anyway if we hadn't given them weapons because we don't want them to be genocided, Russia would take over Ukraine and then everything would be fine. They would be completely satisfied. As Otto von Bismarck once put, Russia would be a saturated power. They would no longer have any territorial problems in Europe. It's so ridiculous. I mean, they would be emboldened. Go ahead.
Look at history. I mean, we were afraid of escalation in the first Chechen War, the second Chechen War. We saw Grozny being leveled, and we were afraid of escalation. We saw Aleppo.
All right, I think we lost Bloke again. Bloke, the more impassioned Bloke gets, the more Twitter likes to cyberbully him. But yeah, I think he's making a great point here, right? Like we've seen this before. I think that there's been limitations in our ability to act on it, right? But now it's become, Chechnya was complicated in terms of the international system because it was within Russia's territorial borders, right? Now the situation is that Russia's violated international law, right? They've done more than just commit a genocide, which they did in Chechnya. Make no mistake, they killed like a third of the people in Chechnya. The difference is they've violated international law, they've invaded a sovereign country, and they've already done this for 8 years. I mean, let's make it clear. But this time they've come in with their army. There's no question about what they're trying to do. They went in with their army and they wanted to liquidate the entire civil society of Ukraine. Anyone who thinks Ukraine is Ukraine and who might stand up against any kind of Russian military takeover of the country and destruction of all Ukrainian culture and history and knowledge and monuments, everything, their whole collective memory, their whole nation, their identity as a nation. Anyone who takes any part in building Ukraine as a nation will be liquidated, right? That's millions of people, and it's, I don't know. I'm rambling here. Sorry, everybody, but it's a violation of the international system of the highest order. There's no mistaking what Russia's trying to do, and if Russia's successful, it will lead to a precedent in the international system that will be very difficult to undo, to stop, right? And the precedent is, I have nuclear weapons. That means I can invade my neighbor who's weaker and smaller than me, and no other country can intervene. It's not just that I can use my nuclear weapons to stop a country from invading me, from protecting myself. It's that I can use nuclear weapons as a tool to bully the great powers of the world into not intervening when I want to play my 19th century game of colonizing and annexing territory and genociding people around me. And that is such an egregious, an egregious precedent to set that I could never accept a situation where the United States would stand for it. I personally don't foresee a world where the U.S. would ever accept it, but I would hope that everyone around the world would look at that precedent and understand the nature of it and the consequences of it. Right? This isn't just about Ukraine and Russia. This is about something much bigger. We obviously are focused on Ukraine and Russia, but this is about the international system as a whole and whether or not big countries can take over small countries and just devour them. Just say you don't exist anymore. And I don't know. It's pretty plain to me. I think it's plain to a lot of people, but we have to make that message very clear to people who maybe don't understand, or I think we can all understand. Not everyone during World War II was going, "Oh my God, we're in World War II. What's happening in World War II? I want to know where the German soldiers are. Where's the 101st Tank Brigade?" Right? People in World War II were living their lives. They were trying to make sure they could eat every day. They were, doing their best to, go through their routines, just like people are now. But, and it's not, I don't know. It's not, World War II is a different metaphor here. But I think the point is just that people are distracted by their everyday lives, the minutia of their lives. And it's important to maybe just try to shake people out of it once in a while and explain to them, listen, this is what's happening in Ukraine. It's not just that it's a genocide, which, people might say, oh, there's things happening all over the world. I know it's bad. It's bad out there in the world. But you need to explain them, listen, there's a democratic government in Ukraine. It's a government that's completely supported by the people. It's a functioning government. It has an army. Ukraine has an army. They're well trained. They're very capable. We've seen everything they've done so far. We can talk about their accomplishments ad nauseum, people with much more experience than me. And they'll tell you these guys can get the job done. What they need is the kit. Ukrainians don't even ask us for soldiers. They don't ask us for any of our own blood to be spilled. All they're asking for is weapons. That's all they need. And as Bloke has correctly pointed out, they're sitting in a warehouse for the most part. And it's a question of political will, and it's a question of digging deep, and it's a question of our politicians going to our military and going, I know you said you need this, but let's give this to Ukraine and we'll backfill you and get you some later, right? I think that's kind of what it comes down to. And anything we can do to try to support that mission, right? So like the Maria Report, right? We're just regular people. We're just like everyone else. We come from all different backgrounds. We come from all over the world. You guys have heard people talk. People from Finland, people from Romania, people from Spain, people from Germany, people from the United States, people from everywhere, right? People from Italy. I don't know why I'm keep naming countries. It doesn't matter. They're from all over, and we all believe in one thing, that what Russia is doing is evil and wrong, and it needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped with force, and that force is the only thing that Russia will understand and that will stop them. And if we don't respond with force, Russia will continue committing an actual genocide. And that puts a moral responsibility on us as human beings to say, we have to prevent this. There's things we can do that are in our power, like voting, like spreading the message about what's happening, that can help in this situation. So anyway, thank you for listening to the Maria Report. We do appreciate it. And one way you can help us out and help spread the message about what's happening in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine specifically, is please consider retweeting the space. It does help us a lot. It helps spread the message to people who might not be aware of it. Just tell people about the Maria Report. If people are maybe have questions, you can maybe direct them our way and say, hey, these guys sit here 24 hours a day and they will answer literally any question you have about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? So just tell people about us. We do appreciate it. It's all possible because you guys listen. That's kind of why we do this, is because you guys are interested enough to listen to what we have to say. We do our best at the Maria Report to get you guys good guest speakers, to get you interesting analysts who can tell you things that maybe the mainstream media or just other news sources might not be able to tell you in terms of how these weapon systems work or the nuances of the politics. And we try to be interactive, right? We try to get people up here engaged and talking. If you guys have specific questions about what's going on, we try to do our best to answer and maybe in the future try to give you guys better answers if we're not able. So thank you so much for participating and helping out, for retweeting the space and doing everything you guys do to support us. And of course, we exist basically to support MariaAid.org, right? MariaAid.org is an organization that we support, and it's run by volunteers, just like the Maria Report. And what those volunteers do is they procure non-lethal aid for Ukrainian soldiers and civilians on the ground. Things like medical equipment, tourniquets, bandages, also things like drones, specifically, tactical drones that are capable of withstanding, Russian electronic warfare and things like that. Things that Ukrainian soldiers specifically ask for, right? They go to Maria Aid and they say, we need this, and Maria Aid procures that specific thing to that specification. So if you are capable, we understand everyone's in a different place, but there's lots of things you can do to help. Please consider going to MariaAid.org and helping out, and we definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. It's one of the big reasons we're motivated to do this, right, is to try to get Maria Aid, more aid out there. And of course, if you guys do have a question for us, please feel free to come on up. I've been making a long speech because no one's really talking. So hopefully you've been inspired by my words or something, and you maybe have something you want to add to the discussion we're having. And you can feel free to come up, press the mic button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, press the little heart icon in the middle, and then you can go to the little hand icon on the far right. I do see Vega in the audience. I never quite know how to pronounce your name, but if maybe you had anything for us as of late. I really like your tweets, man. I follow your stuff. It's always really good. So if you had anything for me, it'd be nice, because otherwise I gotta rant more, and I feel like I'm getting a little long here on my rant. My man, he's coming up. All right. Welcome. So first, how do I pronounce it? Is it Mvega? Mvega.
Well, it's actually, I have a very long name, so I just kind of smushed it together. So you can just say either Mega or Vega, both are okay.
Okay, I'll do Vega. That's good. Okay, got it. Right. So Vega.
I'm coming up to keep you company more than anything. I'm actually just going. I was going through my rounds of collecting information and reporting stuff. So I took a bit of a break yesterday and today because I had a bit of a information overload over the last few days, and I was having trouble sleeping. I actually spent the last 3 nights, the entire night until like 5 a.m. with a U.S. side of Maria Report or Walter Report. Just talking to those guys because I just couldn't sleep, and so I decided to take a little break. So I'm just running through, all the madness of Russian Telegramness and seeing what's what, and just going through the rounds and publishing whatever I find that is interesting.
I think in terms of what you've published lately, like what was the latest just little snippet from Russian media that you tweeted about?
Well, the latest tweet. Well, actually, one of the things that this is actually nothing, no insider information or anything. I was cooking earlier and I was just listening to this interview from some British media with a Russian ambassador to the UK, and I think this came out, I don't know, if over the last 2 days or something like that. And I gotta say, I find it quite angering, and I find myself more and more. That's why I've been taking breaks of this, because I'm starting to find it hard to control my emotions, I guess you would say. I get frustrated quite easily recently, seeing how the media, particularly most mainstream media platforms, are reporting matters and somehow giving a platform for Russian disinformation. And you could tell during this interview, actually, the ambassador, he said, I told you before this started, if you don't let me talk, I'll just stand up and walk. So, I mean, just because they're so hungry to get these people on to sit down and ask them the questions and try to say, hey, you see, we're talking to both sides and we're giving equal coverage to both sides. But eventually what this ends up with is, because you don't want, or they don't want, the interviewers, they don't want to anger these people and let them stand up and walk away. They let them put out all these vitriol and poison and flat out lies about what has led to the invasion, right? And so this is not kind of insider information or the Russian upside down universe that you see in Telegram or some other Russian media and whatnot. But I find this quite upsetting. I find it to have a lack of journalistic rigor and to fundamentally be the provision of a platform for the spreading of Russian disinformation. And you had all the usual tropes about genocide in the Donbass and an illegal coup d'etat in Kyiv in 2014, and 8 years of genocide, and that they've been forced, and NATO, and all the nonsense, just again and again and again. And I find this particularly frustrating because I also follow very closely Spanish-speaking media. And one thing that I've been thinking recently is that I have not found, and if anybody knows in the audience, please let me know, I have not found anything similar to this space or to the World Tour Report or to anything like that, any initiative to get rid and combat Russian disinformation in Spanish-speaking social media or media in general. And what this results in is what I perceive, at least, to be a much more prevalent pro-Russian tendencies in Spanish-speaking countries overall, or an increased tendency to actually consider it as valid arguments. And that's something that it's been in my head recently as to whether, would it make sense to, to try to set up a similar type of initiative, or to look for people in that could become involved to create similar type of platforms, because we seem to forget, that, yes, it's a lot of people speak English around the world, but there is also a lot of people around the world who say only speak Spanish, or only follow Spanish media, for instance, or other languages as well. And so yeah, now I've gone through on a rant for a little while, but that's kind of what's been occupying my mind in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, no, those are really good points. So I think first off, I think you're absolutely right that Russia plays these games with journalists in the West. They completely understand how the Western media works, and they're able to manipulate them and get them to play the Russian game, the semantics games, right? They've got them saying DPR, LNR, as if these are real, quote-unquote, countries or separatist republics or whatever the Russians want them to say. They've got them talking about, Azov Nazis and genocide in the Donbass as if it's a real thing and not a completely made-up pretext for Russia to be engaged in this colonization and genocide of Ukraine and their land. So it's like an excellent point, and we should be wary of I would just hope in the future that our media becomes more savvy to how Russia operates. I think part of it is probably genuine, just how the media tries to approach problems from having like a non-biased or we get both sides kind of view. But I think that in the case of Russia, you need to have a better understanding of, and I think that's probably true of most foreign media in general. You need to have a good understanding of the culture you're talking about when you look at what they're doing and what they're saying. So hopefully that happens. As far as Spanish media and like a space like this, I don't know if we could get a space like this going, but at the very least, I know we have Peace for Ukraine here sometimes, and Peace for Ukraine, I think is from Portugal, but she sort of gives us like segments on Portuguese and Spanish media sometimes. But yeah, it's definitely not like something we've got the resources to do on our own. But yeah, it's something we try to give some attention to when we can, and if we have people with the language skills who want to come up and talk about Spanish politics or the political situation in Spain. Particularly, we try to keep it related to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So if maybe there's a weapons deal or something that we can talk about, or just a general diplomatic stance towards the invasion. But yeah, we would be appreciative of that. Any follow-up there, Vigga? I think we might have lost you. We got you?
Yep.
Oh, you're really quiet. Nope.
Hello.
That's a headset issue.
Yep, that's better.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yeah.
All right. So what I was referring primarily, and I know you know, but is whether you know to investigate the possibility of creating a similar type of space, but where the language is actually Spanish, for example. You know, it's one of the major languages around the world, but you know, I'm just saying Spanish for the sake. Could be something else. But I was thinking particularly in the case of Spanish because I find it so prevalent to on media to find Russian talking points much more than I see on English-speaking media, which you still see it, but I see it even more, and I find that worrisome, particularly also because of the affinity for you know, kind of almost like an idealized view of communism in Central America and South America, and also in Spain. And you know, we had the whole republic, and there's a very strong far left leaning in terms of parties and so on, right? So that was that's something that I think is interesting. But so if we can close that up, and that's fine. And I actually, as we were talking, I remembered, if just out of for fun perhaps, I did post it recently, yesterday I think it was, even though I was trying to take a break, but I found this and I found it kind of amusing. There's this Russian soldier in well, he's one of the so-called orcs, I guess. I try not to use the word, but one of the Russian soldiers in Ukraine, and he's become a bit of a celebrity in Russia because he's been covering, and he's been actually showing information that the Kremlin is not particularly happy to make public. So some of the losses and the retreats and whatnot. So he's a soldier on the ground in Ukraine. His name is Anatoly Dremov, right? And I found it interesting that initially I saw a video that he published of some Muslims in Moscow that started a shootout in the middle of Moscow, just shooting at each other on the street. And this soldier, went on a racist and xenophobic rant, talking about these sheep fuckers. Pardon my language, sorry about that, but it's a literal quote. Talking about them going back to the mountains, they shouldn't be in Moscow, things like that, And initially, I was thinking about, and this is the guys that are going to Ukraine, and they're denazifying Ukraine, as they say, right? But then it actually hit me, so that isn't it ironic that Russia is getting into other people's business, and in their very capital, they have shootouts in the middle of the street. You tell me, with the exception of perhaps, some nasty parts of certain neighborhoods of Eastern Europe, but you tell me which other parts of Europe you would encounter those types of situations. You don't. I mean, we have crime and there is all these other kinds of things, but not even close. It's just, I find it very ironic, the whole situation.
Yeah, I was watching that video. I was wondering, if you could give some background on it, but you gave a pretty good background. So, yeah, it looks like it's maybe an airport, or is it something else? Is it like a parking structure? Could you just describe for the audience who might not have seen the video, what's the details of the shootout? Go ahead.
Right. So I don't know where exactly in Moscow this took place, but from the looks of it, what this reminds me to, and from the places I've been at least, this could potentially be the entrance to a mall, a stadium, or it could be the underpass of an elevated road, something like that. I can't tell really from this, but it's somewhere in Moscow. I mean, it's a massive city. I haven't geolocated the place, but it's not an airstrip or anything like that. And fundamentally, what happened is that just two guys got into an argument on.
I think we lost you. Yeah, not coming through. Okay, I'm going to give I bump Vega down just in case he was still talking. I always hate to let people go on without realizing, so I bumped him down. I'm going to get him right back up.
Уничтожили бункер. Подтверждение будет немножко чуть попозже. Потом возьму съемочку.
Okay, sorry about that, Vegas. So sorry, the two guys got in an argument. Go ahead.
Yeah, поэтому работаем.
Well, super quiet. Sorry.
Вот вчера с горем пополам.
I'll let you know when I can hear.
I'm trying.
It's like the most quiet thing ever. If I put my ear right up, I can hear you.
Oh, so it's coming through, but it's just very quiet. Well,
it's a headset issue. He needs to fix it. Nobody can hear him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Vega.
I'm not using a headset.
You're good now.
That's much better.
Whatever.
Now.
Yeah.
Whatever you did is perfect now.
I'm not using a headset. I don't know what's the problem. I actually switched off the Wi-Fi and see if now with the data works better.
Okay, great. Well, it's perfect now.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, there's not much more to this story. I don't think we need to spend much more time on it, but it's just basically these two guys just got into a fight and one guy started shooting the other guy. The main point of the story is this Anatoly Dremov, this Russian soldier. This is his Telegram channel, and he's using it to go on racist and xenophobic rants about their own Muslim population in Russia, which is, by the way, they claim not to be, but they're discriminated against, and telling them to go back to the mountains. I'm assuming these are probably guys from the Caucasus, maybe from Dagestan or some other of the Turkic parts of Russia. And if we make a segue through this about discrimination within Russia, actually, I don't know if you've seen, but I've been reading about the Buryat minority in Russia. The Buryat is this other region in Russia that is close to Mongolia. They are ethnic Mongols. They're Buddhists, and Russia has been recruiting part of their military force, or sadly cannon fodder, if you will, from there. And I've been reading reports. I don't know if this has been confirmed or not. It's hard to tell, but I've been reading that some of these guys are perhaps not deserting, but they are refusing to fight. And so I haven't been able to find much about that. But if anybody has heard about this, I'd be interested to.
Yeah, there's a narrative which has come out last week about the 150 Buryat soldiers, who supposedly were denying to fight and returning home because they said their contract has ended, and now they have all been incarcerated, and the Buryat women are unhappy about it. Now, we do not know much about it at this point in time. It could be just another sub-narrative, because the Buryat, once they've been treated badly, often enough had absolutely no capacity to leave. Because if they're not allowed to leave, if they don't have passage to leave, they can't, and they don't. So we have to be very careful about what is being floated where and how. You also have to look at the overall history of the Buryat and how they, as a minority, actually came to be subjugated by the Russian Tsars, and how the annihilation of their population has gone forward, and why they are as subjugated at this point in time, and how brutalizing the effects of their subjugation are to the male population.
It sounds like you know a little bit about it. I mean, I have very limited knowledge about the Buryat. I know some about it, but if you do have some knowledge on the matter and their history, perhaps this could be a good topic to talk for a while. Maybe you can share some about it.
Yeah, we will have on, if you have time, I don't know whether that is convenient for you, on Thursday. I was about to make the announcement. On Thursday at 8 p.m. Kiev time, Eastern European Summer Time, which in turn would be, let me just check what that would mean. I'm not quite mistaken, that is 5 p.m. UTC or 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll have, again, Sergei Sumleny to discuss Russian, Ukrainian, and German policy. Sergei is now obviously a German citizen for many years, but knows the culture of Ukraine, as well as where he has been posted for many years, as well as Russia intimately. And we had a discussion about the imperial conquests of Russia. I think it was 2 weeks prior to Easter. And we can talk about this in detail, because he and I had a discussion about the, conquests of the Tsarist Empire at that point in time in Mongolia, and how they treated both the Kalmyk as well as the Yakut. And the Yakuts include the Buryat Mongolian historical native land as well.
That'd be very interesting. Very, very interesting. And actually, I was just thinking about that these days. This whole unification that happened. What would it be if all the Turkic ethnics were to unite as a republic? I mean, what would be left of Russia? I mean, the Yakutians, the Buryat. You have. There's also some tension now between mild tension, I would say, but between Russia and Kazakhstan and so on.
We have to be careful. The Buryat are not Turkic. I mean, they are Mongol. So
they're Mongolians, right?
They're Mongol, and therefore they are more Buddhist or respectively Shintoist, or however you want to call it. So it's a nativist kind of setup. But they were fighting heavily, because I think, if I'm quite mistaken, it's already early in the 17th century when the Cossacks were sent or dispatched. In this case, not the Sikh Cossacks, but the Cossacks from Rostov-na-Don were sent to actually pursue and subjugate the Buryat at that time. The funny part is that at that point in time, the Buryat, because of their trade relations, so they were speaking a mixture of what was the Turkic languages and, Tungus, I think. Yeah, Tungus, which is derived of Tengiz in this case. And anyway, so long story short, they were fleeing the persecution from the east, from another empire, and then the Russians picked them up, and as the Russians, I think they started defeating them at Lake Baikal, and then for a long period of time, for about, 50, 60 years, they were constantly being persecuted and pursued, and whilst the population increased, they were then decimated again in various efforts, and they've always been treated like, third-class citizens who were only there to build railways and work as slaves.
Now that you mentioned the Lake Baikal, small personal story here. I mentioned before to some of you guys, I don't know if you were here, that I do have family in Russia, so with extended family. So when the war started, and I had this kind of conversation with myself as to do I really want to? I tried to be quite, not very vocal about whether it's my political opinions or things of the like. So I was wondering, how bad is this? And it became very quickly very apparent that this is probably, if there is one point in which you need to get involved in anything, this is the time and this is the cause, and the preventing in whichever fashion or way you can this active genocide and this imperialistic war of aggression from Russia, and I decided to get involved, and it just hit me a few days back that I was thinking, God damn it, I was planning to go to Lake Baikal, whenever COVID and traveling would become a little bit easier and so on. So I was planning to go sometime next year, and it hit me a few days ago that I realized that I've been so ridiculously vocal about this that I'm not really sure I would want to travel to Russia at this point, at least not with as long as the current government stays in place. So I guess Russia is now kind of out of, and I'm not particularly interested in Western Russia, but I'm very interested in Central and Eastern Central and Eastern republics.
Yeah, that's the interesting part. These Eastern former republics, I mean, nothing there is Republican anymore.
That's right, yeah.
And these regions and their original cultures, or sorry to say, the glimmer, the afterglow of these cultures, which have been completely eradicated and eviscerated, but you can still see traces. And then you see the remaining population, it makes you immediately very sad if you're there for a long time. That's my whole point. But then again, at the same time, you're often fooled by the beauty of the environment and the harshness of the environment and how people adapt to it. And then you start respecting them for adapting to it. But at the same time, there's very little of culture actually left because they are constantly just fighting amongst themselves and how to stay alive within that regime. Well, on that happy note, let me bring up Gurney because I need another co-host. I have to go into a conference call in 5 minutes. Gurney, would you mind?
Sure thing, Axel.
And Vega, I didn't quite catch the name, but send me a DM and maybe we can plan something. And if you have time on Thursday when Sergey is here, maybe we can set up a panel because I think it will be interesting for both you and everybody else if you have time. But let's plan this a little. So just kick me a DM.
I'll back Gurney up if you want, Axel.
That'll be fine. Great. Then I can cycle you both up.
Go ahead, Vega. Sorry.
I was just saying okay to Axel.
And in the meantime, a whole army of young men came up. Gurney, Joseph, John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, Joseph, well, you've been doing an outstanding job, so I'll just backseat this one, let you go. I know John's got his hand up here for possible news here. John, what's up?
Hey, thanks, Gurney. Just hopping on to bring out some information regarding some ongoing missile strikes in Odessa. There are preliminary reports that at least 5 explosions were heard in the vicinity of the city. The regional military administration has confirmed that there were arrivals. At this point, the exact number of missiles launched is unclear. Russian sources are claiming that they hit 3 targets. Some more credible, shall we say, sources, i.e. non-Russian, indicate that potentially 1 was intercepted, and the wreckage crashed into 2 civilian buildings, severely damaged them, and potentially 2 impacts of Russian cruise missiles. Beyond that, information remains sparse, so I will let you all know if I hear anything to clarify the situation.
Thank you, John. Gurney, I think I'm still having some technical difficulties, so if you could take over for a bit, I'd appreciate it. If not, I understand, but it'd be helpful.
Twitter. Nick, welcome. Come on up. Nick, what would you like to say? See, Nick did that same thing, the Twitter run. He's probably having some issues there.
If you need me to mute everyone, Gurney, I can do that. It's the only thing I can do.
John, would you like to do a nightly recap for the North American audience here, early evening or mid-afternoon, depending on where they're at? Would you like to do a recap of quick recap rundown of Dnieper River? So the Novokakhovka, the bridge, and Kherson area, and then tie that in with Odessa.
I'm afraid that I cannot, as I have been in class and then at work for previously since I woke up this morning. So I have been totally out of the loop, except for the better part of the past hour and a half or 2 hours.
Okay, I guess I'll do it. So there was a report earlier today that there was some sort of missile strike by the Novokakhovka Dam. Not the dam itself, not alarmist, but there was some sort of vehicle or command post that was set up beside it, and that was reported to have been struck. There was a cordon set up from my understanding, so civilians weren't able to get too close to get photos, but we had Kherson Cat come over and give us sort of an update, and he put some overhead satellite pictures of just the area itself and then some civilian photos. Put that up there. And from there, moving south, I don't know the scoop. If anyone would like to come up here and opine on Kherson area and then Odessa itself, I know there were a few requests there. I was scanning through some DMs. It looks like there were some questions regarding Odessa. John, could you clarify anything with the Odessa news? They were curious in terms of if there was any more specificity to it.
So just to kind of rehash what I mentioned earlier, there are reports of a currently unquantified number of arrivals in the city. Russian sources, so of dubious quality, therefore, are claiming that they hit 3 targets in the city. I saw video of at least 1 explosion. There were videos of 2 explosions, but I'm not sure if it was footage of just the same explosion being taken from 2 different places. I'd seen some reports that 2 cruise missiles impacted and the 3rd was intercepted. And in the case of the interception, the wreckage either from the missile, either from the cruise missile itself or from the interceptor, essentially crashed and destroyed 2 civilian buildings. Beyond that, I have seen nothing more specific as of yet.
I have some details coming through from the officials in Odessa. So the chief of the military administration, Oleksiy Matsulevich, it's indicated that there is no data yet on the number of dead, but they foresee that there will be. But there is some people injured, 4 people confirmed with minor injuries. 2 houses are burning, 2 houses have been destroyed and can't be restored. Lots of broken windows, and the damages are still being assessed. That's the latest that came through 3 minutes ago.
Thank you, Vega. Okay, looks like Twitter's going crazy for a bunch of the universe out there. We're losing speakers and we're losing our co-hosts here. Give us a second, John. Could you take a topic here while I try to get that sorted in the background?
Sure. I'm not sure if it has already been mentioned on this space, but regarding a brief technical note regarding the space going forward, potentially over the next 24 to 48 hours, it has been brought to my attention that iOS 16 will potentially begin going live this evening. That might create some issues. We'll have to see. I assume Twitter will push out a corresponding update for the app for iOS users, myself included in that. So depending on how Apple staged the rollout, if they'll probably do it, on a certain schedule. This region gets updated this time, followed by this region, etc. There may be difficulties with the space. We hope not, but it's a possibility. So everybody, please just be aware if, sometime in the next 24 to 48 hours, if you are having difficulty finding or joining the space, it is possible that is due to the iOS 16 update and the corresponding Twitter update. So please bear with us. We're working things out on the back end to try and make sure that everything will remain as stable as we can possibly make it on our end. David, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, John and Garney, and to Maria Report for hosting. I wonder, have we gone over 24 hours since the space was started, or when was the last time the space was restarted? Don't really have anything of material value to add, just that was maybe a program and notes question I had, and I will drop back down. You should retweet and share the space though, and if they start a new one, that would be a good thing to do, to share that out whenever that is.
Well, to answer your question, David, I distinctly remember us crashing twice yesterday evening. So it's certainly been less than 24 hours.
So we're skimming along, I understand. Thanks, John, appreciate it. And hope you had a good day of class and at work. Sounds like you were very busy today.
Yes, I've had a summer job, the past few months, and this July also have a class in the mornings. Yeah, also have a class in the mornings now this month, so it's quite a bit.
Anything interesting? Anything you'd care to talk about in your summer experience, or no?
I don't think I want to bore y'all with. I know that y'all will not be interested in basic electricity and magnetism.
You're going to scare up Portland with all that kind of talk.
I know. As soon as I mention electromagnetic waves, he's going to just miraculously appear. And then I also not sure I want to bore y'all to death with the finer points of doing astrophysics with variable stars.
No, you're right. Fuck it. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay, and while we do that, Joseph's coming back up here, but let me just do a quick rundown here. We have some upcoming speakers, so let me just announce this to the room here. So Wednesday, July 20th, we have Shum, volunteer combat medic in Ukraine. That will be at 2 p.m. Eastern Time or 1800 Coordinated Universal Time. And Tuesday, July 19th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time and 1700 UTC, we have Yaroslav Matushin, Ukrainian Army procurement specialist, crowdsourced funds to rescue trapped residents of Mariupol. So we'll have that discussion there Tuesday. And then we have Lucas Tomicki, LRT Capital Management founder, managing partner, principal, and CCO. That is Wednesday, July 20th, and that one will be at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time or 1930 Coordinated Universal Time.
And maybe one other thing, Gurney, it's been mentioned, please follow the Maria Report account. It might help you guys locate us. I think there's going to be some updates going through there. Yeah.
Yeah, so share and retweet the space here. David, to your question there, it's been, I think it's been 17 and a half hours, I'm told, that this space has been open. But yeah, share and retweet the space. And if you have not done so yet, give the Maria Report handle a follow so that you guys can all see the space if any of us aren't up here. And with that, Joseph, we're trying to pull a few speakers, but the requests keep cycling down. So let me just, I'll go on mute here and try to solve that if I could.
Sure, no problem, Gurney. Yeah, we're doing our best here, but it's been a day for Twitter. Yeah, but so John, I haven't been super caught up on the news either. I kind of woke up and started helping out on posting, but trying to see if there's anything big going on. I guess British MOD reported 50,000 soldiers dead or wounded. That seems like kind of a low estimate, but it's always a good to know. Like, it seems like a good floor, right? The British MOD.
Well, the killed and wounded, the casualty numbers all caught my eye. The number of tank losses is what caught my eye. They said nearly 1,700. Ukraine has their publicly released estimates say nearly 1,700. So guess what? The daily updates that the Ukrainian General Staff report, the daily update that the Ukrainian General Staff reports as to Russian losses for a given day, this would imply that they're actually quite accurate, which is good.
That's interesting. That sounds like what we've been saying this whole time, John. Is that true?
Yes. Now, the reason why that's significant is, historically speaking, and I'm sure Gurney can speak to this, is casualty figures, enemy casualty figures as recorded by, a given belligerent in a war, they tend to be inflated. That's historically been a problem across the board. If you look at, for example, U.S. casualty estimates for the Japanese during the war, they were inflated. If you look at Japanese estimates for U.S. casualties during the war, inflated. Same thing goes for the Germans from our perspective, and same thing goes for us from the German perspective. It's just a thing that tends to happen. The casualty estimates, even those that are not for public release, even those that are, to be used for military planning, they often end up inflated. So that's why some people are advocating, some conservatism in viewing the Ukrainian estimates. But this does appear to indicate that, we can take the Ukrainian estimates to be highly credible.
Thank you, John. And John, I did have a question for you. I don't know, have you seen the most recent video coming out of the Russian ISS segment?
Oh, God. I think I saw a brief portion of it where they were waving a DNR and LNR flag.
Yeah, and they got it all decked out with like crazy Russian nationalist and Soviet stuff, right?
Yeah, I think they brought one of those up like a few weeks ago.
I mean, it's pretty bonkers, John. I mean, I don't know. Is this normal behavior for the Russians in space? Do they bring their flags and their Orthodox icons and their Soviet photographs, for Victory Day or something?
They bring Russian flags up from time to time and they kind of wave them around. That's nothing new. That's kind of par for the course. But yeah, this is certainly I wouldn't call it a departure, but it's a step up from their normal behavior. Roscosmos, particularly the leadership at least, has always been a bit belligerent towards NASA for quite a while now, especially under Rogozin. And belligerent is putting it mildly. They've threatened to crash the ISS into various countries multiple times.
Yeah, I was laughing when you were saying a bit belligerent. I was thinking exactly what you just mentioned.
Yeah, it sounds like a really fun space agency. You guys remember when people thought that they came up and they had the Ukrainian colors on, and it was just like their school?
Yeah, that was it Bauman Moscow Technical State University or something to that effect. It's kind of like their knockoff MIT, I guess. It's where a lot of their cosmonauts graduated from. So that was one of the reasons why I was pretty skeptical when those initial reports came out that they're wearing the Ukrainian flag, because they had flown up similar blue and yellow flight suits before.
Right. Anyways, we got Kevin up here. Kevin, do you want to add anything here? Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, excuse me. Hey, guys. I was actually going to take it in just a little different direction than just a question, just because we have the great mind here that we do. But the solar flare upcoming, does that have any effect on communications in Ukraine? Never mind worldwide, like how any effect at all? All right, thanks.
John, solar flare?
So yeah, solar flares, they can, depending on their intensity and a variety of other factors, they can have some unpleasant effects on various electronics and communications equipment. The impact historically, is usually pretty minimal. It's maybe a little bit of disruption, but nothing significant. You usually need a fairly sizable solar flare to cause really serious damage. I'd need to pull up some estimates. I believe that the U.S. government, I think maybe the U.S. Geological Service actually, or maybe NOAA, does some estimates on the intensity of these.
So the guess would be maybe might get a little static in the comms, but probably not something that the Ukrainian military planners are planning around, John. Would you say that's roughly accurate?
Mykolaiv.
Yes,
Full alert.
that's probably
This message
accurate.
has been
And it
generated
also
with
depends on
municipal
whether the
data.
solar flare is, actually directed, in the general direction of Earth.
Got it. Kevin, any follow-up? Nope. Kevin's done. Yeah, so solar flares, always interesting, but yeah, this one, not so bad for Ukraine, I guess.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up from courtesy of NASA. Radio and GPS signal disruptions are expected in some areas. So that means the Russians will also be affected by this as well, probably.
Well, we got John up here, we got Vega, we got myself. Garni, I think, will be back with us in a little bit. So if anyone does have any questions for our panel, please feel free to come on up, press the little microphone button in the bottom left-hand of your screen, and then press the heart icon in the center.
With
On the
municipal
far right
data.
side, you can raise your hand with the hand icon. Hopefully Gurney's still bringing people up, even though he's stepped away. Back to you, John.
Joseph, did you catch the Gazprom conversation earlier? I was unfortunately in a meeting when that discussion was had.
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. We talk about a lot of stuff, John. I'll be honest, though. Usually when oil and gas stuff comes up, my eyes kind of glaze over. I'm just so bad at that stuff. But go ahead.
No, it was. I was told. I was told that it was being discussed. It was around like 11 this morning, I think, my time zone. So what is that, like 6 hours ago? I had to hop into a meeting though, right as y'all were apparently starting the discussion. But essentially, the Gazprom was declaring a force majeure over on contracts for the transportation of natural gas via Nord Stream 1. I'm not sure if it was some of the contracts or all of the contracts. For people who don't know what a force majeure is, it's similar to an act of God in contract drafting that exempts a certain party, from, liability for our, breach of contract or inability to fulfill that contract for unpredictable or, circumstances that it's impossible for the contracting party to reasonably prepare for. So generally speaking, an act of God refers to a natural event like a tsunami, an earthquake, tornado, something like that you can't, reasonably be expected to prepare for or to mitigate. While a force majeure usually refers to, I believe the exact meaning from French is an unstoppable force. It refers to man-made events that cannot reasonably be, anticipated and prepared for, i.e., wars, invasions, civil wars, revolutions, coups, that kind of thing.
Yeah, John, how could Gazprom, a Russian state-owned company that's used as the imperial arm of their energy weapon, how could they possibly know that a war was coming with Europe? I mean, that seems unknowable, right?
Well, apparently nobody actually told the Russian central bank that they were planning to invade because they still left like a third of their foreign currency reserves in New York City. So clearly some people in the Russian government didn't get the memo.
You're not wrong, John. A lot of Gazprom people dying too. Vega, anything you wanted to add there? Sorry, I saw you speak up. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to crack a joke. I was going to say that, yeah, force majeure sometimes includes armed conflict and wars. I don't think I've ever seen a special military operation in any contract.
That's a very good point, John. They haven't declared a war. So can they even invoke force majeure, John? Expert in contract law, John Rich, go ahead.
Well, Uniper and the other relevant contracting parties, the German utility companies, have already rejected the declaration. But Ryan has joined us, so we mentioned natural gas, and it summoned him.
We said the magic word, Ryan. You heard our setup. Please feel free. Go ahead, add anything in terms of context you'd like.
I just heard natural gas and force majeure, so I decided to pop up. I'm not fully up to speed on the convo here, but yeah, Nord Stream, they can declare force majeure if they can play all kinds of games. If they don't want to turn the gas back on, they can claim that their testing didn't pan out. They can do a bunch of stuff. When we're going to find all of this out is Thursday, when they're supposed to start repressurizing the transmission line. And until then, we won't really know more. The gas companies can obviously claim force majeure if they want because of a war or anything else, because the gas company isn't in charge of the war. They don't get to dictate what the government does. But force majeure is kind of vague language. Sometimes it's a little more specific. It's common in contract law. It's basically just saying we're not deliberately withholding our goods or services or not fulfilling our end of the deal. It's circumstances beyond our control, and even a special military operation would qualify in that situation.
A follow-up for that.
Go ahead, John.
Since it's a government initiating an armed conflict here, specifically the Russian government, can Gazprom actually claim that they were unaware of it since they're a state-owned corporation?
Yeah, they can claim they weren't aware. There's no reason anybody at Gazprom would be looped in. They could also deliver larger volumes of gas through the onshore transmission lines they have that run through Ukraine and I believe Belarus. But they've chosen not to do any of those things, which makes it crystal clear that they're using gas as a form of leverage to exert power over NATO and European countries and try to sow discord and break up unity amongst the supporters of Ukraine. They're playing a game.
Okay, yeah, that was basically my question. If we could understand it in context in terms of whether they genuinely can't pump the gas because they've lost the technological capacity, which is something that seems to be slowly happening. But you're saying, Ryan, in this case, it's a game.
Testing
Go ahead.
and planned maintenance. They were planned in advance to shut down the line to do whatever testing they're performing, or pigging operations, which is basically you run a slug of foam or some other material through the line to push any sludge or residual materials out of the pipeline. You can also include electromagnetic testing modules and other things that they can kind of run down the line like a trolley system or whatever that underground thing that Elon Musk was talking about building in California. Think of it like that. It would be like driving a car through a tunnel or through a pipeline in this instance, and you have some diagnostic equipment in there, and you can do testing and make sure everything is safe and kosher for operation. That was planned in advance. Everybody knew this thing was going to shut down for a period of 10 days. It has. Now the big question is, are they going to use that planned maintenance to keep the pipeline shut down for an extended period of time? And I would say, given what we've seen up to this point, the odds are likely that they will. As I understand it, Germany has resorted to extracting gas from their natural gas stockpile that they build up through the summer typically, that helps them get through the winter, and they're now drawing down from that because they don't have enough gas to support themselves and their neighbors. So Russia is very well aware that they've got Europe and European economies over a barrel, and they're going to extract their pound of flesh.
I have to say, it has been an act of enormous and extraordinary restraint by the Ukrainians to not cut all of the, any oil or natural gas pipelines that run through their territory. That has been a, considering that it directly supplies their enemy with, funding, that has been an act of extraordinary restraint on their part, I have to say.
It's an interesting question, John. I've always thought of it in a couple of ways. So I think the first is, at least in terms of the natural gas, I think Ukrainians are using it too, which is weird, but, they need heating and stuff. And then the other thing is, it's making Ukraine money, in my understanding, like transiting it through their territory. They make money through that agreement. And I think Ukraine can use that money more readily than Russia can. So that's like my thinking on it. But any follow-up there? Any thoughts?
That's why Russia curtailed deliveries through the onshore lines that lead through Ukraine, is because Ukraine would be due transportation fees. Basically, they get to tax the volume of commodity that rolls through, whether it's crude oil or whether it's gas. They tax a percentage of that as a transportation fee. That's part of their maintenance costs and everything that goes into keeping that pipeline up and running. But yes, it's a financial transaction, and that's probably why, or one of the reasons why, Russia chose to reduce the volumes that were being transmitted through Ukraine. Yes, emotionally, I agree that it would make sense that Ukraine just cut them off at the knees there, but logically, it does not make sense for Ukraine to create additional energy problems in Europe. The European governments need to make those decisions amongst themselves and communicate to the companies that operate within their borders that doing business with Russia or with Russian commodities is no longer an option. For Ukraine to cut them off unannounced or create some kind of, unplanned crisis wouldn't be productive for Ukraine or Ukraine's allies in Europe. It doesn't make sense on its face if you don't know how complicated all this stuff is, but once you realize that there's a domino effect, it makes a little more sense.
Yeah, I think, it's complicated, but I think the bottom line is, as long as, according to finance, Russia has so many problems buying at a macroeconomic level important things like machine parts and microchips, and in Ryan's industry, oil and gas, the different types of materials designs that they use for their, fittings and tubes and things that make oil extraction the cheap endeavor that it is, right? Without kind of modern Western technology, you can't extract oil at a profit. So I think the broader issue here is definitely significant, or the broader issue here is that Russia can make money, but they can't buy, right? Like if they can't buy that complicated stuff, it doesn't help them that much to keep making this money. The important thing is to keep them from buying that stuff. And if Ukraine's making tax revenue on that money, then it does help them. So it does seem counterintuitive. And even to me, at first it was, but that's like my general understanding. But John, what do you think? I'm curious what your thoughts are on it.
I can repeat that, Joseph. I kind of zoned out there very briefly.
Yeah, sorry, I trailed off a bit. So I guess what I was saying is, it seems counterintuitive, but I think that the issue is, as finance often points out, like they can't buy complicated stuff like microchips or machine parts or different oil technologies. So I think the question is, as long as they can't buy that stuff, even if they are making money on their energy resources, it's better for Ukraine to transit this stuff through their territory and take the tax, because Ukraine can actually buy stuff, right? They can spend that money, they can use it. Russia is kind of can't, because they're not really in a position to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, in the sense that if you take the which between the two, Ukraine or Russia, which gets the more net income, take how much Ukraine makes, and off of it minus however much Russia makes, that'll be a positive value. Ukraine would get more financial value out of it than Russia would. I get that argument. So yeah, that makes 100% sense to me.
Yeah, because otherwise it'd be pretty easy to disrupt those pipelines. But yeah, I think you're right, though. I think there's probably a political calculus into it too. Obviously, Ukraine doesn't want to disrupt the life or the economy of Europe in a way that might hinder political support. But I think more broadly, that's probably an important thing to keep in mind, is that Ukraine does make money off of this transit, and also winter's coming, and any source of heating that Ukraine can get their hands on, be it from Russian pipelines, it sounds weird, but it's survival, right? So anyway, Vega, did you have something you wanted to add here? Go ahead.
Actually, I wanted to ask Ryan a question. So Nord Stream 2 has not been certified, and now there's this situation with Nord Stream 1. Could you give us and everybody else a bit of a sense of the implication attached to a cat in the deliveries from Nord Stream 1, not just to Germany, but what are the implications for the rest of Europe as well?
If they don't resume deliveries of gas from Nord Stream 1, it will exacerbate an already bad economic or energy situation within Europe. Last I checked, prices for natural gas in Europe were approximately 10 times the cost of prices for natural gas in North America. And that is an artificial crisis created by the sudden delivery of, or lack of delivery of, Russian gas. Nord Stream 2 never came online. There were a lot of people in the US advising Europe to never even get into the Nord Stream 2 deal for exactly this reason. Obviously, it made economic sense to Europe because Russia was offering gas at such a low price. One of the reasons that Russia could offer gas at such a low price was because they built that pipeline through the sea, and they weren't having to pay these delivery transportation fees I'm talking about, like Ukraine would get with an onshore pipeline. They cut out the middleman so they can deliver their commodity at a rock bottom price. Nord Stream 2 will never go online. The online terminal port where they were going to bring gas online and feed it into the pipeline infrastructure in Europe, the hub basically where it comes on shore, is now being converted. They've decoupled it from the line. I don't know if it was ever even connected to the Nord Stream 2 line, but Germany has indicated that hub port, or port of entry, the point that it comes on shore, will now be converted to an LNG transport terminal. So they're going to pull up these giant regasification facilities, which are all mounted on a boat, and they'll pull up an LNG boat that has giant, huge spheres on it of liquefied natural gas, and they can basically bring that down to atmospheric pressure and temperature again and convert liquefied natural gas into gas instead and pump it into the system there. So the Nord Stream 2 line is basically turning into an LNG terminal moving forward. I don't know how much time that's going to take, but it will get done. There are private industry investors in North America and in Central America right now who are rapidly developing additional LNG liquefaction capacity. So they will compress natural gas here into a liquid form, put it on a boat, send it to Europe, pull up to that Nord Stream 2 terminal, and turn it back into gas. That's going to come. The problem is, and the big crunch between now and then is getting us through the winter that is coming most immediately. If we can make it through this coming winter, we can be fine moving forward. That's the amount of time that needs to be bought. I think Russia is well aware of that. Europe is well aware of that. That's why everybody's very anxious this week to see whether or not Germany's going to turn on Nord Stream 1 again.
Thank you, Ryan. So we're talking about as of recently the recent missile strikes on Odessa. If anyone has any questions about that, and more broadly, we're talking about the recent Russian kind of mobster move where they said, we got problems, we got maintenance to do on this here pipeline, and as Ryan's pointing out, that has very big energy ramifications for Europe, which is dependent on that energy. So if anyone has any questions about that, we got Ryan here who can give his best shot at answering. I'm going to mute him though because I love him, but don't need to hear from him right now. So anyway, if anyone does have any questions for him, please feel free to come up. Just press the mic button on your screen, then press the little heart icon in the middle, and then you can raise your hand. We'll do our best to answer your question. John, what do you got for me?
Thank you, Joseph. So, Ryan, I'm looking at a map of some of the major natural gas pipelines through Europe. And so, besides Nord Stream 1, if we take that out of the equation for the moment, it would appear that, okay, so the lines look like there's Yamal Europe, which runs through Belarus, one branch of that goes off through Poland and then into Germany, another branch of that hooks south, links up with the Soyuz and Brotherhood pipelines, which pass through Ukraine, and then from there, all three of those merge together and become the Transgas pipeline through Slovakia. And then I believe there's another one. The map I'm looking at doesn't actually give it a specific name. It's a branch off from Soyuz that runs south through Ukraine, Moldova, and then into Romania. And then there's Blue Stream and Turk Stream, which run from the I'm not sure if it's the Kuban region specifically. It's in that vicinity. It's kind of in the Caucasus, north west of Georgia, kind of along the Russian Black Sea coast there. And Blue Stream and Turk Stream, they run into Turkey, and then from there, I believe they link up. Yeah, they go into Bulgaria. I'm not sure if that's linked up to the rest of Europe. So if Nord Stream 1 goes down, do you think you will see any increase, through any of these other pipelines, or are they just kind of throttled it, completely?
No, I think they've already throttled those onshore lines back in advance of shutting down Nord Stream 1, and I don't recall what their excuses were in that situation. But as I understand it, they were running those pipelines at like a 70% capacity, and they reduced down to 40%. I would need to go back and look at some of the numbers. My head's a little garbled here because I've seen this stuff so many times, and I don't want to confuse any of the stuff I've looked at in the past. Suffice it to say, they could, yes, deliver more gas through these onshore pipelines. Will they? I doubt it. The whole point of this is for them to ratchet up the pressure. They're not trying to look for creative ways to deliver additional capacity to Europe. That's exactly the opposite of what they're trying to do now. They're twisting arms. I'm playing dumb while they're doing it. They're gaslighting.
Understood. Yeah, that was what I assumed. I just thought I'd throw that out there. So, beyond that, what's your info as to potential new infrastructure, natural gas infrastructure that is either already begun construction or is being proposed in terms of new pipelines to Europe from non-Russian sources or new LNG terminals? I believe there's been some discussion of, I think, building a pipeline from Algeria, if I'm not mistaken. Can you kind of give us an update on how many new terminals have been proposed? Where are they? And, what new pipelines have been proposed? And where are they? And have any of them advanced beyond the drawing board at this point?
I can't really. I have not been focused on that very much as of lately, so I don't know what, if any, big infrastructure plans have been proposed as far as building pipelines in. I do know of a few things I've read. There was a proposed LNG facility on the east coast of Canada. I'm not sure where that stands. And I know that one has already been inked and is on order, if not under construction, on the Gulf Coast of Mexico. And that will be a joint venture investment between Pemex and some other Mexican oil and gas company. Might even be a U.S. oil and gas company. Anyway, they're going to build a liquefaction facility down there. I want to say it was about a $2 billion investment. They've already got all the equipment, at least on order. Once it's delivered and plumbed in, they'll start liquefying natural gas on the Gulf Coast and shipping that to Europe. And I believe there was some mention in the article I read that said those exports were almost exclusively intended to be sent to Europe to offset the loss of Russian gas.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. I think Dryfly, we have summoned Dryfly with our natural gas discussion. Please go ahead, my friend.
Let me ask Ryan one thing while we're getting Dryfly. So we just got some breaking news. It just happened 5 minutes ago. EU signs a memorandum of understanding with Azerbaijan to double gas imports to 20 billion cubic meters per year by 2027. I assume this is not a huge deal, but is that a lot? Do you think that's how significant is that, Ryan, in the overall natural gas market? And then we'll let Dryfly go. Sorry about that, Dryfly. Go ahead.
How long did they say they were going to take to get this online and delivered?
They said by 2027 they're going to double gas imports from Azerbaijan to all of Europe.
Unless somebody's talking about doubling gas imports between now and Christmas, it's kind of irrelevant to the current predicament. There's a major crunch in the short term. Within the next year or two, this can all level itself out, just with market motivation, so to speak. There will be additional gas capacity that can be delivered to Europe. It's just whether or not they can get that kind of delivery infrastructure online between now and this Christmas. That's the crunch. I frankly don't care who can deliver what in 2025. I want to know who can deliver in 2022 and January of 2023.
Got it. So those are the headlines we're looking for, is more immediate gas. Okay, thank you. Dryfly, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. My question is, has anyone seen anything from the Germans yet? Because I've been looking online all afternoon to see what the Germans are saying, and I don't see squat. I mean, very, very little coming out of the German government. There's been reports of the force majeure and explaining some of this stuff, but I'm really curious to see what's the German government saying, and for that matter, what their opposition is saying. Has anyone seen anything on that? And I'll listen.
So we had a little discussion with Axel. John, go ahead. Was that Ryan? Sorry, Ryan.
That was me, but go ahead. I'm trying to read up on a Wall Street Journal article right now to see what they had to say about this.
Okay, we'll get back to Ryan in a sec. Yeah, sorry, I try to identify for the listeners who's talking, so sometimes I get confused, and then it makes it even worse. But yeah, we had a little conversation with Axel about it. I think basically we're not seeing anything new or remarkable from Germany on energy policy, which is pretty alarming considering they have these basically working nuclear power plants. They're definitely working. The German government has made all kinds of excuses. They're like, we can't get the fuel. They're too old to work. This and that. And the truth is, they're not. They're perfectly functional. There's no reason they can't use them. They're just Germany is just really, really anti-nuclear power. And I mean, obviously, I'm
Well,
not German. I can't
can I
speak
ask
to
a
the
question?
nuance. Go ahead, directly. Yeah.
Yeah, can I ask a question? Where do they get the fuel rods from? If they get them from Russia, they're not in any better shape because Russia will cut them off on that too. That was the
Yeah,
case.
I think Canada. I think
Oh,
Canada is the other source, but I'm not 100% sure directly.
perfect. That's all.
John?
That's all I needed to know. And then the other thing is that I heard Axel speak a little bit, and I agree with Axel on all of his points. I was just curious if the silence out of Germany is almost more deafening than a knee jerk reaction. In other words, if they said this is no big deal, this is no change, we're going to negotiate, we're going to work, I would be more concerned about that. The silence is really, really interesting, because if they didn't say much, if Germany hasn't said much, that may suggest that there's more going on in their heads than we know of. That's why I was asking if anything, because I'm expecting a knee jerk, oh, this is not a problem, we'll work something out kind of a statement from them. And I haven't seen that. So anyway, I'll go back to listening.
Yeah, thanks, Dreyfus. I think it is interesting that we haven't seen more, like, I would assume in America, like, our politicians would come out and try to, like, comfort us about energy prices or something at some point. I have to just imagine in the German situation, there's just different factors at play. I'm not sure. Ryan, do you have anything to say about this in particular?
This is the same article I read this morning, but it notes specifically that the German government mentioned on Thursday that if gas service was not restored, basically at least to what it was before they took the pipeline down for testing, that they intended to declare a state of emergency, which would allow them to take control of the gas market. I'm assuming that means the spot market. If people aren't receiving contractual volumes or deliveries of gas and they're having to buy on the spot market, that can create some crazy competition for gas. We had a similar situation. I'm thinking of about a year ago here in Oklahoma. We had a particular cold snap where temperatures dropped, down to Canadian levels for about a week or two, and it created a spike in the demand for gas. And we spent more in Oklahoma on natural gas costs in 1 week than we typically spend in our state in an entire year. And it was basically a screwed up market where things got crazy, and people who needed to make sure that energy stayed turned on, like electric companies, started buying on the spot markets, and prices got really squirrely for a while. That's exactly what's going on in Europe right now. Germany's indicated if Nord Stream 1 doesn't come back on and we don't start receiving volumes of gas into the country that stabilize the energy markets, we will take control of the energy markets here in Germany, and we'll basically regulate the shit out of them and make sure that everybody gets what they need. Germany knows that they and their neighbors are in a tough situation. I think the reason we haven't heard a whole lot out of Germany in the recent days is because everybody's sitting around waiting to see what Russia's going to do. I have a feeling I know what Russia's going to do. Time will tell, but we'll all find out in about 72 hours. The other issue with that is that they're not going to restore pressure all at once. They'll have to slowly, gradually, start feeding gas back into the line. So nobody's really going to know on Thursday whether or not they're going to restore pressure fully or partially. It's going to take some time. I think the only real indicator we would get on Thursday is if Russia came out and made some announcement and, made up some tall tale and said, oh, the tests, the pipeline failed inspection, we're not going to turn it back on, because we'll all know that's a load of crap. Frankly, in the current energy market, under any other situation, were Russia not actively committing genocide in Ukraine, there's no way in hell Russia would have taken that pipeline down for their scheduled maintenance this year, given how crazy energy prices are. They would have left it on and foregone the maintenance for a year, I suspect. I don't know that for certain. I'm not an engineer, but things like that can be rescheduled, especially in an energy crisis like we're seeing right now.
Thank you, Ryan. So we got a few hands, so I'm going to go in order. We'll go Luca, Mr. Pickle, and then Christopher. Luca, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm that there are many countries that can supply fuel rods, like you're right, Canada, probably even South Africa. But anyways, yeah, I'm in Europe now. There's a heat wave, so there is that. That's also not great for energy consumption. So yeah, there is kind of like this impending feeling that we're gonna have rolling blackouts anyways, and then in the winter there won't be enough gas to heat things up. So I'm thinking that they might have to keep these nuclear power plants on anyways, even if they don't want to. However, it's not clear that they have the infrastructure to use electricity to, I'm talking about the northern European countries, to use electricity to heat places up. Because, you know, if you change everything with gas furnace, you know, well, I mean, I guess you can use just like one of those like hot stoves or something electric, but you know, you would really need to have fuel pumps, which Germans make. They're great, but it's not like you suddenly install like, you know, 20 millions of them between now and November. So yeah, it's gonna suck. I think everybody here in Europe already knows. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Luca. And with that, we'll go to Mr. Pickle. Mr. Pickle, go ahead.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, a few days ago, I believe there was a delivery of fuel rods to the Czech Republic that came from Russia, and they installed it. And I was like, oh, thank God it went through, because probably now that wouldn't happen. But my question is, it seems like Russia wouldn't actually gain anything from this, because it's not like Germany would say like, oh, sorry, we'll be friends again. And it's just basically revenge at this point, and it shows us a level of desperation, and maybe actually it's a sign of defeat in a way. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's how Russia reads it, and yeah, we need to act with more decisiveness, but that's just me.
Can I say something?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Pickle, I think you're underestimating the political backlashes that things like rolling back blackouts or well, the winter equivalent of it can have on democratic elected governments. You know, the US equivalent to that was, if you guys remember, when the Enron situation caused the energy markets to collapse in California. What is it, like 10, 15 years ago? Something like that. Yeah, exactly. And there were rolling blackouts all throughout the state. I was living there at the time already. I mean, you guys think about what that did in California. They had the first Republican government. I mean, it took down the governor, which basically means it took down the state government. And they had the first Republican governor in I don't even know how long, in a very blue state. So it effectively turned the government of the state upside down. So if it gets to that in Europe, I'm not sure we can, and it will probably get to that. I mean, I think Putin is counting that it'll get to that. We cannot really forecast the political impact that it has. You're right, it might just harden the support for Ukraine. People might just be, screw it. You know, these guys are not just committing genocide and increasing our inflation rate, so to speak. But now they're also forcing rolling blackout. But and that might harden. It might be good, but it might also go completely the other way. Yeah? It's very hard to predict, in my opinion.
Thank you, Luca. And next we'll go to Christopher. Christopher, go ahead.
I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but there's a video that I just saw on Twitter recently of a Russian cosmonaut in the Russian part of the ISS with a lot of Russian iconography along with Soviet iconography and a few other things. So I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yeah, I was asking John about it earlier, but John, you want to just maybe give a brief summary and take? I know you love space, John. I'm gonna field this one to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd seen the part of that video. They pulled a stunt like this, like about a week or two ago, where they're waving around DNR, LNR flags. They flew them up to the station. I mean, it's materially meaningless. I mean, it's just yet another example of why NASA should move to terminate all cooperation with Roscosmos as quickly as possible. The unfortunate thing is, at least as it relates to the International Space Station, is that at this moment, splitting off the U.S. and Russian segments does not appear to be technically feasible. There's a number of critical station functions which are provided by the Russian segment that the U.S. segment cannot provide. And as Scott Kelly mentioned when he was on previously a few weeks ago, it's not even clear if the two segments can be safely disconnected, as they've been essentially birthed together in orbit for the better part of, about 30 years now, I think. So it's not technically clear if we can, even disconnect those two segments. So for the most part, it looks like we're probably going to have to sit it out on the ISS with the Russians and kind of just not slit each other's throats until we decommission the ISS. And I think, 2028 now, as soon as the new independent U.S. space stations come online.
Very good. Do you have something you want to throw in here? We're having some audio problems from Vega there. Christopher, any follow-up? Go ahead.
Also, any news yet on what's happening over in Odessa? I'm seeing little tweets here and there about explosions at the moment.
John, I'm also giving you a missile question here. Go ahead.
Yes, it appears that there were a series of missile strikes carried out on Odessa by the Russians. Numbers I've seen indicate potentially 2 to 3 missiles were launched, potentially 2 impacts, up to 2 impacts, with one being intercepted by Ukrainian air defenses, potentially. Details are still somewhat sparse at the moment. The regional administration for Odessa did confirm there was a missile strike, but details are still emerging.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, John. And let's go back to Mr. Pickle. Go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely don't underestimate the effects. In fact, I think they're actually even more going to be more extreme than mentioned. But it could go anyway. And in a sense, what I think is going on right now with Putin is that he thinks it's the final war. Meaning there is no regard of any long-term effects of any kind. Like, for example, let's say that you're a hospital and you're receiving oxygen deliveries, and you know that every Saturday you're getting your oxygen tanks, and you just put the money outside or whatever, and then they just come take the money and give you your oxygen, and then that's going on, and you just trust them. But one day they come take the money, and there's no oxygen. I mean, you will never trust them again at all, with no matter what happens. So it's just basically you're burning yourself long term. No matter how friendly the next government is, you know that this person is untrustworthy. So unless they are a different person, then you're never going to trust them again, or anybody else for that matter. Even if you're a friendly country, you'll be like, oh wow, these guys are doing that. Now I have another option of somebody else that wouldn't do that to me in the future.
So I think that's just a total disregard of long-term effects, which means that there's signs of desperation, and he's cornered basically.
Yeah, I think that's broadly correct. Like short-term criminal thinking, and I think that's generally true. Luca, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Mr. Pico. You know, again, it's 50-50, right? It might go his way because it's kind of like flipping a coin where it lands. Some people in Europe, I see. I will see later on. Like, you know, I'm going to sample some people around here in Italy and see how they react. But some people in Europe might just kind of like give up and be weak, or they might just say no, we'll never do business with Russia again. But then maybe, you know, Putin is just saying, well, you know, we'll just sell our gas to China. Well, thinking that's a better deal. It isn't, but yeah, in the kind of like what you mentioned, right? The final big war narrative, this kind of like ludicrous strategy kind of fits in a sense.
Yeah, and I think we definitely appreciate, Luca. I think you have a great perspective because, like, you basically work in California, but then also in the summer you've kind of gone back to Europe, and you've also been visiting Turkey. So, like, I don't know, you go a lot of places, and it's nice to have like a little bit of an on the ground, you know, analysis of what's going on in the media and just kind of what people are thinking. I always find it really valuable. I feel like Doman and Axel are better at interviewing you than me and John and Ryan because we're Team USA over here. But we'll do our best. Luca, go ahead.
Oh, you raised about Turkey. I mean, I guess I could say something about that. Okay, so let me tell you about Turkey. It was super trippy because, first of all, oftentimes I would listen to you guys or talk from Turkey, but not feel comfortable to, for instance, talk about Putin because I was surrounded by Russians. Now, you know, I'm going to sound extremely dumb, but at times I think they were Ukrainians, but I wasn't sure about it. And then sometimes I clarified. I think there were actually many Ukrainians that actually were working there for the summer. And it was kind of messed up because there were also many Russians that were vacationing there. And I cannot imagine how that cannot even work because literally you had, you know, well, the other way around too. You know, you would have like Russians maybe working somewhere and there'll be some Ukrainian tourists, maybe 80-20, and then the other way around. And then I was just sitting there and talking to many people, you know, and the Turkish people was really weird because there too was like split in a half. There were some people that were like strongly pro-West and pro-American, and there were people that were pro-Russia. And like, you know, with my girlfriend, we, not arguments, but sometimes got into some pretty heated discussions, right? And I don't know, like, it kind of starts to make a little more sense of why Turkey is all over the map, right? Like the government, right? Like now, what are they going? They're going to meet with Putin in Iran to talk about I don't even know what. It actually reflects on the people, right? Like it was so dystopian, right? Like the opinion on the Turks, but also the fact that there was this mix of like, you know, Ukrainian and Russians felt a little bit like a, you know, Zona Franca type of thing. I don't know. Weird. Plain weird.
Yeah, I think you're right, Luca. I mean, I'm not a Turkey expert, but just, you know, I I've taught courses like, Islam in the modern world, and, I had a little segment on Turkey. And I think Turkey is sort of all over the map ideologically right now. I think that's a good way to put it. I think you put it very succinctly, and even just at the street level, right? You have some people that maybe see Turkey as like a sort of model for the Muslim world. You have some people who are like old school secular Turkish nationalists. You have some people who are like these like neo-imperialists, like greater Turkic, people. There's all sorts of different ideological bents in Turkey right now, and it's hard to pin exactly where they stand politically or ideologically, and it's reflected. And I think Erdogan is in a difficult position, more or less. But I think, anyway, without going on too much of a tangent, I think you put it much more succinctly than me. Good job. Thank you. Let's go to Vega. Vega, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to build up a little bit on the comments from Luca on Turkey and the interrelation with Iran and so on. So there is an interesting thing, the guys from Baykar, what is it called, Machina or something, the company that develops the Bayraktar drones. The CEO appeared on a CNN interview. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. And they asked him whether he would consider selling their drones to Russia. And the answer was no.
And Vega, just real quick for our audience, he's also Erdogan's son-in-law, is that correct?
Sorry, what?
The CEO of Baykar is Erdogan's son-in-law, is that correct?
I'm not sure. He might be.
It is.
Yeah,
correct.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might be reading too much into that, but sorry. Okay, please continue, Vega. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, So I know his name, but I didn't know he was related. I mean, it's a Haluk Bayraktar. Okay. So that's interesting. But anyways, he said that that they support Ukraine and they support they have a number of strategic relations also with Ukraine, and that they will continue supporting Ukraine, and that they will not be selling their drones to Russia. And so you then see this intention of Russia to go and meet with Iran, and they are intending to purchase drones from Iran. And the reaction to that from the United States was to tell Iran, don't do that. If you do it, we will sanction you. And the reaction to that was, Russian propaganda channels going nuts again and saying that the West is full of fascists. So that's the extent to which I've been following this kind of interaction between how Turkey is positioned vis-a-vis the whole situation in terms of sale of military equipment and how Iran is coming into the mix.
Yeah, thank you, Vig. I think that was some good context there. And yeah, I know that Baykar has a very long-term relationship with Ukraine in terms of their plans. They were going to have Ukraine build TB2s in country, in my understanding. And then I guess more importantly, Baykar recently unveiled their Akinci drone, and that has a prop engine that was designed in Ukraine, because Ukraine's quite skilled at designing aviation engines. But anyway, go ahead, Vega. Do you have one last follow-up? Then we'll go to Pickle. Go ahead. Nope, he's just fiddling with his mic. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Pickle. Mr. Pickle, go ahead.
Yeah, we have an example actually of when the oil embargo happened in the 70s, and regardless of the outcome, it wasn't like people were like, "Yay, Saudis! We love you. Just give us our oil back, and we'll be happy again." There was no love after that. Maybe if you're talking about a popular opinion that is at risk now when the blackouts happen, then I don't see why people would actually love Russia for doing that to them. If you look at it the same way, if you look at it from a governmental side, it's a different story. But yeah, I don't. Under no circumstances that this will end up being good long term, at least, since you lose trust with somebody that you already know betrayed you. So you will be, even if you just try to appease, it's just going to be appeasement
but not like, oh, we're gonna have a government that is pro-Russia now. I don't see that happening under any circumstances, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, I don't think anyone sees Turkey going full pro-Russia. I think that they see themselves as like playing some kind of middle here, and there just isn't a middle that they can play, and they don't seem to understand it. They're like, yeah, we're gonna get the S-400 and F-35s, and it's like, no, you're not.
I wasn't talking about Turkey. I'm sorry. I was talking about Germany. The effects of
sorry.
yeah. As for Turkey, no, they play every hand possible. It's just all over the place. You don't. I mean, Erdogan has a personal relationship with Putin, I guess. Like they resonate together in terms of like dictatorship and so. But he also doesn't like a lot of stuff that Russia does. So he's conflicted. I think he is confused himself. So, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think Lucas summed it up perfectly. They're confused. But Glad, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question that might be too big a question to really ask, but I'll try. Which is, if Russia is isolating itself from the West economically more and more, can they really survive in their sense by just having their economy just sort of an intra-Asian dependent economy with China? I mean, is China enough? Is China enough for them for all the resources that they want to peddle? And number one, and number two, does China really want to be seen as propping up this mobster state? That's a big question. That may be a bigger question than that really doesn't have an answer. But I thought I would float it and try.
Does China want a resource-rich nation that has ample supply of a number of the things China itself lacks, and basically to have them under their thumb so they can extract those resources at a very good cost? I'm sure China would love that. Does Russia want that? Absolutely not. China makes some things that Russia wants and needs, but China does not make the luxury goods and products and the pharmaceuticals and have all the technological advancements and the accoutrement that comes with healthy, thriving democracies that Russia really needs and wants and has emulated for decades now. Is that where this may end up? Absolutely. Does Russia really want that? I highly doubt it, because they'll essentially become the gas station of the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, and don't they still have border disputes with China? They've had border disputes since Mao, right? I mean, is there?
Yeah, that's one reason they have yet to commit to some full declaration of war. They have to keep it a special military option in Ukraine, because if you look at the borders of Ukraine versus all the borders and territory that Russia needs to defend from all of the people who wouldn't mind having a piece of Russia, Russia has pot committed on trying to steal a relatively small portion of land that also contains 40 plus million sovereign citizens of Ukraine, and they're being made to look fools of. But yeah, Russia can't pull up stakes on their borders with China and everywhere else that they need to defend, because yeah, they have very real threats. I don't think China is itching to go invade Russia right now and retake Siberia, but even the Sakhalin Islands have been contested between Japan and Russia for over a century now. Japan and Russia fought over the Sakhalin Islands a long time ago, and Japan decided to pull out, but they retained some kind of mineral rights, and that's basically how the Sakhalin Islands gas development came to be. Now China's trying to claim that they're going to reorganize that whole business arrangement and basically form it under a whole new Russian company. And if India and Japan want to get on board, then basically they can take the new terms as they'll be delivered by Russia, or they can just walk away from their investments and lose all the money they put down on receiving gas deliveries from Sakhalin Island for years to come. So yeah, everybody would like a piece of Russia, and Russia knows that. And now Russia's started a fight they can't win and don't know how to get out of it without losing a whole lot of face and having to admit that they've given up 40,000 of their young men in exchange for basically showing the world that they're a bully.
Okay, thanks for your comments. I see that one of our China experts is here, so I basically baited him to come up, so I'm going to let him talk. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for thanks a lot for taking the bait, and I'll take myself down.
Thank you, Clyde.
Thank you. Jing, please go ahead. Please take us away.
Okay, so there's still a lot of people fantasizing. I understand that people want to see that if China could turn against Russia. So I offer a historical data point for people to compare and see if we can draw some parallel. Okay, so before the World War II broke out in Europe, China actually got into the war with Japan first. So guess in 1937, who was actually fighting helping China fighting the Japanese? It's the Germans. The other data point is after World War I, Germany lost lots of islands to one Asian nation, which is called Japan. So if you read the history, the Marshall Islands, the Solomon Islands, all those islands in the Pacific, where United States and Japan fought over, these were actually before the World War I. They were taken by the Germans, and Germans built a Pacific fleet with these islands. Now, in the World War I, they were seized by the British, and the British turned around and gave it to the Japanese. So, looking at these two data points, could people fantasize? Would Tojo turn against Hitler or vice versa? Wouldn't that be nice? You see, Japan took many Pacific islands from Germany. Germany was actually stabbing Japan on its back when Japan was fighting China. Wouldn't it be nice if Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany could fight each other? Same logic. Did it happen? No. What's the probability Communist China will turn against Russia? I'm sorry to see there's not a negative probability. That's actually more accurate. Less than zero. It's not going to happen because they share the same goal. The same goal is how can we work together to end the world order as it today. Now, there's only one scenario. Communist China and Russia would turn against each other. If they could, hand in hand, finish the world order as we know today, destroy NATO, destroy the United States, destroy EU, then the world is between them too. Then they're going to turn against each other. Absolutely. But until that point, no, they're not going to do that. Is China going to be someone who can salvage Russia? China's trying. Russia's also trying too. They are going to do things to prolong the war. Absolutely. Xi Jinping will do everything he can in his power to find ways to help Russia bypass the sanction. Absolutely. Can he do that? Not that easy. Because you need to understand China. To understand China. When you think about China, don't think about it like, for example, it is an independent economy, the largest manufacturing base. That's actually a perception. The way you need to think about it, it is actually where things are being manufactured. So the way you look at it is, for example, you look at the P&G. Okay, the P&G manufacturing, a lot of it is done in China. But the P&G, the brand management, the headquarters, its sales network, all these things are managed outside China. So now, what is China? China is actually a bunch of factories for P&G, a bunch of factories for 3M, a bunch of factories for Siemens, a bunch of factories for Taiwanese companies. Can they easily decide that I don't want to follow the sanction and don't want to help out Russia. Possible when, for example, Communist China sees these factories and decide they're going to use it to support Russia. At this point, the chance for that is very, very low. Possible, but very improbable at this point. So that's one point. So there are a lot of talks right now. What if there's a territory dispute? Well, in World War II, arguably, Germany could really have a lot of territorial dispute with Tojo's Japan. Look at the Marshall Islands. Look at the Solomon Islands. They used to belong to us, right? Didn't happen because they share the same goal. Did Tojo love Hitler or vice versa? Not at all. Japanese nation is not Aryan. Hitler had no love for the Japanese nation. Did he turn against the Imperial Japan? Not really. So that's how we look at it. That's my point.
Thank you very much, Jing. Clyde, I'm not sure if he's still in the speakers panel, but Clyde, I hope that answers your question with sufficient detail. Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, John. And about what Jingu said, you said that China would probably, not probably, but could help Russia to win the war, but also China is thinking about its own economy. So how do you see the situation right now when the West is sending the help to Ukraine and Russia is like, I'm not saying that it's losing, but it has lost a lot of men and a lot of military equipment. Do you see that there could be by any chance, China would suddenly start supporting Russia more? Thank you.
So Nina, is that a question to me?
Yes, to you.
I think here's the way to look at it. For example, right now the game changer the West is
Siren alert
putting
update.
into the battlefield
Full
is really
alert.
the HIMARS.
This message has been generated with municipal
high
data.
precision rockets, and they are really doing a lot of damage on the Russia side. Does China have such a technology that can be a game changer to Russia? Not even close. And because of that, I think such weapons, when they are sent to Ukraine, when the Ukrainian military is having an upper hand, it diminishes the likelihood for China to get involved. So, for example, if let's say it is still the artillery battle, and the Russians are still having an upper hand in quantity, and they're still pummeling the
this message
Ukrainian
has been generated
defense
with
lines and
municipal
villages into ashes. The war can be prolonged. When it's in a situation like that, it actually increases, and I would argue exponentially increases the chance for China to do something. China can produce a lot of things in large volume. Dumb shells. Anything that requires, that is the high technology, changes the game of the war. Things like HIMARS or the other, long-range precision missile. This is not China could offer. China cannot do that. So now, for example, the lower-end drones, yeah, China can do that. You see a lot of Russian drones right now are showing up. China can do that. So as long as the technology is the same level, the
full alert. This message has been generated with municipal
superiority
data.
By a large volume, that's where China can come in to help. But when, for example, like HIMARS, you put like 50 HIMARS on the battlefield. Right now there are about 18. I counted total, 17 or 18. But if you can increase the number to 50, decisively change the balance. All of a sudden, my prediction is you will see that China is getting increasingly reluctant to stick its neck out to help Russia. So the best way to stop China to take this risk and prolong the war. It's for the West to be organized, stepping up and be more decisive in providing more game-changer weapons like HIMARS, like the
Siren alert
M270
update.
to
Zaporizhzhia.
Ukrainians as
Full
soon as
alert.
possible.
This message has been
And help
generated with
Ukrainians win
municipal data.
decisively.
Thank you, Jing.
Jing, I actually have a follow-up question with regards to this. So, in the last 24 hours, we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs of China, Wang Yi, coming out and saying that he's going to be promoting that China seeks to support and promote conversations to reach
Full alert. This message
peace
has been generated with municipal
Russia
data.
and Ukraine. And then at the same time, on the other side, then you have the Speaker of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zhao Lijiang, who I believe on the same day he wrote on his Twitter that the United States is an empire of lies. And as you were speaking about this, these two remarks came to mind because I think it kind of shows quite interestingly the place in which China finds itself in relation with the different players of the conflict. So I'm curious about your thoughts about these two figures within the Chinese political apparatus coming out and making these remarks.
Okay, this is how you read the Chinese, the foreign ministry, and also its spokesman. First of all, Zhao Lijian is a very, very pathetic human being. He has one value to all the Western observer. He speaks the true mind of Xi Jinping. That's one thing. The other thing is Wang Yi. Wang Yi is basically a wolf warrior minister. Terrible. For Wang Yi, completely disregard whatever he says. You only need to look at one historical record. How China has been playing its role in the non-nuclear negotiation involving North Korea. Six-party negotiation. What China has done. China has always been involved with the rhetoric that it will, we need to get rid of the nuclear weapon, we need to preserve the peace. Every time China is involved, it goes in there to undermine the negotiation under the table. Why? Because it is to Communist China's interest to prolong this negotiation, to make it never conclude. Same to Ukraine. The rhetoric is definitely for peace. Basically, the way is definitely to drag this war out, get the West never, no-win situation, drag it out as long as possible, and ideally, if we get, let's say, political changes in Italy, in France, in Germany, when people are fatigued out of the war, when people are fatigued out of their support to Ukraine, when pro-Putin factions gain an upper hand. That's what China's involvement is ultimately for, to drag it out, because the longer you drag out, the greater chance it is for someone who's pro-Putin, for someone who's more like the Orban or Vucic in Serbia to come into power, to gain more voice. That's what, then China can go in there and maximize its benefit. So anytime when we see that China is doing something, that's basically the ways, that's just, and yet they are exploring another way to prolong the war, to make it a no-win to the West. So the Wang Yi saying that is, to me, is a proof. HIMARS is the right weapon. It has the potential to end the war. So therefore, we need to do something to prolong it, to make it not so smooth, to slow down the progress of the Ukrainian army. That's actually where everything they're coming from. Just look at how China is playing its role in the basically non-nuclear negotiation, in North Korea. North Korea is arguably the one of the only two true allies to China. What did China do? What has it been doing? The same people, the same leadership, the same thought process is guiding its diplomatic operation worldwide. They're not going to come up with a different solution to a different party. So that's my point.
Thank you very much, Jing. Luca, please go ahead.
Oh yeah. Since we have Jingu here, hey, have you seen Jingu? The news today was a bunch of European leaders getting some invitations to go kiss Xi Jinping ring in November. I think I don't know, it was leaked. Most of the European leaders, really. Any comments on that?
Yeah. So if you look at, for example, the Scholz, right? Scholz came out and say, well, we need a multipolar world. That China is an indispensable voice. Well, he was just one stop short of saying that China and Russia are indispensable voices, because at that time, unfortunately, the Putin already rushed to attack Ukraine. Now, that's the so-called multipolar world is in the West. You need to have more than one dominant voice for leadership to provide the directions, right? You need a competing voice to the United States. And guess who is actually the one who is promoting that idea? A multipolar world. Europe needs to have its own voice. The biggest backer are China and Russia. They want that. Now, that's what I'm saying. When the HIMARS is making progress, ideally to China, from China's standpoint, this can drag on until November, and in November, if we can cut some deal, right? The Germany and France could reduce its support to Ukraine. Guess what? That actually is to the benefit of weakening the Western world order. Because if, let's say, the war drags on, it becomes a no-win for the West, for the United States, for Ukraine. There's a lot for China to gain, potentially. That's the way China is thinking.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah. Trying to separate, divide and conquer. Yeah, we've seen that.
Exactly. So the more you see that the HIMARS and the M270 is making progress, the more the Ukrainians are kicking the ass, the more they're making good progress towards victory. You will hear those chatter, right? It all comes down to, the information warfare, disinformation, and all these so-called the multipolar world. Germany needs to have have a more bigger role to play in the world stage. Blah blah blah. Everything is to say, whatever we can do to weaken the alliance, to divide the current alliance, to divert your attention from the current alliance. To do what? To make sure it's a no-win situation for the West, for the Ukraine, make it a no-lose situation for Russia, drag it out as long as possible. That's exactly what Communist China has been doing in the negotiation for non-nuclear outcome for the North Korea. Think about it. North Korea having a nuclear bomb, it made it very clear. The only country that would drop this bomb to is Communist China, because North Korea didn't have the delivery capability. It didn't want to drop the bomb on another Korean nation. It didn't want to drop it. The only two nations it wanted to drop the nuclear bomb to, one is China, one is Japan. That's what North Korea wanted to do. Even so, Communist China did not want to do things to drive such a negotiation to a conclusion. Why? Because it is thinking this way. Yeah, maybe we will get a nuclear bomb, but if we can drag this out, it can hurt the West. Maybe it's worth doing it. That's how it's thinking. That's how people behind Wang Yi, they're thinking. So that's my point.
Thank you very much, Jing. If I could, since we have you here, as a follow-up to the kind of general discussion that we've been having thus far, I'm sure that you've probably seen the reports that, I believe from a few days ago, that some amount of goods and materials of unknown type had crossed the border from China into Russia. And there was some discussion had on here regarding the potential of China to supplement some of these materials, from machine tools to chips, a number of these items that Russia currently has difficulty accessing due to Western sanctions. And specifically on the chips question, I wanted to kind of get an idea of, can you speak to the quality of any of these Chinese semiconductors? I know that TSMC, they produce the world's most advanced, and I wanted to get a sense if China's chips are anywhere, how far from, say, TSMC are they spec wise? If you have any insight into that.
Can I say something about that?
Go ahead.
On the technology. Yeah. I'll give you the technology. So SMIC, I think it's called, Sino Semiconductor something Corporation. I think it's 3 generations behind. So nobody's like TSMC. TSMC is testing their 3 nanometers, and you all have, if you have like the latest generation of iPhone, a 5 nano. It's already like 2 years that they have 5 nano. Say the best Western chip maker is maybe a generation behind. Let's say the Intels of the world are at 7, getting to 5. China is probably still at 14. Now, again, it's important, but to a point, right? Because I don't know, like Russia actually, I don't know, like they have like really old semiconductor, like 20 years old. So theirs are completely junk. So to go from what they have to a semiconductor that is 3 generations old, so that would be something that is 6, 8 years old, something like that. It's still a big step up for Russia, unless you're trying to make some super advanced like weapon that uses AI or something like that. I also wanted to say one thing though, and I think Jingu is going to zone in on this part. I think there is a misunderstanding about the ability to manufacture a semiconductor and the ability of controlling the supply chain. So even TSMC, in order to get to the super bleeding edge level of like say the 5 or the 3 nano, or Samsung is very close, by the way. The Koreans are right behind. They're like at 5 nano right now. So to get to there, they end up using machineries, okay? Such as the machinery, effectively they're just like some big light bulbs that operate at crazy high frequency or short wavelengths. The process is called lithography. You're effectively just printing a film, but you print it on a semiconductor instead of on a film. Anyways, those machineries that go in the factories come from 3 places in the world. Europe, and specifically the Netherlands, Silicon Valley, and the Kansai area of Osaka, Japan. So even the Taiwanese end up like getting those technologies from these 3 places, except that they're extremely good at putting them together and building the manufacturing pipeline. So the West can do that because these are all. Do you see what's the common denominator of those 3 places? Those are all quote unquote NATO or NATO allied countries, right? Japan, the United States, and Europe, the Netherlands. So, the West can make semiconductors. It's not like we cannot make them as cheaply and as efficiently for consumer markets as TSMC does. But the moment that the West wants to strangle the production of semiconductor anywhere, including China, we just stop selling those machines. And in fact, if you see the U.S. government actually had asked the Dutch not to sell their latest generation machine to CIMIC because they specifically don't want the Chinese to catch up, right? So, yeah, still a lot of like technology dominance, at least in the supply chain in the West and NATO-allied countries like Japan in this case.
Yeah. So in the worst case scenario, if everything goes according to the communist China what it wants, it could help slow down the war. I don't think they can reverse the course of the war. So, for example, if all the West Bank we get together and help the Ukrainians, the war can end. Let's say October. All the Russians are defeated and they pull out in October. China can come in and do a bunch of things and make it drag out, let's say, to October next year. It cannot really reverse the outcome of the war. Now, what it can count on is, if I can drag it out, then there are other Western political forces coming into the power. They are going to have a different agenda, and they are going to derail the whole thing. That's what China is betting on. That's what China is working on. And the other thing is just to I actually think about a very good event that will give everybody an idea as to how communist China thinks about its national interest as versus its ultimate geopolitical goal. It's a real incident. Actually, this one said it very well. So, in Mao Zedong's time, Stalin died. Then Khrushchev came into power after Stalin. So Khrushchev went to China to see communist China to see Mao Zedong. And Mao Zedong made a proposal to Khrushchev. So the proposal is such: how about we start a war and we entice the American military troops and the Western allies to land in China, massive forces. Then Soviet Union would drop the nuclear bomb and H bombs into China. China is ready to die by 300 million. But by doing so, basically we're going to obliterate the Western military. Khrushchev was appalled. He was totally terrified by this thought. He said, Mao is a lunatic. Then Soviet Union at that time started to turn against China. This is exactly how Russia had the dispute, so-called dispute between Russia and the Soviet Union and China broke out. Because Soviet Union, Russia, there are things communist China will do, Russia would not do. So think about it. Every time we think about, can China do this and that, think about the step function. There are things Nazi Germany will not do, Russia will do. There are things communist China will do, Russia will not do. So there's a step function. The top is Nazi Germany. The second step is Russia. The third is communist China. So that's how it views its own people. That's how it treats its own people. This kind of thinking is still in its blood, in its gene. And you know what? The current president of China, Xi Jinping, he adores two people. His role model is Mao Zedong. The living person he adores is Putin. That tells you a lot how he thinks. That tells a lot about what's the possibility, what are the things likely, what are the things not likely. So that's my point.
Thank you very much, Jing. Just to briefly kind of pivot more so back to Russia and specifically in this conversation, do you assess that it's likely or unlikely that that China will provide any kind of semiconductors to Russia?
Yeah. So, John, that question. So your question is, can China produce any semiconductors to Russia? So that part, I'm not a military expert, so this is my bet. If Russians are producing their so-called precision weapons, they're using the technology, let's say the chip technology, that can be satisfied with, let's say, not the latest, but let's say the 2010 or year 2000 chip technology. I think China can play a role to somehow sustain it. And like I said, it will not alter the outcome, final outcome, but it can get the war dragging on. Because now Russia doesn't have these components. Its precision weapon sucks, but still, with the Chinese supply, it can continue producing such weapon, which it may not be able to otherwise. So exactly like Lucas said, China's semiconductor is able to produce up to, let's say, like 14 nanometer. TSMC is at 3. They're at 5, but they're going to 3. So TSMC way ahead. But still, in order to produce, let's say, a so-called Russian-style precision weapon, maybe you don't need the latest chip. Maybe you can make do with, let's say, a 14 nanometer or even 20 nanometer chip. And that is something China probably could produce. And when China can produce these things, will Xi Jinping find ways to help Putin with that? Yes. Will that win the war in the end? No. But that isn't enough to get the war prolonged. So think about it. If, let's say with the HIMARS and everything, the war could end in October otherwise. Now, with this kind of support, maybe the war can drag on until October next year. If that's the case, Xi will be very tempted to give it a try. That's my point. Now, of course, he's not going to stick his neck full out to get caught. He's going to find ways, to find some loophole to bypass it and get it done.
Turkey has a well-established trade relationship with Ukraine.
Thank you very much. I know you said you're not of a military background. That's not your area of expertise. But as you're well aware, there's been discussion of not only China potentially providing raw, not necessarily raw materials, but components, semiconductors, machine tools, all of this and that, but potentially more dangerously, providing military equipment outright. And what I find interesting about that prospect is what this war has revealed to us is that, quite frankly, a lot of the Russian equipment is, shall we say, third rate. It's not all that it was advertised to be. And this is particularly interesting because I'm sure, as you're well aware, Jing, a lot of currently in service Chinese military equipment is directly derived from Soviet or Russian military equipment. So, for example, I believe the HQ-9 and the HQ-22, which are China's two mainstay long-range air defense assets, both of those are derived from S-300. And as we have recently become aware of, S-300 suffers from a number of serious deficiencies. And there's a very, very long list of other Chinese equipment which is derived from Russian equipment, basically all of which has been revealed to have significant deficiencies in a number of different regards for across each piece of equipment. Do you have any thoughts on China does not have the best reputation, shall we say, for producing enormously high quality and advanced military equipment in many regards. A lot of it's just regarded as kind of knockoffs in many respects. Do you have any thoughts on essentially cheap Chinese knockoffs of already third-rate Russian equipment being sent back to be used by the Russians?
In fact, you hit something spot on, because here's the thing. The Chinese knockoffs, because in the history is that Russia is not entirely trusting of China. So when Russians provide the equipment to China, China has a bad habit of reverse engineering the Russian products, then eventually would go onto the market and flood the market with its own knockoffs. And because of that, the reverse engineering has one major problem, which is you cannot really capture all the technology essence of the original designer. And because of that, Chinese equipment is of decidedly inferior quality compared to their Russian version they're copying from. Now, when it comes to several things, this is going to be very decisive. The first is jet engine. The second is really anything related to the tank. So if you look at, for example, China's main battle tank, right? The Type 96 and Type 99. Well, guess what? Its chassis is really T-72 tank chassis. But these are the things that it's a Chinese knockoff. It is not really an original licensed production. So right now, I would not be surprised that China is seeking if it can do some type of OEM with Russia, because when you do OEM with Russia, when you are licensed to produce its own version, you actually get a technology boost. Because because before that you have all the equipment, you know how it's structured, but you know what? You don't understand truly how it's designed, what it's supposed to do. When you are doing the testing, you don't know where to look for the issues to fix. But when you become the OEM, you're at a different level because they have to tell you almost all the know-how, how to put these things together and how to test things. So I think China definitely is very tempted to say, okay, can we do some OEM with Russia? But there's a couple conditions, right? I don't want to be caught. I don't want to be caught. I'm doing that openly to Russia. So there could be some very weird arrangements that's going on that can somehow make people. It's sort of like a money laundering, right? The money laundering, the entire idea about money laundering is to say you don't want your trace of the money to be tracked by some people, to be caught. Your income is kind of coming from some shady places. Similar idea. I think China definitely is tempted to get into such kind of OEM deal because how much, let's say, the military equipment it has bought to produce many different things. Now, in the military, I also understand. I totally expect there are certain areas China has an upper hand. For example, electronics. For example, the drones. So these are the things that China and Russia will look for ways to cooperate. I fully expect that. Also, keeping just we need to keep an eye on that big bridge, the bridge from Manchuria to Siberia. That bridge has a 1 million ton a year design throughput, and that all of a sudden got all Putin's attention. She has been basically promoting this bridge to Putin for many years. All of a sudden, after the war, Putin warms up, and that bridge is right now getting busy. So there's absolutely a lot of things going on. A bridge of this size with this kind of throughput, that they're only going to use that to send vegetables and fruits. I don't think so. There must be a lot going on. So with all these said, still China wants to do it. It's just like they want to do it with a money laundering scheme. They're not going to do it just like openly wiring you billions of dollars. I'm going to use an analogy. So they're not going to do it openly, but they're going to do it still. I expect them still trying to do it, maximize the throughput, if you will, to help the Russia to drag the war out. Because to China, the longer the war drags out, the more possibility the changes will come in. The best case scenario is always like this 6-party non-nuclear negotiation for North Korea. That's actually I would say the highest form they're trying to achieve. The best case scenario they're trying to achieve. So that is to drag this war out, just like they drag out the North Korean nuclear negotiation. And with that, muddy the water and putting things and really just grinds everything to a halt to benefit themselves.
Thank you very much, Jing. Ryan, is something you want to add? And then Nina.
No, go ahead, Nina.
Thank you, Ryan and John. Jing, I was just thinking about the domestic problems in China, and they are like they have a lot. So you don't think that this is like something that would like stop them from helping Russia or at least slow them down to help Russia?
It probably works on both sides. Certainly, it compromises China's ability to help Russia, but also will make the regime more motivated. Because here's the bottom line: how many